Chapter 385. Bang, just then, a loud explosion sounded, and the soul floating in the void suddenly emitted a powerful light. As the light shrouded the area, a powerful spirit force trembled. Is it going to awaken? Su Yan looked over, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Murong Fu also frowned when he saw this. Ever since he obtained the records of the Tide clan, he always thought that the Tide clan was just a legend and not a real existence. However, it was only today that Murong Fu learned that the Tide tribe truly existed. He rejoiced that he was able to witness the moment of the Tide clan's soul awakening. He knew too well what it would mean if he could devour the power of the Tide clan's soul awakening. It would mean that he would obtain all the memories and inheritance of the Tide clan. He would become the last descendant of the Tidal tribe, an ancient tribe. He would obtain all the wealth left behind by the Tide clan. The wealth and wisdom left behind by the ancient Tide clan would bring him many benefits. Murong Fu really didn't dare to imagine. But now, all of this was destroyed by Su Yan in front of him. Hatred. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan with eyes full of killing intent. He really wanted to kill Su Yan at this moment, but he knew very well that with his current strength, it would take some time for him to kill Su Yan. Moreover, he didn't know what would happen when the Tide clan's soul awakens. Would it be a threat to him? He didn't dare to deal with Su Yan. With a leap, he retreated, leaving behind an angry voice. Su Yan, don't be complacent. You should know that I, Murong Fu, can snatch the monster palace from you. I can also snatch everything from you. Su Yan, just you wait. Just you wait. Hearing Murong Fu's words, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. His smile was very happy as he looked at his departing figure and replied, Murong Fu, in 1 month, Su Yan, swear that in 1 month, I will definitely return to the Monster Palace and take back the Monster Palace. Bang! Just as they were talking, the loud sound exploded once again. Su Yan didn't dare to stay any longer. He had also received the memories of the tidal race. Naturally, he knew how strong the tidal race would be when their souls awakened. As for Murong Fu, Su Yan did not chase after him. It wasn't that Su Yan was still afraid of him. It was just that Su Yan wasn't in the mood to care about this. Right now, he was more concerned about how to save the lives of the villagers in the mortal village. Apart from this, Su Yan also had another thought in mind, and that was the Monster Palace. He would take it back openly in the Monster Palace. This was the promise that Su Yan had made the moment he left the Monster Palace. As long as he returned to the Monster Palace, he would be the real palace master of the Monster Palace. He wouldn't be like back then, when he could only borrow the prestige left behind by the Princess of Chu and hide behind it, but he couldn't truly control the Monster Palace. Of course, all of this would happen when Su Yan returned to the Monster Palace. Right now, Su Yan was more concerned about the tidal race's soul awakening and how to save these innocent villagers. There was also the fated person of the tidal race, Fat Tiger. Su Yan really didn't expect that Fat Tiger, an ordinary villager who was born in the mortal village, would actually be the fated person of the tidal race, this ancient race. Fated person, looking at Fat Tiger, Su Yan actually felt somewhat envious. Now that he had inherited the memories of the tidal race from Sun Qiubai, he knew very well what it meant to be the fated person of the tidal race. The moment the tidal race's soul awakened, this fated person would receive the final blessing of the tidal race's soul. And Fat Tiger would forever be free from the mortal existence of trash. He would become the protector of the tidal race. Of course, envy was envy. After all, the heavens wouldn't give all the good luck to a single person. Su Yan was only envious for a moment, but he quickly recovered and paid attention to the soul in the air. That soul was constantly absorbing the surrounding power. This power was different from ordinary power. It emitted a mysterious charm. Moreover, the moment the power condensed, it instantly transformed into countless runes that unceasingly poured into the soul. From the memories of the tidal race, Su Yan quickly understood that these were soul runes. They were a powerful seal left behind by the tidal race, waiting for the fated person of the tidal race to unseal it. By the time all these runes had fused with the last trace of the soul, the last princess of the tidal race would awaken. This caused Su Yan to be once again astonished by the strength of the tidal race. To think that they would be able to seal such a powerful power for thousands of years. Su Yan really wanted to understand. With such a powerful race, and the powerful images that appeared in the memories of the tidal race, which one of them wasn't the strongest existence in the world? And these powerful existences, just what was it that caused them to fall? Or even be destroyed? The Buddha sword sect, the Shura shrine, and now the tidal race. How did these powerful forces fall into such a state? Su Yan tried his best to search through the memories of the tidal race. However, it was a pity that within these memories, other than the historical records of the tidal race, there were no memories of the tidal race, the Buddha sword sect, and the other sects falling. This caused Su Yan to be even more bewildered. At the same time, Su Yan couldn't help but wonder just what sort of powerful beings existed in this world. Dragon realm, and those powerful beings that surpassed the dragon realm. Did they really exist? Su Yan couldn't believe it. If these powerful beings existed, then any one of them would be able to destroy this world. Tidal goddess, awaken. Just as Su Yan was thinking about this, Fat Tiger, who was originally restrained, suddenly stood up. His entire body emitted a ray of light as he raised his hand and roared. The originally ethereal figure in the sky. Miraculously, it slowly emerged and started to grow flesh. It was as if he was drawing a picture. Stroke by stroke, the outline was drawn. From that perfect body to that alluring face. The moment the last stroke appeared, the slightly squinted eyes on that beautiful face suddenly opened. A ray of clear light gushed out from them, causing one to not dare to look directly at it. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't believe that such a beautiful woman existed in this world. Even though Su Yan had met so many beautiful women, he couldn't help but be stunned. With her beauty, Su Yan believed that even if Lin Hualu, Lu Lan, and Chu Linger stood together, they definitely wouldn't be able to suppress her. Too beautiful, who? At this moment, the young lady let out a low cry. Following which, her graceful body slowly descended. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, making her look as gorgeous as a goddess descending to the mortal world. At this moment, Fat Tiger slowly regained consciousness. He was stunned on the spot. Actually, Fat Tiger couldn't be blamed for this. After all, he was a child and was born in the mortal village. How could he not be surprised by such a huge change? Bang! Su Yan wanted to go up and say something to Fat Tiger. After all, Su Yan and Fat Tiger had stayed in the mortal village for more than a year. However, just as Su Yan took a step forward, he heard a soft sound. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. This was because the tidal goddess, who had an imposing aura, had actually fallen to the ground. This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. He looked at Fat Tiger. Seeing that he was only stunned and was fine, he walked up to the goddess. "Who are you?" Just as he walked up to the tidal goddess, her face suddenly turned gloomy. Her eyes emitted a cold intent as she looked at Su Yan and shouted. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Although he had obtained the inheritance of the tidal tribe's memories, it wasn't all the memories. There were many things about the tidal tribe that Su Yan didn't understand. For example, what was it like for the tidal goddess to awaken? What exactly was her strength? How was she supposed to adapt to this world? Looking at the cold intent in the tidal goddess' eyes, Su Yan didn't know how to explain himself. A fated person. The tidal goddess didn't wait for Su Yan to think of a way to explain himself. The instant she looked at Fat Tiger, a resplendent light appeared in her eyes. Her figure flashed, and she directly hugged the stunned Fat Tiger. Then, she leaped and flew into the distance. "Hey!" Su Yan wanted to call out to her. Unfortunately, the tidal goddess didn't care at all. Seeing her tightly hugging Fat Tiger, Su Yan felt a wave of envy. How good would it be if I was the one hugging him? After saying that, Su Yan scolded himself. Su Yan, you have so many beauties by your side, and you don't even know how to deal with them. You actually dare to be tempted by others. Su Yan shook his head helplessly. Then, looking at the surging power of the tidal goddess, he knew that she had at least the power of a perimeter state. Perimeter state, she was even stronger than Su Yan's current strength. Su Yan also dispelled the worries in his heart. After all, in the 5 counties, a perimeter state expert could do whatever they wanted. Su Yan naturally wasn't worried about the tidal goddess' safety. It was just that without a greeting, Su Yan felt somewhat lonely. No matter what, Su Yan had saved their tidal tribe. If Su Yan hadn't chased away Murong Fu, the tidal tribe would have already become history. Their tidal tribe wouldn't have been able to see the light of day again. Heis! Su Yan sighed helplessly as he shook off the loneliness in his heart. Looking at those mortals who were frozen, he frowned slightly. However, he still stepped forward resolutely to defrost them. Su Yan didn't know if these mortals would still be alive after defrosting them. But at the very least, he had to save them. Fortunately, these villagers were frozen instantly. Now that Su Yan had obtained the defrosting method from the memories of the tidal goddess, they were all safe. Even Big Black was lucky enough to survive. The moment Big Black woke up and saw Su Yan, he asked him about the tidal tribe. Su Yan knew that Big Black was the protector of the tidal tribe just like Sun Qiubai. As for what had happened earlier, he didn't hide anything and told Lin Fan the truth. When Big Black heard this, he first cried out loud. Then, he laughed out loud. Chapter 386. 1 year. Su Yan had stayed in the mortal village for more than a year. During this time, Su Yan had thought countless times about how he could find an opportunity to recover his strength. He just didn't expect that the mortal village would be his opportunity. Now that he was about to leave the mortal village, Su Yan felt a little reluctant. Every villager who lived here was so simple and honest. This was like the kindness that existed on the bloody battlefield. Thinking about leaving, Su Yan actually felt a little reluctant in his heart. Of course, despite his reluctance, Su Yan knew very well that he had to leave because there were too many things waiting for him to complete. After working together with Big Black to appease the villagers, Su Yan left quietly. He left the place where he had lived for more than a year. To Su Yan, the mortal village was more like a paradise. Leaving the mortal village meant that he would have to return to the world of slaughter. The world of slaughter. Stepping on the sword dragon, Su Yan thought about the world that he had been separated from for a long time. Suddenly, a bright light surged in his eyes. I, Su Yan, am back. I'm back. He had returned to this world. Everything that had happened a year ago replayed in Su Yan's mind. Lin Hualo's graceful figure. And that little fellow, the Fire Qilin. During this year, Su Yan had been suppressing the urge to look for them. After all, Su Yan knew very well that it was impossible for him to find them with his blood dragon pupil. With this, Su Yan regained his strength. The first thing he had to do was naturally to find that little fellow, the Fire Qilin. Unfortunately, the Fire Qilin wasn't his pet beast. The two of them hadn't established a psychological connection, so it wasn't that easy to find it. Especially when he thought about how the Fire Qilin had become a cripple just like him. Su Yan was worried. And Lin Hualu. She had disappeared from the Shura Shrine. Now that the Shura Shrine has been destroyed, where did she go? Thinking about their whereabouts, Su Yan felt a burst of annoyance. After all, he didn't know where to start looking. Forget it, forget it. Let's go find Dong Qinghao and the others first. Su Yan did not forget the 1-month promise he made with Morong Fu. He said that after a month, he would definitely go to the Monster Palace to take back the position of Palace Master. In fact, with Su Yan's current strength, there was no need for him to fear Morong Fu. However, the reason why Su Yan wanted to set a 1-month agreement was to give himself more time to prepare. Although Su Yan was arrogant, he was not stupid. Morong Fu had been in charge of the Monster Palace for so long. It was difficult to guarantee that he had his own forces in the Monster Palace. If he were to rely on himself, he would definitely not be a match for a sect. Therefore, if he wanted to take back the Monster Palace, he had to find Dong Qinghao and the others. Thinking about how he had not seen his brothers for so long, and now that he was about to see them, the haze in Su Yan's heart lessened a little. Su Yan was not in a hurry. He immediately went to find them. First, it was still early in the month. Second, Su Yan was still somewhat worried about the fire qilin. He wanted to look for it in the vicinity. Maybe he would still be able to find the fire qilin. In fact, in the past year or so, although Su Yan had become a cripple, he had not given up on the idea of looking for the fire qilin. Many times, Su Yan sneaked out of the mortal village when no one was paying attention to look for the fire qilin. Many times, he lost his life because of it. The surrounding area had long been searched by Su Yan. Now, he was just unwilling to give up and wanted to try his luck. After searching for 3 days, he did not find the fire qilin. Instead, he encountered many monsters. Fortunately, they were all ordinary monsters and did not pose a threat. "Sigh, little guy, where are you going?" Although Su Yan did not have a telepathic connection with the fire qilin, Su Yan could feel that the fire qilin was still alive. It was a strange feeling. Therefore, Su Yan was not too worried. After all, as long as the fire qilin was still alive, he would have a chance to find it. Forget it. The most important thing now is to find Dong Qinghao and the others. Su Yan shook his head helplessly. He did not stay here. Instead, he turned around and flew toward the hidden sword tomb. Sky Yuan sect, do you really want to go against the hidden sword tomb? At the foot of the hidden sword tomb, a few disciples were confronting each other. Both sides were ready to fight at any moment. The few people who were wearing clothes different from the disciples of the hidden sword tomb looked at the disciples of the hidden sword tomb and sneered, "Xiao Linglong, it's not that the Sky Yuan sect wants to go against the hidden sword tomb. It's the hidden sword tomb that doesn't know what's good for you." Not knowing what's good for you. When Xiao Linglong heard this, she sneered, "Guanming, the Sky Yuan sect has betrayed the 5 counties. How dare you say that? Betrayal." When the young man called Guanming heard this, he sneered, "Xiao Linglong, it's not like you don't know what's going on in the 5 counties. What betrayal? Does the 5 counties only belong to the Hidden Sword Tomb and the Heaven and Earth Organization?" I can't be bothered to argue with you. Since the Sky Yuan sect is so stubborn, don't blame the Hidden Sword Tomb for being ruthless. Xiao Linglong snorted coldly. Her enchanting figure leaped forward and instantly released a powerful force. The spiritual sword in her hand was aimed directly at Guanming's throat. Standing behind them were several disciples. When they saw Xiao Linglong attacking, they also drew their swords. The 2 sides immediately started fighting. What's going on? Why are there battles everywhere? Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and flew towards the hidden sword tomb. However, along the way, Su Yan saw battles of different scales happening in several places. Although he didn't know the people from these sects, Su Yan faintly felt that something must have happened. "Xiao Linglong, you're indeed strong, but you're still not my match." Bang! Just as Su Yan was about to enter the hidden sword tomb, he suddenly heard a low shout from below. He couldn't help but look down. Seeing that familiar figure, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although it had been a long time since they last met, Qiao Linglong came from Heaven Twin City with Su Yan and joined the Hidden Sword Tomb together. Su Yan naturally wouldn't forget her. Thinking about it, they had some fate. After all, when they were in the Hidden Sword Tomb, Qiao Linglong had always been on his side. Now that he saw an old friend, Su Yan felt a little happy. However, the moment he saw the spiritual energy surging in front of her, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank and he quickly leaped down. Looking at Guan Ming's fierce attack, Qiao Linglong hurriedly retreated. However, Guan Ming's speed was too fast and there was no way for her to dodge. Qiao Linglong was so scared that her face turned pale. Thinking that she was going to die here, she felt even more unwilling. Bang! At this moment, a powerful force suddenly exploded on her body. Guan Ming let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying backward. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Qiao Linglong was even more stunned. She immediately opened her eyes and looked at the white-robed figure in front of her. Her face was filled with excitement. It's him. He's not dead. He's not dead. Are you okay? Su Yan looked back at Qiao Linglong and asked. I'm fine. Under Su Yan's sharp eyes, Qiao Linglong somehow blushed. Especially when she thought about how she almost died in Guan Ming's hands, she was a little angry. Why? Why do I still need to rely on him to save me after working so hard for so long? Su Yan. Guan Ming and the others quickly recognized Su Yan. Their faces were filled with shock. You're not dead. Why? Why are you here? Dead. He didn't expect that after he left for more than a year, everyone thought that he was dead. The corners of Su Yan's mouth twitched as he sneered. He did not want to argue with Guan Ming. He was more concerned about what had happened in the 5 regions during the 1 year that he had been away. Get lost. Su Yan waved his hand and shouted at Guan Ming. What? Guan Ming was a rank 3 spiritual Sea Realm expert in the Sky Yuan sect. How could Su Yan tell him to get lost? Guan Ming's heart was filled with anger. Su Yan, although everyone is afraid of you, I, Guan Ming, am not. You disappeared for a year. Then let me see if you've become stronger in the past year. Guan Ming shouted and rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan, be careful. Qiao Linglong was also in the rank 3 spiritual Sea Realm, but she was no match for Guan Ming. She knew that Guan Ming practiced some kind of cultivation technique that allowed him to move so fast. Seeing Guan Ming attacking Su Yan, she couldn't help but worry. However, in the next second, she realized that her worry was unnecessary. Guan Ming was very fast. Even Su Yan was a bit surprised that a mere 3rd-tier spiritual Sea Realm warrior could explode with such speed. But to compete with Su Yan in terms of speed, Guan Ming was courting death. Not to mention that Su Yan was much stronger than him. The moment Guan Ming rushed over, Su Yan's body did not move at all. He waved his hand, and suddenly a strong spiritual energy surged up from the ground. Bang! Guan Ming was directly blown away by the explosion. Guan Ming screamed and looked at Su Yan in horror. You, Su Yan completely ignored him. His expression was still cold as he said, get lost. Looking at the red light in Su Yan's eyes, Guan Ming's heart couldn't help but tremble. Only now did he realize how powerful Su Yan was. He didn't dare to continue shouting and hurriedly called his followers to escape. Su Yan ignored them and turned to Qiao Linglong, asking, Junior Sister Qiao, what happened? Why are you fighting with the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb? After not seeing each other for so long, Qiao Linglong was worried that Su Yan had forgotten her. Chapter 387. Fortunately, After cultivating in the sword burial tomb for such a long time, Xiao Linglong was no longer the young and inexperienced girl who had just left Heaven Twin City. Looking at Su Yan, she quickly suppressed the bitterness in her heart. When she saw Su Yan's worried expression and thought about what had happened in the past year, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, she didn't hide anything from Su Yan. She recounted everything that had happened to Su Yan in the mortal village in the past year. Senior brother Su Yan, this is a huge matter in the 5 counties. It can be said that everyone knows about it. How can you not know about it? Xiao Linglong asked Su Yan doubtfully after she finished speaking. After all the sects in the 5 counties were involved in this matter. With the Heaven and Earth organization taking the lead, they formed an alliance with the Sword Burial Tomb and other major sections. On the other hand, the Black Demon Cave took the lead and formed an alliance with one of the 5 counties to occupy the other side. It was also the combination of the 2 alliances that led to the outbreak of war in the 5 counties. This was also the reason why Su Yan could see battles everywhere along the way. This was a battle between the 2 alliances. I didn't expect so many things to happen in the past year that I was gone. After hearing Xiao Linglong's words, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, Su Yan didn't hide Xiao Linglong's question even though he didn't have much interaction with her. After all, Xiao Linglong had left Heaven Twin City with Su Yan. In addition, Xiao Linglong was a disciple of the Sword Burial Tomb. There was still some trust between them. Of course, more importantly, Su Yan didn't feel that this matter was a secret. Therefore, he told Xiao Linglong about how he entered the mortal village. Of course, he hid the matter of the tidal tribe. After all, the matter of the tidal tribe was of great importance. The fewer people involved in this matter, the better. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't trust Xiao Linglong, but the implications of this matter were too great. Su Yan didn't know what would happen if this matter got out. Su Yan had only briefly described what had happened in the mortal village. But when Xiao Linglong heard it, she was horrified. Trash had broken his spiritual sea. And now that he had regained his strength, what exactly had Su Yan experienced? Xiao Linglong looked at Su Yan in astonishment. However, she was a smart woman. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Just like the secret in his heart. Xiao Linglong thought about the secret in her heart. When she looked at Su Yan, her face couldn't help but blush. However, when she thought about Su Yan's actions and Su Yan's feelings for Lin Hualu, she felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. Su Yan didn't notice Xiao Linglong's expression. Right now, he was only thinking about the alliance between the 2 great sections. The continent of the 5 counties had been peaceful for the past year. For such a huge war to suddenly erupt, there must be many problems. Junior sister Qiao, do you know what the 2 great alliances are fighting over in this war? Su Yan frowned and asked Xiao Linglong, puzzled. I think I heard something about some treasure. I'm not too sure about the specifics. After all, my identity. Xiao Linglong couldn't help but blush with shame as she said this. Although she was an expert in the spiritual sea realm, she was still a spiritual sea realm expert. Although she was a spiritual sea expert, there were many experts between the 2 great sections. Her level 3 spiritual sea realm cultivation was nothing. When Su Yan saw Xiao Linglong's expression, he was slightly stunned. He immediately understood and didn't say much. Instead, he asked her to follow Xiao Linglong back to the sword catacomb. Xiao Linglong wasn't qualified enough to know the details. However, Su Yan believed that the sect master of the sword catacomb, Sky Sword Sage, would definitely know. After all, he was the sect master of a sect and was a spiritual sea expert. They walked all the way to the sword catacomb. In the past, when he walked into the sword catacomb, he would definitely see disciples cultivating or busy with other matters. However, at this moment, when he walked up the sword catacomb, it was slightly desolate. He didn't see anyone even after hundreds of steps. Even if he occasionally saw someone, they were just passing by in a hurry. Such a great sect actually seemed a little desolate. This made Su Yan feel sad. When Xiao Linglong saw Su Yan's expression, she smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Su, almost everyone in the Sword Catacomb has gone to the Heaven and Earth organization. The only ones guarding the Sword Catacomb are me and senior brother Ouyang Qing. Only the two of you." When Su Yan heard Xiao Linglong's words, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He had a faint bad feeling. This also made him a little disappointed. After all, when he left the mortal village, he wanted to come back to find Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and the others before heading to the Monster Palace. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Not only were they not there, but even Spiritual Master Heavenly Sword wasn't there. This made Su Yan's plan to find Spiritual Master Heavenly Sword to ask him clearly fall through. However, since he was already here, Su Yan also wanted to return to the sect to take a look. After all, the Sword Catacomb had always been Su Yan's home. In addition, Xiao Linglong said that Ouyang Qing was also in the Sword Catacomb. Thinking about the friendship between him and Ouyang Qing in the past, he had not seen him for a long time. Now that he thought about it, he missed him a little. "Junior sister Qiao, where is senior brother Ouyang Qing? Bring me to him." Su Yan turned around and said to Xiao Linglong, "Senior brother Su, now that all the experts in the sect have gone to support the Heaven and Earth organization, senior brother Ouyang is overseeing the entire sect. You can go directly to the inner hall to look for him. I still have things to do here, so I won't accompany you." When Xiao Linglong heard that Su Yan was going to look for Ouyang Qing, she smiled. That's fine too." Su Yan was no stranger to the Sword Catacomb. He knew that there were battles happening all over the 5 counties, so Xiao Linglong must have a lot of things to do. Therefore, he didn't make things difficult for her and simply gave her a few words of advice. Then, he walked towards the inner hall. Although almost all the disciples of the Sword Catacomb had gone to support the Heaven and Earth organization, it was still a big sect. After all, it was still a big sect, so it still had the necessary protection. Previously, because Su Yan was led by Xiao Linglong, no one stopped him. Now that he was separated from Xiao Linglong, just as Su Yan approached the inner hall, a few unfamiliar faces immediately stopped Su Yan. "Who are you? Stop right there." Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. After all, the Sword Catacomb was Su Yan's home. Why would he be stopped on his way home? Looking at the unfamiliar faces, Su Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Don't you know me? Who are you? Why should we know you?" The few people refuted Su Yan's words without holding back. Their arrogant looks showed that they didn't take Su Yan seriously at all. In fact, they even looked at him with disdain. They waved their hands and shouted, "Tell us, who are you? Why did you barge into the Sword Catacomb? Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Don't. Su Yan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't do it. My name is Su Yan, and I'm also a disciple of the Sword Catacomb. Please report my arrival." Su Yan. The few people didn't hear Su Yan's words. When they heard Su Yan say his name, they immediately spread out and surrounded Su Yan in the middle. "Tell us, who are you? How dare you imitate my senior brother Su Yan's name? Tell us who you are, or don't blame us for being rude." Su Yan didn't expect this at all. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brothers, I'm Su Yan. Who else could I be?" You said you're Su Yan, and I said I'm his father." A disciple snorted coldly. Obviously, he had doubts about Su Yan's identity. When Su Yan heard these sarcastic words, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart and was about to explode. A man in purple walked out quickly and shouted, "What the hell is going on? However, before he could finish his words, when the young man in purple saw Su Yan, he was completely stunned. The muscles on his face twitched. He quickly walked forward and punched Su Yan. Su Yan, you're not dead. Ha, senior brother Ouyang Qing, of course I'm not dead. Seeing his old friend, the anger in Su Yan's heart dissipated. He laughed heartily and gave Ouyang Qing a huge hug. With this hug, the disciples who had blocked Su Yan from entering were all stunned. Especially the person who said Su Yan was his father. He was so scared that his legs went soft. He looked at Su Yan and directly knelt on the ground. You're really senior brother Su Yan. Of course. How could this be fake? Before Su Yan could reply, Ouyang Qing glared at him unhappily. When he saw the expression on this person's face, his face darkened. Did you guys do something to senior brother Su Yan? That person knelt on the ground with a trembling face. He didn't know how to answer. This made Ouyang Qing even more certain that something must have happened. When he was about to get angry, he was stopped by Su Yan. Senior brother Ouyang, forget it. It's nothing. It's just a quarrel. Why aren't you guys back off yet? Su Yan said as he waved his hand at the disciples. When they heard Su Yan's words, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They kowtowed and thanked him a few times before hurriedly leaving. When Ouyang Qing saw Su Yan's reaction, he smiled bitterly. Su Yan, there's something you don't know. Because of the war, the Sword Catacomb has a shortage of people and lowered the qualifications to recruit disciples. Now in the entire sect, many disciples are using the Sword Catacomb's reputation to do whatever they want. Some are even arrogant. If we don't use some harsh methods, they won't know fear. Su Yan didn't think too much about it. When he heard Ouyang Qing's words, he couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't ask about it. Instead, he asked Ouyang Qing directly, Senior brother Ouyang, do you know what happened here? Chapter 388. Su Yan had already felt Ouyang Qing's spiritual energy fluctuation when he hugged him. Su Yan could feel that Ouyang Qing was in the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. He was 1 level stronger than himself. A person in the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm could definitely be called a powerhouse. However, even such a powerhouse was not qualified to know the entire process of this matter. What exactly were the two alliances fighting over? Ouyang Qing looked at Su Yan's furrowed brows and guessed what he was thinking. He smiled bitterly and said, Su Yan, you don't know. The alliance this time has involved all the forces in the 5 counties. There are so many powerhouses in such a big alliance. How can we compare to them now? Yes. Su Yan nodded slightly and did not say much. He followed Ouyang Qing into the inner hall. He looked around and said, Senior brother Ouyang, are you the only one in charge of the entire sword collection tomb? Yes. Ouyang Qing poured a cup of tea for Su Yan. The elders and disciples of the sword collection tomb have all gone to the Heaven and Earth organization. I am the only one in charge of the entire sword collection tomb. You are the only one. Su Yan heard Ouyang Qing's affirmative answer and frowned again. Ouyang Qing saw Su Yan's expression and could not help but smile. Su Yan, do you not believe in my strength? Su Yan heard Ouyang Qing's words and was startled. He waved his hand and said, Senior brother Ouyang, it's not that I don't believe in your strength, but you said that everyone has gone to the Heaven and Earth organization. It's hard to guarantee that no one will attack the sword collection tomb. If that's the case, I'm afraid that at that time, Su Yan did not finish his sentence, but Su Yan believed that Ouyang Qing would understand what he meant. Ouyang Qing did understand, but he was not as worried as Su Yan. Instead, he smiled and said, Su Yan, you don't have to worry about this, although I don't know what happened. But what I can be sure of is that the reason why the two major powers have formed an alliance is to fight for one thing, and that thing is not in our hidden sword tomb. So even if someone comes to attack the sword collection tomb, there won't be a Radius State powerhouse. If it's not a Radius State powerhouse, I believe I have the ability to resist. As he spoke, a majestic aura surged between his eyebrows. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He felt gratified. It seems that the strength of the entire hidden sword tomb has increased a lot during the time I left. Seeing Ouyang Chang's confidence, Su Yan's worry lessened slightly. However, when he looked around, Su Yan felt that something was amiss. But since Ouyang Chang said so, Su Yan couldn't say anything more. Su Yan wanted to say goodbye to Ouyang Chang and go to the Heaven and Earth organization to find out what happened. However, Ouyang Chang insisted on letting Su Yan stay the night. Su Yan thought about it. This had happened a year ago, and it was useless to be anxious. And it was indeed late at night. Su Yan did not refuse and stayed behind as well. Su Yan wanted to have a good night's rest before going to the Heaven and Earth organization. However, with so many questions in his heart, how could Su Yan rest at ease? Moreover, Su Yan felt that it was inappropriate to leave Ouyang Chang alone in the entire hidden sword tomb. After all, the hidden sword tomb was a large sect. The resources contained within the sect were enough to move one's heart. Of course, Su Yan was even more puzzled about what had happened. Su Yan, who could not sleep, decided not to rest. He got up and wandered around the sword collection tomb. Unknowingly, he came to the Immortal Sword Peak where Lin Hualu used to cultivate. Because of Lin Hualu's disappearance, the Immortal Sword Peak had a new owner. However, with Su Yan's current identity, it was still possible for him to come and go freely in the sword collection tomb without being discovered. He looked at the cultivation ground that his disciples used to fight for. He was thinking about the current situation. Su Yan immediately felt a wave of worry in his heart. Furthermore, the owner of the Immortal Sword Peak, Lin Huatu, was no longer here. Now that he was here, he was reminded of her when he saw her. Su Yan did not want to stay here any longer and wanted to leave. However, just as he took a step, Su Yan faintly heard a sound not far away. This is, Su Yan furrowed his brows slightly and quietly moved forward. Ouyang Chang, are you really not going to accept us? You should know that as long as you accept us, you can get your beloved Xiao Linglong. Not only that, I can also make you the real owner of the sword collection tomb. When Su Yan heard this, his eyes suddenly opened. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. He looked down and saw an old man in black standing in front of Ouyang Chang. He was even more surprised. Through the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan quickly confirmed the strength of this person. He was in the square circle realm. Looking at him standing together with Ouyang Chang, Su Yan seemed to understand everything at once. He finally knew why he felt that something was wrong today. It turned out that Ouyang Chang had colluded with someone to take the position of the sword collection tomb sect master. This. Su Yan thought, and anger surged in his heart. He really didn't expect that Ouyang Chang, who had always taken care of him in the sect, would betray the sect. Hearing their words, Su Yan knew that there was something fishy going on. He suppressed the anger in his heart and held his breath. He took another step forward, wanting to hear what they were talking about. Ninth Underworld King, I'm willing to do anything you want me to do. However, if you want me to betray the sect and kill Su Yan, I will definitely not do it. Ouyang Chang looked at the old man in front of him and said righteously. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that he misunderstood Ouyang Chang? At this moment, Su Yan was glad that he didn't rush in rashly. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. Ouyang Chang, you should know very well who gave you the strength of a rank 8 realm. When the person called Ninth Underworld King by Ouyang Qing heard Ouyang Chang's words, his calm expression immediately turned sinister. Ouyang Qing, let me tell you today. You must kill that Su Yan. Otherwise, how can I give you your current position? I can take everything away from you. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Qing suddenly laughed when he heard Ninth Underworld King's words. He looked at the sinister Ninth Underworld King and said, Ninth Underworld King, Ouyang Qing, will also tell you clearly today. If you want me to kill Su Yan and betray the hidden sword tomb, Ouyang Qing, will not do it even if I die. Ouyang Chang's words were powerful and resounding. There was a faint aura of authority that surged. You! Ninth Underworld King was furious. Ouyang Qing, I didn't expect you to go back on your words when it's time to use you. I went back on my words. Ouyang Qing suddenly laughed. Ninth Underworld King, I remember clearly that you came to me a year ago and said that you would help me cultivate. I never gave you a promise. Good Ouyang Qing. Ninth Underworld King was furious when he heard Ouyang Chang's words. He looked at Ouyang Qing and said, Ouyang Qing, I'll give you one last chance. Do you agree or not? If you don't, then don't blame me for being impolite. I don't agree. Ouyang Qing was fearless in the face of Ninth Underworld King's threat. He spoke word by word, showing his determination. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. The Ninth Underworld King coldly shouted. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy surged from his body, and his body suddenly attacked Ouyang Qing. His speed was as fast as lightning. Ouyang Qing was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow. As he circulated his cultivation method, his spiritual energy surged. He quickly retreated and jumped away, instantly dodging Ninth Underworld King. At the same time, a long sword appeared in Ouyang Chang's hand. Ninth Underworld King, if your original body was here, I wouldn't be able to stop you if you wanted to kill me. But don't forget, you're just a clone. You're just a clone of the sphere boundary. A clone of the sphere boundary. Ninth Underworld King suddenly laughed when he heard Ouyang Chang's words. Shameless boasting, shameless boasting. Ouyang Qing, you're just a rank 8 spirit sea realm cultivator. You actually dare to look down on my clone of the sphere boundary. You're courting death. As the Nine Nether King spoke, he let out an angry roar. His tightly clenched fist suddenly shook and his body flew up like a ghost. In an instant, he condensed a powerful spirit force and directly blasted it toward Ouyang Qing. Break for me. When Ouyang Qing saw this, his eyes narrowed. He quickly raised the sword in his hand and slashed down. Suddenly, a powerful sword chi surged out. It was an imposing aura. It directly collided with Ninth Underworld King's attack. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. A powerful spiritual energy swept out in an instant. The two of them took a step back at the same time. Ouyang Qing, I underestimated you. But do you think it's useful? Ninth Underworld King looked at Ouyang Qing and sneered. At the same time, he slowly gathered a powerful force in his hands. Even though Su Yan was hiding outside, he could still feel the explosive power of this powerful force. Not to mention Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Qing couldn't help but frown when he saw such a powerful attack. He tightly gripped the long sword in his hand and snorted, Ninth Underworld King, let me tell you. Even if I die today, I won't agree to your request. Then you can go to hell. Ninth Underworld King roared. Bang! There was a loud explosion. A powerful force surged out and blasted toward Ouyang Qing. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Mysterious Heavenly Break. Facing this, Ouyang Qing did not back down. His eyes emitted a resplendent light as a powerful force slowly condensed at the tip of his sword. With a shout, Ouyang Qing roared. With a roar, the long sword in his hand instantly slashed out. All of a sudden, a powerful force gushed out, directly colliding with the 9 Underworld's king. Chapter 389. Su Yan didn't think of asking Ouyang Qing for help. Looking at the long spear that was like a giant dragon flying towards him, he frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the Ghost Hall sword. His pupils shrank and a bright red light surged in his eyes. Facing such a powerful attack, he didn't back down. Instead, he took a step forward. Suddenly, the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly, and a powerful spiritual energy burst out. Then, his hands didn't slow down at all. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand started to dance, and in an instant, a whistling sound burst out. As the Ghost Howl sword spun, countless spiritual energy burst out and condensed into sword blades. What kind of 10,000 elephant divine skill is this? It's so powerful. Ouyang Qing could not help but be startled when he sensed the energy that had gathered on Su Yan's Ghost Hall sword. A look of horror involuntarily surfaced on his face. He was a rank 8 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, and Su Yan was only a rank 7 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. Ouyang Qing's strength was higher than Su Yan's, but when he felt this power, Ouyang Qing actually felt inferior. Originally, he was worried that Su Yan wouldn't be able to defeat the 9th Underworld King, but at this moment, he vaguely saw a glimmer of hope and couldn't help but smile. In contrast to Ouyang Qing's expression, Su Yan's face was solemn. The Perimeter Realm and the Spirit Sea Realm were basically 2 different realms. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to block the 9th Underworld King's attack. If he relied on the torrential storm of Rose Blossom's divine skill, it wouldn't be enough. Ouyang Qing was standing a little further away, so he might not be able to feel it. The 9th Underworld King's attack was already close to Su Yan. Su Yan could feel how powerful this attack was. Just the torrential storm of Rose Blossom's divine skill was definitely not enough. Definitely not enough, looks like this is the only way. Su Yan's eyes turned and the Ghost Hall sword in his hand swept out. Bang! Suddenly, the sword blade condensed on the Ghost Howl sword burst out and collided with the power of the mysterious heavenly break. Su Yan, I can't help but admire your strength, but... The 9 Nether King looked at Su Yan's explosive power, and the corner of his mouth suddenly floated into a smile, but do you think you can contend against my sky profound break with just this power? Let me tell you, it's not enough. As the 9th Underworld King laughed loudly, bang. The moment the long spear was pushed forward, a powerful light suddenly surged, and the already powerful force instantly exploded. What this is? When Ouyang Qing saw Su Yan unleash the torrential pear blossom storm, his heart was filled with joy. He thought that Su Yan could resist the 9 Underworld's King's mysterious sky break, but who would have thought that the mysterious sky break would become so strong? Level 3, no, this mysterious sky breaker might have already surpassed level 4. Every kind of 10,000 elephant divine skill was divided into different levels. The more powerful the 10,000 elephant divine skill was, the harder it was to cultivate, but as long as it was successfully cultivated, the power it brought could be said to be unparalleled. For more than a year, Ouyang Qing had been receiving benefits from the 9 Underworld's King. He had also cultivated the mysterious sky break with the 9 Underworld's King. The 9 Underworld's King had never told him the true meaning of the mysterious sky break. However, Ouyang Qing knew exactly how powerful the 4th stage mysterious sky break was. The mysterious sky break was only a profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. But if it was cultivated to level 4, its power would not be inferior to an Earth rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Earth rank, Ouyang Qing did not dare to imagine. Moreover, he also knew how difficult it was to cultivate the mysterious sky break. 1 year, he had spent an entire year, and only cultivated it to level 2. But the 9 Underworld's King had cultivated it to level 4. This time, Ouyang Qing truly realized how powerful the 9 Underworld's King was. Su Yan, be careful. Ouyang Duan shouted worriedly when he saw this powerful force exploding. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The mysterious sky break had already collided with the torrential storm of rose flowers. If Su Yan wanted to avoid it, it was simply impossible. After all, this was a level 4 profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Bang! It was all too late. When the two 10,000 elephant divine skills collided, a loud bang was heard. This loud bang was like a thunderclap that shook the heavens. Under the powerful impact, a powerful heat wave exploded. Countless brilliance swept out, and everything around was destroyed at this moment. Even Ouyang Qing, who was standing far away, was stunned. At this moment, under this powerful aftershock, his body couldn't help but be startled, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. When he came back to his senses, he saw the room in front of him that had been razed to the ground. A sorrowful expression immediately appeared on his face. Then, his eyes turned, and a murderous intent surged in the 9 Underworlds King's eyes. 9 Underworlds King, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Ouyang Qing roared angrily. He gripped the long sword in his hand and leaped forward. Seeing Ouyang Qing's attack, the 9 Underworlds King could not help but sneer, "You overestimate yourself. Ouyang Qing, since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite. I'll send you on your way now." The 9 Underworlds King's eyes turned, and his body suddenly floated up. Looking at Ouyang Qing's attack, he did not show any fear. Using his nimble body, he moved slightly and stepped back quickly, dodging Ouyang Qing's attack. At the same time, his feet moved, and his body flashed. He appeared on Ouyang Qing's left side, and the spiritual energy in his body surged rapidly. He grabbed Ouyang Qing's shoulder with one hand. Ouyang Qing was shocked. He did not expect the 9 Underworlds King to be so fast after using the 10,000 elephant divine skill. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Although the 9 Underworlds King only used one hand, the powerful energy in his body made his hand grip Ouyang Qing's shoulder like an iron clamp. Ouyang Qing, I've already told you. If I can give you everything, I can also take everything from you. Now that Su Yan is dead, if you listen to me, I can still spare your life. The 9 Underworlds King looked at Ouyang Qing with a sinister smile. Impossible. Ouyang Qing roared when he heard the 9 Underworlds King's words. 9 Underworlds King, even if I, Ouyang Qing, die here today, I will never submit to you. Humph, if that's the case, Ouyang Qing, don't blame me for being impolite. The 9 Underworlds King's face darkened when he heard Ouyang Qing's words. Then, spiritual energy surged from his hand that was gripping Ouyang Qing's shoulder. Ouyang Qing suddenly felt a huge pain. Bang! Then, the 9 Underworlds King waved his hand, and Ouyang Qing was thrown out heavily. Senior brother Ouyang. At this moment, Qiao Linglong and a few other disciples of the sword burial mound rushed over. When she saw Ouyang Qing being thrown out, Qiao Linglong was shocked. She activated her cultivation technique and hurriedly flew over to Ouyang Qing's side. When Ouyang Qing saw Qiao Linglong, he was shocked. He hurriedly pushed her away and said, "Junior sister Qiao, let's go and inform the sect master. Tell him to kill the 9 Underworlds King and avenge me and Su Yan." What? Qiao Linglong rushed over when she heard the commotion. She didn't even know what was going on. When she heard Ouyang Qing's words, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Junior sister Qiao, there's no time to explain. Let's go, let's go," Ouyang Qing said anxiously. He was already injured, and when he panicked, his blood rushed to his heart. Puchi. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother Ouyang. When Qiao Linglong saw how heavily injured Ouyang Qing was, how could she leave? She hurriedly supported him. Seeing that Ouyang Qing was still pushing her away, Qiao Linglong shook her head and said, "No, senior brother Ouyang. How can I, Qiao Linglong, leave you here? Ha ha ha, I'm so touched." When the Nine Underworlds king heard Qiao Linglong's words, he sneered and looked at Ouyang Qing. "Ouyang Qing, seeing how much you care about her, if I'm not wrong, this girl must be your beloved Qiao Linglong. What do you want?" When Ouyang Qing saw the Nine Underworlds king walking over, he panicked. He suppressed his injuries and stood in front of Qiao Linglong. "Nine Underworlds king, I'm warning you. Don't mess around. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "You're welcome." When the Nine Underworlds king heard Ouyang Cheng's words, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, I say, why are there so many arrogant people in the Sword Burial Mound? Just now, Su Yan was one, and you too, senior brother Su." When Qiao Linglong heard the Nine Underworlds king mention Su Yan's name, she immediately went forward and shouted, "Who are you? What did you do to senior brother Su Yan?" "What did I do? Of course, I killed him." The Nine Underworlds king smiled at Qiao Linglong's anger. He didn't care about her at all. "What?" When Qiao Linglong heard the Nine Underworlds king's words, she was stunned. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and shook her head. "No, impossible." When Ouyang Qing saw Qiao Linglong's reaction, he felt heartache and sadness. His heartache made Qiao Linglong sad. What made him sad was that Qiao Linglong was sad because of Su Yan. "Senior brother Ouyang, what he said isn't true." "It isn't true, right?" Qiao Linglong looked at Ouyang Qing and mumbled to herself, "Senior brother Ouyang, tell me, what he said isn't true, right?" When Ouyang Qing saw Qiao Linglong's reaction, he didn't know how to answer. When Qiao Linglong saw Ouyang Qing's reaction, she immediately understood. While she was sad, she suddenly felt a surge of anger. She looked at the Nine Underworlds king and shouted, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." As she spoke, Qiao Linglong leaped up and took out her sword to attack the Nine Underworlds king. "Junior sister Qiao." Ouyang Qing wanted to stop Qiao Linglong, but it was too late. When the Nine Underworlds king waved his hand, a surge of energy suddenly surged. Bang! Qiao Linglong didn't even have time to dodge and was sent flying. "Senior sister Qiao." When the other disciples saw this scene, they also didn't know what was going on. When they saw Qiao Linglong being sent flying, they all came to their senses and ran towards her. When they saw that Qiao Linglong was injured, they all looked at the Nine Underworlds king with killing intent. Chapter 390. Ha ha ha, I agree. When Ouyang Qing heard the Nine Serenities king's words, he laughed ferociously. "Nine Serenities king, let me tell you, even if I die, I will not submit to you. Give up, give up." In fact, with the Nine Serenities king's strength, if he wanted to kill Ouyang Qing would already be dead. The reason why he could not bear to kill Ouyang Qing was because of Ouyang Qing's cultivation experience. He couldn't bear to waste a year's worth of time just to nurture a single person. However, he did not expect Ouyang Qing to still be so stubborn at this stage. "Good, good, good." The Nine Serenities king said "good" a few times, and a surge of anger surged. Then, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "Ouyang Qing, since you are not afraid of death, I will fulfill your wish. Let me tell you, not only you, but the hidden sword tomb will also be destroyed today." As he spoke, the Nine Serenities king circulated his cultivation technique. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy pressure came out. Ouyang Qing and the rest were stunned. Qiao Linglong frowned when she saw such a powerful force. She wanted to resist, but under the powerful spiritual energy pressure, she could not resist at all. Right now, the two of them were the strongest people standing here. If the two of them could not resist, what about the other disciples? The other disciples were completely paralyzed under the Nine Serenities King's spiritual energy pressure. They could not resist at all. "Ah, Nine Serenities King, I will die with you." Ouyang Qing roared when he saw this scene and rushed towards the Nine Serenities King. He did not use any moves, but he wanted to stop the Nine Serenities King so that Xiao Linglong and the rest could have a chance to escape. Unfortunately, Ouyang Qing was too heavily injured. Just as he rushed over, he was caught by the Nine Serenities King. "Ouyang Qing, why are you in such a hurry to die?" The Nine Serenities King grabbed Ouyang Qing and sneered. "Let me tell you, it is not that easy. Weren't you reluctant to betray the hidden sword tomb? Are you still reluctant to part with your beloved woman? Now, I will let you watch these people die in front of you." As the Nine Serenities King spoke, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He looked at Xiao Linglong and waved the spear in his hand, directly attacking Xiao Linglong. "No!" Ouyang Qing let out a mournful cry. Hearing his shout, the Nine Underworlds King stopped the spear in his hand. He looked at Xiao Linglong, who was pale with fright, and laughed out loud. "Ouyang Qing, what's wrong? Are you reluctant? If you can't bear to, then listen to me obediently," the Nine Serenities King said reluctantly. "No way." Ouyang Qing did not budge in the slightest in the face of the Nine Serenities King's request. He refused without hesitation. "Then don't blame me for being impolite." The Nine Underworld King snorted and waved his spear towards Xiao Linglong's throat. Xiao Linglong looked at the Nine Serenities King's spear and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the Nine Serenities King's speed was simply too fast. Furthermore, Xiao Linglong could feel that the surging energy was actually suppressing her. She was unable to move at all. Although she was not afraid of death, she was not willing to die for no reason. Especially the words that the Ninth Serenity King said to Ouyang Qing, she was still confused and didn't know what they meant. She was truly unwilling to die like this. However, facing the powerful attack of the Nine Serenities King, what could she do even if she was unwilling? Looking at the powerful attack of the Nine Serenities King, Xiao Linglong couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Today was the second time she was about to step into the gates of hell. Thinking about the second time, Xiao Linglong couldn't help but think of Su Yan's figure. She really hoped that Su Yan would appear again at this moment. However, when she thought of Su Yan's death, she felt sorrow in her heart. Grief immediately welled up in his heart. The unwillingness in his heart completely disappeared. He quietly waited for death to descend. Ouyang Qing was furious. However, he was restrained by the Nine Serenities King and couldn't even make a sound. He could only watch as the Nine Serenities King's spear pierced towards Xiao Linglong's throat. He was in despair and tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Ouyang Qing shouted in his heart. While shouting, Ouyang Qing really hoped for a miracle. Miracle. Thinking of a miracle, Ouyang Qing didn't know why, but Su Yan's figure also appeared in his mind. Because everyone in the Sword Catacomb, they all knew that Su Yan was a miracle creator. However, Su Yan had already fallen. This miracle was gone. Ouyang Qing fell into despair. Bang! At this moment, a crimson light suddenly flew out. The Nine Serenities King was shocked. Fortunately, he was quick and pushed Ouyang Qing away. He leaped back and dodged the attack of the crimson light. When Xiao Linglong and Ouyang Qing saw the Nine Serenities King's sudden retreat, they couldn't help but be stunned. The Nine Serenities King was the most surprised. When he thought of the crimson light that flew over, he frowned. At this moment, Xiao Linglong suddenly thought of something when she thought of the crimson light. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she was excited. Su Yan. It's senior brother Su Yan. Yes, it's definitely Su Yan. Impossible. When Xiao Linglong finished her words, the Nine Serenities King suddenly shouted, "Humph, that Su Yan has already died under my mysterious sky break." "Is that so?" Just when the Nine Serenities King finished his words, a calm voice slowly came from the place where the Nine Serenities King and Su Yan were fighting. At the same time, a white figure slowly flew out from the deep pit. On that cold face, a pair of sharp eyes stared at the Nine Serenities King with a trace of disdain. "Su Yan, senior brother Su Yan." When Xiao Linglong saw this handsome face, she immediately shouted out excitedly, "Su Yan." Ouyang Qing was also excited. The other disciples also seemed to have seen a trace of hope at this moment. Only the Nine Serenities King kept shaking his head and said, "No, how is this possible? Su Yan, how can you not die? You're only at the 7th rank spiritual sea realm, how can you withstand my mysterious sky break?" "I can't withstand it, but I can dodge it." Su Yan looked at the furious Nine Serenities King and coldly said, "What? Dodge?" When the Nine Serenities King heard Su Yan's words, he was even more astonished. He couldn't believe that Su Yan, who was only at the 7th rank spiritual sea realm, could dodge his mysterious sky break. He kept shaking his head and said, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Nine Serenities King, don't think too highly of yourself. You. Nine Serenities King is only an ant." Su Yan looked at the Nine Serenities King and pointed at him with disdain. The aura of an expert was faintly emitted from his brows. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. The Nine Serenities King was even more furious. He was a king of the 9 provinces, but he was actually looked down upon by a mere 7th rank spiritual sea realm. "Su Yan, I don't care what method you use. Today, you will definitely die." Under the fury of the Nine Serenities King, he no longer cared about how Su Yan dodged his attack. With a furious roar, he suddenly waved his long spear and rushed towards Su Yan like an angry cheetah. When Su Yan saw the Nine Serenities King rushing over, he didn't dare to be negligent. Others didn't know how he dodged the Nine Serenities King's attack. Su Yan himself was very clear that the reason why he could dodge the Nine Serenities King's mysterious sky break was because of his efforts in the Mortal Village for the past year. In the Mortal Village, Su Yan couldn't feel the existence of spiritual energy and had completely turned into a trash existence. However, because of the Fire Qilant's reminder, Su Yan didn't become dispirited because of this. Instead, he became spirited and had always been searching for ways to increase his strength. And it was precisely because of this that Su Yan had never forgotten his pursuit of strength. This just happened to let Su Yan understand things that Su Yan didn't understand when he was cultivating in the past. In the past, Su Yan blindly pursued strength and leveled up. This caused him to neglect a lot of things. And in the Mortal Village for the past year, Su Yan couldn't cultivate. Therefore, he thought of many things related to the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill and the Blood Dragon Pupil, as well as the various skills that he possessed. Other than cultivating the Blood Dragon Pupil, the Blood Dragon Pupil had become a huge safeguard. Su Yan also understood the mystery of the torrential storm of rose blossoms. The torrential storm of rose blossoms was an attack that used one's spiritual energy to condense sword chi. The more sword chi was condensed, the more spiritual energy would be consumed. And at the first moment, Su Yan felt the strength of the Nine Serenities King's mysterious sky break. He didn't think that he would be able to use the torrential storm of rose blossoms to block the Nine Serenities King's mysterious sky break. Therefore, the torrential storm of rose blossoms was only a pretense. The purpose was to reduce the speed of the mysterious sky break. At the same time, Su Yan used the Blood Dragon Pupil's effect and the profound ice-cold shield to completely dodge the Nine Serenities King's mysterious sky break. Of course, if the Nine Serenities King came up to check on Su Yan's life at that time, then Su Yan definitely wouldn't be able to escape death. After all, the mysterious sky breaks attack was too strong. Even if Su Yan dodged the attack head-on, he was still heavily injured. In addition, he used the torrential storm of rose blossoms, the blood dragon pupil, and the profound ice-cold shield at the same time. This caused the spiritual energy in Su Yan's body to be depleted. And the 9 Serenities King's arrogance gave Su Yan a chance to catch his breath and gave Su Yan a chance to recover. This was also why Su Yan waited so long before he could stand up again. Of course, the 9 Serenities King wouldn't have thought of all this. And it was also because of this reason that Su Yan was very clear that he was only an arrow at the end of its flight. If he wanted to fight against the 9 Serenities King, he still had to be careful. Otherwise, who knew who would live and who would die in this battle? Facing the 9 Serenities King's powerful attack, Su Yan didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Using the blood dragon pupil, his figure quickly swept back and dodged the 9 Serenities King's attack. Chapter 391. When Su Yan saw the anger on the 9 Nether King's face, he immediately smiled and said, "9 Nether King, you are indeed very strong. However, from the looks of it, I'm afraid that the spiritual energy in your body is almost exhausted." When the 9 Nether King heard Su Yan's words, he immediately frowned. Anger surged out of him as he coldly shouted, "Su Yan, even if that's the case, the 9 Nether King, will only need to spend a little more effort to kill you." As he spoke, a ferocious spiritual energy came from the top of the 9 Nether King's head. He raised the spear in his hand and swung it out, directly chopping towards Su Yan's head. The speed was so fast that it instantly created a loud sound in the air. When Ouyang Cheng and Xiao Linglong saw this scene, they instantly recovered from the scene of Su Yan's appearance. Looking at the powerful attack of the 9 Nether King, they suddenly reminded, "Su Yan, be careful." When Su Yan heard the two's reminder, the corner of his mouth slightly rose into a smile. With a turn of his blood dragon pupil, he instantly raised the Ghost Hall sword in his hand to block the attack. Bang! With a loud sound, the Ghost Hall sword and the 9 Nether King's spear collided. Sparks flew everywhere, and a loud and clear sound erupted. At the same time, Su Yan's body staggered back a few steps before he stabilized himself. Compared to Su Yan, the 9 Nether King was much calmer. He only took a small step back before his body steadily stood up. When the 9 Nether King saw Su Yan's situation, he couldn't help but sneer, "Su Yan, you said that my spiritual energy is exhausted. I think that you're just an arrow at the end of its flight. If that's all you're capable of right now, I'm afraid that you're still not my opponent." Su Yan shook his somewhat numb hand and coldly stared at the 9 Nether King. The corner of his mouth slightly rose as he said, "Is that so?" At this moment, Su Yan closed his eyes and a surge of spiritual energy surged. Looking at this scene, the 9 Nether King couldn't help but frown. Looking at Su Yan, a hint of uneasiness gradually emerged in his heart. Especially when he suddenly noticed the slight fluctuation of spiritual energy on Su Yan's body, as well as the faint majestic aura that surged from his forehead. An uneasy expression immediately appeared on the 9th Underworld King's face. Gripping his spear tightly with both hands, he felt uneasy. He no longer cared that his strength was always superior to Su Yan's. He quickly stepped forward and thrust his spear towards Su Yan's throat. The moment the 9 Underworld's king launched his attack, Su Yan's figure remained motionless. When Ouyang Cheng and Xiao Linglong saw this scene, they could not help feeling worried. Pretending to be mysterious, "Go and die." After the 9th Underworld King stabbed his spear, he saw that Su Yan still had no reaction. He took another step forward, and the spear in his hand was still locked onto Su Yan's throat. A ferocious expression immediately appeared on the 9th Underworld King's face. The spear in his hand quickly attacked, ruthlessly stabbing towards Su Yan's neck. "Su Yan, be careful." Ouyang Cheng and Xiao Linglong saw the 9th Underworld King's explosive attack and hurriedly shouted in fear. Be careful, it's too late. Hearing the two's warning, the ninth underworld king looked at Su Yan and could not help but sneer. Is that so? At this moment, Su Yan's lips curled into a frivolous smile. Bang! As he spoke, his entire body suddenly exploded. Roar! At the same time, a powerful surge of spiritual energy surged, and a dragon's roar soared into the sky. Su Yan's body instantly turned into a huge dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail, and a powerful force blasted out. Bang! The ninth underworld king was stunned, but it was too late. Bang! The long spear in his hand was directly shaken away by Su Yan's tail flick and sent flying. His entire body was pushed back dozens of steps by this powerful force. He staggered in a sorry state before stabilizing his body. He looked at Su Yan, who had turned into a huge dragon, and said in astonishment, No, you, how could you have mastered the long-lost transmogrification divine art? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. A gloomy voice came from Su Yan's huge body. Then, Su Yan swung his body and swept towards the ninth underworld king. Bang! The ninth underworld king, who had already exhausted his spiritual energy, did not have the slightest strength to resist Su Yan's huge dragon body. Ouyang Qing, Qiao Linglong, and the disciples of the sword burial mound were all shocked as he was sent flying. Just as the ninth underworld king was about to stand up, Su Yan's huge dragon body had already closed in. Bang! That huge dragon claw directly slapped down on the ninth underworld king's head. No! The ninth underworld king looked at the huge dragon claw that was like a dark cloud enveloping him. He roared unwillingly, How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm the king of a generation. How can I lose to a mere 7th level spirit sea realm? Under the ninth underworld king's unwillingly roar, Su Yan's huge dragon claw fell. Bang! A loud sound resonated between heaven and earth. The dust on the ground also spread out, and the entire ground trembled. Su Yan felt this powerful force, and an excited smile surged in his heart. He was very clear that even if he transformed into a dragon in the past, it was impossible for him to have such a powerful force. Now that he had transformed into a dragon, he had at least the power of a circle realm cultivator. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have to be afraid of fighting a circle realm cultivator in the future. However, what made Su Yan a little vexed was that every time he wanted to use the transformation technique, he had to wait until his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Moreover, at the moment when his spiritual energy was exhausted, the transformation time would be very short. Just like just now, if it wasn't for the ninth underworld king's carelessness, he would have already died in the hands of the ninth underworld king. Su Yan had actually studied this point a long time ago. Unfortunately, he had never found the reason. This made Su Yan feel quite helpless. Slowly, Su Yan returned to his original body. At that moment, Su Yan's body went soft and he directly fell to the ground. Su Yan. Ouyang Qing and Qiao Linglong called out at the same time. However, Qiao Linglong was faster. She went up and hugged Su Yan, so that Su Yan wouldn't fall to the ground. Senior brother Su Yan, are you okay? Qiao Linglong looked at Su Yan and hugged him. Feeling the warmth from his body, she couldn't help but blush as she asked softly. I'm fine. Su Yan shook his head and slowly stood up. He didn't pay attention to Qiao Linglong's expression. He only looked at the place where the ninth underworld king was and couldn't help but frown when he didn't see the ninth underworld king's body. Thinking about the relationship between Ouyang Qing and the ninth underworld king, he turned around and asked, Senior brother Ouyang, what's going on? Su Yan didn't notice the change in Qiao Linglong's expression, but Ouyang Qing saw it clearly. Looking at the blushing Qiao Linglong, he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. When he heard Su Yan's words, he reacted. Oh, this is just a clone of the ninth underworld king. Ouyang Qing was a little lonely in his heart, so his answer was a little weak. However, when everyone heard his words, their bodies trembled. Clone. Senior brother Ouyang, you said this is just a clone of the ninth underworld king. Su Yan frowned and asked the ninth underworld king. As Ouyang Qing was still worried about Qiao Linglong, he didn't pay attention to Su Yan's answer. Su Yan called out a few times, but he didn't come back to his senses. Only when Qiao Linglong asked did Ouyang Qing come back to his senses. He squeezed out a smile and told Su Yan everything that had happened in the past year, including the ninth underworld king's matter. After hearing Ouyang Qing's words, Su Yan fell into deep thought. The ninth underworld king, the ruler of the 9 provinces continent. Just a clone had the strength of a circumference realm cultivator. Just how strong was his real body? Su Yan couldn't believe how strong the ninth underworld king's real body was. Of course, Su Yan was even more surprised about the ninth underworld king's scheme in coming to the 5 provinces continent. He originally wanted to ask Ouyang Qing. However, when he saw Ouyang Qing's listless appearance, Su Yan didn't know how to ask. When he saw Ouyang Qing looking at Qiao Linglong affectionately, he seemed to have understood something. It seems like senior brother Ouyang has feelings for junior sister Qiao. Can I be the matchmaker? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but smile in his heart. He made some decisions, but he didn't think about Qiao Linglong's thoughts. After making a decision, Su Yan also thought about how it was getting late. In addition, everyone was heavily injured, so he didn't stay any longer and returned to his room to rest. After returning to his room, although Su Yan was worried about the ninth underworld king and the alliance this time, after going through such an intense battle, Su Yan had a lot of rest. He didn't have the extra time to think about too many things. He was thinking about how to matchmake Qiao Linglong and Ouyang Qing. Then, he started to circulate his cultivation technique to heal his injuries. It was because of Su Yan's physique. Even though his spiritual energy was depleted, he quickly recovered after a night. The next day, when the sun had just risen, Su Yan wanted to look for Ouyang Qing. He wanted to bring up the matter of matchmaking between him and Qiao Linglong. However, when he opened the door, he saw a letter placed in front of his door. Looking at the signature, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Junior brother Su, I'm leaving. I can see junior sister Qiao Linglong's feelings for you, but I can't forget it. You are my brother, so I can't handle this relationship. Therefore, I can only leave. I hope you could treat junior sister Qiao well. What? After reading it, Su Yan was shocked. He hurriedly chased out, wanting to find Ouyang Qing. Unfortunately, he couldn't find Ouyang Qing even after searching the entire sword burial mound. Instead, he met Qiao Linglong. Senior brother Su Yan, where are you going? Qiao Linglong asked when she saw Su Yan's anxious look. Su Yan looked at Qiao Linglong and thought about Ouyang Qing's words. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Sigh. He sighed helplessly and said, nothing, nothing. After speaking, Su Yan waved his hand and left. Chapter 392. Su Yan searched the entire hidden sword tomb, but he couldn't find Ouyang Qing. After searching for a while, he still couldn't find Ouyang Qing. He had no idea where Ouyang Qing had gone. Sigh, senior brother Ouyang, why do you have to do this? Su Yan thought about Ouyang Qing's thoughts and felt helpless. Forget it, forget it. I'll go to the Heaven and Earth organization first. I'll explain it to senior brother Ouyang later. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He thought about what was happening in the 5 counties and put away his messy thoughts. He flew toward the Heaven and Earth organization. Along the way, Su Yan encountered many battles. It was a battle between 2 major alliances. Although the scale of the battle was not large, both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Su Yan wanted to help, but he thought that he still had not figured out what was going on. Plus, there were too many battles. Even if Su Yan wanted to help, he couldn't do it alone. Along the way, Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and traveled at full speed. Although the hidden sword tomb was some distance away from the Heaven and Earth Organization, with Su Yan's current strength, he arrived in front of the Heaven and Earth Organization sect in half a day. The Heaven and Earth Organization was still the same Heaven and Earth Organization he was familiar with. It sat on top of a mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, and had a majestic appearance. It had been more than a year since Su Yan came to the Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization hadn't changed much. However, Su Yan could see that the Heaven and Earth Organization's security was stricter than before. There were more than 10 disciples standing on top of the gate, and Su Yan could see that they were all in the spiritual sea realm. Even the Heaven and Earth Organization couldn't afford such a large number of guards. Stop right there. Before Su Yan could get close, someone noticed him and stepped forward to stop him. Su Yan had already foreseen this scene. He smiled slightly and respectfully said, "This one is Su Yan. I have come to the Heaven and Earth Organization to discuss something with Sect Master Yun. I hope that senior brothers will inform him." Su Yan. When the several guards heard Su Yan's words, they suddenly became cautious. The surrounding cultivators also followed and surrounded him. They even took out their weapons and looked at Su Yan with a dignified expression. Su Yan looked at this situation and smiled bitterly in his heart. Why doesn't everyone believe in themselves? Tell me, who are you? Why are you pretending to be Su Yan? A tall and burly man with the strength of the 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm shouted angrily at Su Yan. He was clearly the leader of this group of guards. Su Yan looked at his angry appearance and found it hard to explain. After all, he didn't have anything to prove his identity. "Senior brothers, I'm really Su Yan. Why don't you believe me?" Su Yan frowned. He only hoped that an acquaintance would come. "It'd be strange if we believed you." The 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator snorted and shouted, "Take him down. It's another person pretending to be Su Yan." Pretending. When Su Yan heard this, he frowned slightly. "Senior brother, you're saying that someone is pretending to be me, Su Yan. Don't you know what you're doing?" The 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator said without any trace of politeness. He didn't give Su Yan a chance and waved his hand, asking the other cultivators to surround him. If it weren't for the words just now, Su Yan might have really surrendered. After all, if he was captured, as long as he went to the Heaven and Earth Organization, there would be people who would recognize him. However, there were doubts in Su Yan's heart. How could he obediently allow himself to be captured? When he saw the crowd surrounding him, he frowned. At the same time, a vicious aura appeared between his brows as he watched the few people surrounding him. His figure leaped, avoiding the crowd's encirclement. Since they couldn't capture Su Yan, the 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator immediately became cautious and shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Let's go together." Su Yan looked at the crowd rushing forward. It could be said that he couldn't defend himself even if he had 100 mouths. Just as he was about to say something, a figure appeared. Right at this moment, a figure appeared. He walked forward and shouted, "I am Su Yan. Senior brothers, please inform me." "What?" Hearing this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The guards were also startled. The 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator quickly reacted and sneered, "In the past, there was only one person pretending to be me. I didn't think that there would be 2 people today. Come, fellow brothers, take these 2 down for me." "Wait." Hearing this, Su Yan suddenly jumped up and shouted sternly. He looked at the young man who was wearing the same white clothes as him and his eyes darkened. "Speak. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be me?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the person was startled at first, then he laughed. I'm Su Yan. Who else could I be? I want to ask you, who are you? I'm Su Yan. Su Yan said coldly. A vicious aura faintly surged in his eyes. He never thought that there would be someone pretending to be him. Ah, if you're Su Yan, then who am I? That person suddenly laughed, then he looked at the guards and shouted, Are you guys blind? Did your sect not tell you who I am? I, Su Yan, was once an elder of your heaven and earth organization. Don't you guys remember? Hearing this, the guards were startled. One of them approached the 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator and said, Senior brother, I seem to have heard that Su Yan was once an elder of our heaven and earth organization. Do you think this person is really Su Yan? You should know that Su Yan is a member of our alliance. Moreover, he has a good relationship with the attendants. If we offend him, I'm afraid we won't have a good time. Hearing this, the 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator frowned. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Nonsense, it's all nonsense. Hearing this, Su Yan was furious. Of course, he didn't blame the guards. Instead, he looked at the person who impersonated him, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You dare to impersonate me? Then let me see how capable you are to impersonate me. Su Yan looked at the person and shouted angrily. Suddenly, he slapped his storage bag and took out the ghost howl sword. At the same time, he jumped up and attacked the person who impersonated him. Yo, impersonating me and daring to attack me. I want to see how capable you are. The person said as he sneered. Okay, then let's see who has the ability today. Su Yan shouted angrily. He didn't think that someone would impersonate him. He was furious and shouted. The ghost howl sword immediately flew out. Its speed was as fast as lightning. The person wasn't slow either. With a flip of his hand, he waved the sword in his hand. Pang! Suddenly, Su Yan's attack was blocked. A strong wave of spiritual energy came. 9th rank spiritual sea realm. Su Yan felt his hand go numb. He couldn't help but frown. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on his face. Interesting. I didn't think that you would be stronger than me. You have the ability to impersonate me. Unfortunately, you look down on me, Su Yan. Su Yan shouted angrily and suddenly waved his sword again. Is that so? The person smiled and said, Unfortunately, you are too weak. I, Su Yan, don't want to fight with an ant like you. I'll leave first. As the person spoke, he turned around and left. Su Yan was stunned. Seeing that he was leaving, he shouted, You want to leave? Not so easy. After Su Yan finished speaking, he chased after him. He didn't care what kind of conspiracy was behind this. He just wanted to figure out what was going on. When the guards saw the two leave, they couldn't help but frown. One of the guards asked the 5th rank spiritual sea realm expert, What should we do now? Report to the elders. The 5th rank spiritual sea realm expert clearly had the demeanor of a general. With just a glance, he immediately made up his mind. Then, he had the others continue to guard while he walked towards the Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization's conference hall was currently filled with people. Sitting in the middle was the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect leader, Yunhee. Below her, the people sitting in 2 rows were all above the Fengyuan realm. There were dozens of people. With so many experts, even the Heaven and Earth Organization, the #1 sect, couldn't compare. Yunhee sat in the middle with a domineering aura. Hearing the clamor below, Yunhee opened her mouth after a long time. Alright, you all don't need to fight. Su Yan's spiritual sea has already been destroyed. He's still a piece of trash. The Black Fiend Alliance won't be able to get Su Yan even if they want to. I don't believe that they want to use him. As Yunhee spoke, she felt a little helpless about Su Yan becoming a piece of trash. However, his words were still filled with a dignified aura, causing the originally noisy hall to calm down in an instant. However, at this moment, someone stood up and said, "Alliance leader Yun, do you think a miracle will happen? After all, that Su Yan can always bring us surprises." A miracle. Hearing this old man's words, Yunhee couldn't help but smile bitterly. I also hope that a miracle will happen. However, Su Yan's spiritual sea has already been destroyed. Even my heaven and earth organization's cloud mist technique can't repair it. What kind of miracle can happen? Yunhee thought and shook her head helplessly. Then, she looked at that person and said, "Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, I know that Su Yan was once a disciple of your sword catacomb. It's not unreasonable for you to wish your disciple well. However, it's a fact that Su Yan has become a piece of trash. It's a fact." Spiritual Master Heaven Sword had obviously been worried about Su Yan for the past year. His face had changed a lot. When he heard Yunhee's words, he didn't care that Yunhee was the alliance leader at all. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. Then, he didn't care about Yunhee anymore. He stood up and was about to walk out. At this moment, the guard from before walked in and reporting to sect leader Yun. Two people just appeared and wanted to enter my heaven and earth organization. They were both impersonating Su Yan. To Su Yan. Chapter 393. To Su Yan. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword originally wanted to leave, but when he heard the guard's report, he was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up with excitement. Su Yan, it's definitely Su Yan who has returned. For the past few days, there was only one person impersonating Su Yan. Now that there are two Su Yan, one of them is definitely the real Su Yan. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword said excitedly, ignoring Yunhee's words. He pulled the rank 5 Spiritual Ocean Realm Guard and said, "Let's go. Bring me to see them." How could the rank 5 Spiritual Ocean Realm Guard expect the sect master of a sect to be so friendly to him? In his astonishment, he forgot that the one in charge here was still Yunhee, so he followed Spiritual Master Heaven Sword and left the inner hall. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. After Spiritual Master Heaven Sword left, Yunhee did not get angry. However, an old man sitting on a chair beside her took the initiative and said angrily, "Alliance Master, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword is just messing around. He has no respect for discipline." Yunhee looked at that person. He was the sect master of the Sound of Thunder sect. His strength was similar to Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's, being at rank 2 Boundary Realm. He could be considered as one of the stronger ones among the group. After all, there were so many Boundary Realm experts present. Most of them were at rank 1 Spiritual Ocean Realm. Those at rank 2 Boundary Realm could be considered as experts of a generation. After reaching Boundary Realm, every level was extremely difficult. Every stage after that was extremely difficult. Otherwise, Yunhee would not be the only one in the Dragon Realm among so many people in the 5 counties. If it wasn't for Yunhee's appearance, the Dragon Realm was merely an existence in legends. Of course, if it was in the past, Yunhee wouldn't care about this. With him, a Dragon Realm expert, everyone was just an ant. However, the current situation, it wasn't something that a Dragon Realm expert like him could solve. Alliance. He had to firmly hold on to this alliance. It was also because of the alliance that he was in a difficult position. After all, this was an alliance with many experts and sects. They had some conflicts in the past. If they wanted to get along well, he, the alliance master, had to mediate. He could understand Reverend Heaven Sword's feelings. After all, the feelings he had for Su Yan were comparable to that of Reverend Heaven Sword. Therefore, he could completely understand Reverend Heaven Sword's excitement. Looking at the sect master of the Sound of Thunder sect, Lei Wanjun, Yunhee smiled bitterly and shook her head. Sect Master Thunder, that's enough. Reverend Heaven Sword also cares about Su Yen. For now, the most important thing is for us to go and see the truth. Humph. When Lei Wanjun heard Yunhee's words, he was clearly displeased. Then he walked out of the hall and said, if you want to look for Su Yen, then go. I don't believe that a mere Su Yen can distort our battle. Someone is with me. After saying that, Lei Wanjun shouted towards the hall. Immediately after, a few experts stood up and left the hall with Lei Wanjun. Sect Master, look. When Yun Tian saw this, he could not help but frown. It's fine. Yunhee waved her hand and said, the alliance this time was instigated by our Heaven and Earth organization. They are all sect masters, so it's no wonder that they have some temper. Yunhee was not the slightest bit angry at the attitude of the crowd. Instead, she spoke gently. Without waiting for Yun Tian to speak, she looked at him and said, Yun Tian, now that there are two Su Yen, perhaps that person can really give us some hope. You go with the crowd and see the truth. Yes. Yun Tian's feelings for Su Yen were not inferior to Reverend Heaven Sword's. If it wasn't for the fact that he was an elder of the Heavenly Cloud sect, perhaps he would have already been unable to restrain himself like Reverend Heaven Sword. Hearing Yun Tian's words, he immediately cupped his hands and left together with the few Circumference Realm experts that remained in the large hall. Of course, these Radius Realm experts who went with them were not really concerned about Su Yen. Instead, they wanted to see what kind of person Su Yen was. They also wanted to see how many miracles Su Yen could bring them. Miracles, to them, spiritual Sea Realm experts did not even have the qualifications to participate in the meeting. What miracles could they bring about? Therefore, they went with the mentality of watching a joke. This time, Su Yen had chased after the person who had impersonated him for several hundred miles. Although Su Yan's speed was extremely fast, and he used the blood dragon eyes to catch up with the person impersonating him several times, this person was after all a spiritual Sea Realm cultivator of the 9th step. He simply didn't want to fight with Su Yen, and after catching up, he would run away again. Unknowingly, he chased for hundreds of miles. Faintly, Su Yen felt that something was wrong. Why is this person avoiding me? Could there be some conspiracy? Just as that person was thinking, the person impersonating Su Yen suddenly stopped and looked at Su Yen. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Ha ha ha, Su Yen, I didn't expect you to still be alive and have even recovered your strength. You, Su Yen, are truly a miracle." Su Yen did not pay attention to the impostor's words and looked at his surroundings. Just now, Su Yen had been chasing after the impostor and did not pay attention to his surroundings. Now that he took a look, Su Yen could not help but frown. The place he was in now was similar to hell in the Shura. The environment was dark and the air was filled with the aura of death. Moreover, there were many strange rocks around, and all of them were stained with blood. The whole environment was filled with a terrifying aura of death. Su Yen looked at this gloomy environment and could not help but frown slightly. Then, he looked at the impostor and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. "Why did you lead me here?" "Ha, now you know that I led you here." The impostor's mouth twitched slightly and a cold smile appeared on his face. Although Su Yen knew that he had fallen into some kind of trap, he quickly suppressed the panic in his heart and asked with a smile, "Why are you not pretending to be Su Yen now?" "Pretending?" The impostor's eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, "Su Yen, if not to lure you here, why would I pretend to be an ant like you?" "Just an ant." When Su Yen heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Immediately, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly. As he took a step forward, the ghost howl sword in his hand instantly swept out horizontally. The ghost howl sword, as soon as it appeared, it immediately let out a ghost howl. It was very suitable for the current environment. The impostor saw Su Yan's fierce attack and did not show the slightest fear. He did not even take a step back and stood in the distance. Only the smile on his face became more and more sinister. Su Yan could not help but frown when he saw this. At this moment, bang, on the ground where Su Yan was standing, there was suddenly a loud explosion. A white bone-like arm stretched out from the ground and directly grabbed at Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked. The blood dragon pupil turned and his body quickly jumped up to avoid the white bone-like arm that suddenly appeared. Looking at the white bone-like arm that kept coming out from the ground, Su Yan finally understood why the impostor was not afraid of his attack at all. It turned out that he was already prepared. Looking at the white bone-like arm that kept coming out, Su Yan was not afraid. After all, as long as he did not go down, the impostor would not be able to catch him. It was a pity that Su Yan was wrong. At this moment, the white bone-like arm suddenly crawled up and a white bone-like corpse appeared. It leaped up and directly attacked Su Yan. Su Yan was startled as he swept his sword horizontally. Bang! Suddenly, the white bone-like corpse was shattered and fell to the ground. Su Yan was relieved. However, the moment the white bone-like corpse fell to the ground, it directly sank back into the ground. This strange scene made Su Yan's scalp tingle. Dong dong dong, as the ground trembled, white bones constantly flew out and attacked Su Yan. Su Yan constantly blocked. The impostor looked at the busy Su Yan and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, how is it? My white bones forest is not bad, right? Humph, Su Yan coldly snorted and ignored him. Instead, he carefully dealt with the white bones. Although these white bones were not very strong, they were still powerful enough to be caught by him. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. Unfortunately, the white bones kept coming out. This made Su Yan frown. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll be dragged to death by these skeletons before that person even makes a move. No, I have to think of a way. Su Yan frowned. That's right. After all, this white bones forest was too strange. Su Yan originally thought that it was an illusion. However, after testing it, it was not. Formation, this must be a formation. Su Yan quickly came to a conclusion. He looked at the person who was still smiling coldly and thought to himself, since it is a formation, there must be an eye of the formation. If there is an eye of the formation, I just need to break it. But where is the formation core? While Su Yan was dealing with the white bones, he was also constantly observing his surroundings. Looking at the strange arrangement of stones, Su Yan's eyes lit up. The blood dragon pupil spun and his body suddenly surged out. Bang! 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 He directly broke through 3 white bones and stabbed his sword into a stone. The strength of the sword was so great that it whistled through the air. Bang! At the same time, the rock from before broke apart and exploded into a pile of rubble. The white bones attack also stopped. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. Did it break? Before Su Yan could turn around, he heard the impostor laugh. Su Yan, what, do you think this is the formation core? Childish, childish, ahaha. After this loud laugh, all of a sudden, Su Yan felt a chilly sensation coming from behind him. F***CK. Chapter 394. This huge skeleton was as tall as several people, and its entire body was as huge as a small mountain. In its empty and lifeless eyes, there was a demonic light. The moment it saw Su Yan, it actually showed an excited expression. That's right. It was an excited expression. This made Su Yan frown. Looking at the awe-inspiring aura emitted from its body, he did not dare to slow down. He hurriedly raised the ghost hall sword in his hand and swung it horizontally. Bang! It was a pity that the Ghost Howl's sword, which had always been sharp, and Su Yan's strength, could be said to be extremely powerful. However, when the sword was swung, not only did he fail to leave any marks on the huge skeleton, but a sound similar to that of metal clashing could be heard instead. This made Su Yan very surprised. Ha ha ha. At this time, the person pretending to be Su Yan laughed sinisterly. Su Yan, do you think you can break this attack with your mere 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm? Ha ha ha. Hearing this disgusting laughter, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with anger. At the same time, his body leaped up, and a gust of spiritual energy was instantly transmitted into the Ghost Howl sword. Humph, I don't believe I can't break this damn thing. Su Yan snorted angrily, and at the same time, he suddenly swung his sword horizontally. The power of this sword was much stronger than before. The sword swept out like a gust of wind, making a whistling sound. Clang! However, when it collided with the white skeleton, there was still a crisp sound of metal clanging. Instead, because Su Yan used too much strength, his arm could not help but shake, and there was a tingling sensation. At this time, the annoying laughter was heard again. At the same time, the skeleton held a white bone arm in its hand and directly swung it at Su Yan. Its speed was even faster than Su Yan's. Su Yan was shocked. His blood dragon pupil instantly shrank, and the great solar-colored glazed sword sutra in his body was pushed to its limits. His figure leaped away, narrowly avoiding the attack. Not bad, not bad. You are quite fast. No wonder there are so many stories about you in the 5 counties. Hearing Su Yan's words, the man laughed again. Su Yan ignored him. Listening to his laughter, he suppressed the irritation in his heart. His mind was spinning rapidly. No, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion if this continues. I have to find a way to break the formation. I have to. Su Yan's eyes turned, and the cultivation method in his body started to operate slowly. This time, they no longer attacked the white bones. This was because ordinary attacks were completely useless. Unless they all used the 10,000 elephants' divine skill. However, with Su Yan's current strength, it was already his limit to use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill once. If he used it to deal with the white bones now, if he waited until the white bones were broken, he would probably die when facing a level 9 spiritual sea realm warrior. Therefore, he couldn't use the 10,000 elephants' divine skill now. There was only one way left, and that was to hide. Su Yan used his blood dragon pupil to avoid the white bones' attacks and avoid them. Seeing Su Yan like this, the man couldn't help but laugh. Su Yan, do you think it's useful to keep hiding like this? Do you think you can preserve your strength if you keep hiding? It's useless. Let me tell you. Su Yan naturally knew that it was useless. If he wanted to get out of here, he had to find a way to break the formation. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. However, Su Yan had never seen the formation core in this strange formation before. Furthermore, other than the eerie aura floating in the surroundings, there were only the blood-stained rocks. However, Su Yan had tested those rocks just now. Not only did they not destroy the formation, but they also didn't. Instead, he had lured this big guy out. Su Yan didn't know if he would be able to summon a similar big fellow if he were to do it again. This huge white bone corpse was troublesome enough. If another one appeared, Su Yan didn't dare to imagine what would happen. However, Su Yan knew that if he kept dodging like this, there was no way to get out. Let's try again. The formation can be broken. I don't believe it. After dodging again and again, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. Seeing the white bones swinging towards him, Su Yan leaned his body slightly and suddenly attacked like a ghost. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand also attacked. It directly pierced one of the rocks. Bang! With a loud explosion, the rock was instantly shattered into pieces. Roar, however, at this moment, a roar exploded. The ground suddenly trembled, and another huge white bone corpse surged up from the ground. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. He smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect it to be like this." The huge white bone corpse that appeared was obviously stronger than the one that appeared now. It held a white bone that had been sharpened into a sword in its hand. As soon as it appeared, it directly attacked Su Yan. It was so fast that when it flew through the air, there was a sudden burst of whistling sounds. Su Yan was shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. The blood dragon pupil turned and hurriedly raised the ghost hall sword in its hand to block. Clang! A crisp sound of metal exploded. Not only did this white bone corpse become stronger, but its body was also indestructible like the other white bone corpse. This made Su Yan frown even more. Looking at those rocks, Su Yan really didn't dare to try again. If he appeared at this moment, Su Yan was sure that he would definitely die today. He could only keep dodging the attacks of the two white bone corpses, because he had no power to fight back. In addition, the two corpses cooperated perfectly. Although Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, he was also battered and exhausted. Soon, the clothes on his body were torn apart. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw Su Yan like this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Yan, it's useless. Let me tell you, it's useless. If I were you, I wouldn't do anything right now. I would obediently surrender and accept the baptism of death, so as not to waste energy. Hearing this person's words, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. He coldly shouted, "You want me to surrender? Dream on." Su Yan shouted sternly. Looking at the two white bone corpses that had been threatening him, Su Yan immediately rotated his blood dragon pupil. Then, he activated his cultivation method and quickly retreated dozens of meters. At the same time, Su Yan immediately waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. The cultivation method in his body quickly followed. Countless spiritual energy poured into the ghost howl sword. It's useless. Even if you use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, it's useless. When the person saw the ghost howl sword trembling in Su Yan's hand, he immediately knew that Su Yan was going to use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill. He couldn't help but smile. Su Yan completely ignored him and continuously waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Countless spiritual energy vibrated and sword blades appeared. Looking at the white bone corpses that were swarming up, Su Yan's eyes turned and shouted, "Torrential storm of rose blossoms." Bang! Suddenly, the ghost howl sword slashed down horizontally. Countless sword blades erupted like a rain of swords. Bang! Bang! Countless sword blades condensed from spiritual energy exploded on the white bone corpses, creating a series of loud noises. However, the white bone corpses only slowed down a little. They didn't suffer any damage. The person pretending to be Su Yan saw this scene and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I told you. It's useless. It's useless. Humph, Su Yan completely ignored him. Looking at the two white bone corpses, he snorted coldly. The blood dragon pupil suddenly rotated and several flying swords flew out. Whoosh! They directly exploded on the two white bone corpses. With a bang, they attacked the white bone corpses. Not only that, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil rotated and two red lights flew out. Wave after wave of attacks continuously surged forward. Not only that, but Su Yan still did not stop. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, and with a turn of his body, he directly flew away. With both hands, he held the ghost howl sword and flew up like a spinning top. Break for me! Su Yan roared and the ghost howl sword collided with the white bone corpses. Bang! Finally, with a loud bang, the two white bones fell to the ground with a loud crack. What? When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled. His whole body trembled. Impossible. Su Yan, how could you break my white bone king? Su Yan looked at the white bone corpses on the ground and panted heavily. When he saw the shocked expression on the person's face, he couldn't help but smile proudly. When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw Su Yan's expression, he was startled and then smiled. Ha, Su Yan, did you really break my white bone formation just like that? Under this person's laughter. Bang! Suddenly, a loud boom rang out, and the ground trembled. An eerie roar erupted, and two massive skeletons emerged from the ground once again. What? Su Yan was shocked. The two white bones almost exhausted all of Su Yan's spirit energy. He didn't expect them to come again. Su Yan, I'd like to see what else you can do now. The person pretending to be Su Yan laughed proudly when he saw the two white bones reappear. Su Yan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. At this moment, the two white bones instantly flew towards Su Yan. Their speed was even faster than the two white bones just now. Su Yan's heart was pounding. He wanted to dodge, but as he circulated his cultivation technique, he suddenly felt something grabbing onto his foot. Lowering his head, Su Yan couldn't help but be enraged. He didn't know when white bone had appeared. They were firmly grabbing Su Yan's foot. It seems that I can only use the last illusion. Su Yan's face darkened. Then, a horn suddenly appeared on the top of his head. Oh whoa. Chapter 395. What? When the person who was impersonating Su Yan saw the enormous dragon body that Su Yan had transformed into, a shocked expression involuntarily surged onto his face. Soon after, a dark and cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Yan, you have really given me too many surprises. Too many surprises. I find that I'm really liking you more and more. But do you think it's useful? The smile on the person impersonating Su Yan's face became wider and wider. At the same time, it became colder and colder. With a wave of his hand, two more skeletons appeared. Roar! When the two skeletons appeared, they immediately grabbed at Su Yan's dragon head. Under a huge pain, Su Yan let out a miserable dragon roar. At the same time, his dragon body shook. Bang! He directly shook off the four skeletons. Unfortunately, the skeletons' bodies were too tough. Although they were shaken off, they didn't hinder him at all. After retreating a few steps, they surrounded him again. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but frown. If this continues, when my illusion divine art ends, I'll definitely die. I have to break the formation. I have to. Su Yan thought in his heart. Roar. Once again, he let out a dragon roar. When he saw a skeleton charging at him, he swung his dragon tail and directly hit it. Bang! With a loud sound, the skeleton was shaken off. However, at this moment, the other three skeletons rushed over. They didn't use their weapons. Instead, they directly grabbed at Su Yan. Roar! That grab was extremely powerful, and Su Yan suddenly let out a dragon's roar. When the person impersonating Su Yan saw this, he immediately laughed out loud. This is called White Bones capturing dragon. Su Yan, so what if you have the illusion divine art? You still have to be obediently tied up. Roar! Su Yan let out a mournful dragon roar. He kept exerting his strength on the dragon body, trying to get rid of these white bones. It's useless, seeing Su Yan's actions, the person impersonating Su Yan laughed non-stop. I have to break this array, I have to. Su Yan's arrogance was aroused at this time. His huge dragon head kept looking around, observing the layout of the array. Upon hearing the laughter of the impostor, Su Yan's dragon pupils abruptly contracted. This person has been standing here without moving since the beginning, could it be? Su Yan thought, and his eyes suddenly surged with excitement. Roar, following that, it let out a loud dragon roar, and its entire body began to twitch violently. Su Yan, I already told you that it's useless. Don't make such a pointless struggle. The person impersonating Su Yan laughed loudly when he saw Su Yan struggling. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Su Yan let out a low roar in his heart. Roar, raising his dragon head, the dragon roar resounded through the heaven and earth. Following that, a powerful force surged up. Bang! The white bones binding Su Yan's dragon body were directly broken by Su Yan. What? Seeing this scene, the person impersonating Su Yan was shocked. Following that, he saw Su Yan's huge dragon body flying over. His face was filled with shock, and he waved his hands, wanting to summon something. Unfortunately, Su Yan's dragon body was too fast. Bang! In an instant, he was knocked away. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound rang out, and the indestructible white bones were directly blown to pieces. How is this possible? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the person impersonating Su Yan shook his head and said, How is this possible, Su Yan? How can you break my array? How is this possible? Roar! Su Yan did not pay attention to his words at all. Instead, he let out a low roar and directly flew towards him. Although he broke the array, Su Yan was very clear that he still had to face a stage 9 Spirit Sea Realm expert. And now that he was in the dragon form of the illusion divine art, it was his last chance. Therefore, Su Yan did not stop at all, and directly crashed into him. Bang! The person impersonating Su Yan was directly knocked away without the slightest resistance. He kept muttering to himself, How is this possible, Su Yan? How can you break my white bone array? At the same time, with a bang, he was directly blown to pieces. This caused Su Yan to be stunned. Although Su Yan, who had transformed into a dragon, had the strength of the sphere realm, this strength was only temporary. Moreover, this person was in the stage 9 Spirit Sea Realm, and could completely deal with him. After his illusion divine art retreated, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill him. But now, while Su Yan was stunned, he slowly withdrew his dragon form and returned to his human form. Looking at the body of the person who had impersonated him, there was a tinge of surprise in his eyes. Poochie! At this moment, Su Yan felt a shock in his chest, and at the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he still could not figure out what was going on, he did not think much about it. He got up and said, This place is emitting a gloomy aura, it's better for me to leave first. At the same time, Su Yan was secretly glad that he was lucky. After all, if he had not found the location of the array core, Su Yan would have already stepped into the gates of hell. Clap clap. Clap clap, just as Su Yan was about to leave, there was a sudden clap from the side. Not bad, you are indeed the person that I, Master Puppet, have chosen. Following which, a person appeared in front of Su Yan. That person had a crooked body and an extremely ugly face. There was a sinister smile on his face. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. At the same time, he looked at the fluctuation of spiritual energy on this person's body and became cautious. He could not help but tighten his grip on the Ghost Hall sword in his hand. Do you think it will work? When the person who called himself Grandpa Puppet saw Su Yan's actions, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Su Yan. The moment he stretched out his hand, a powerful force surged forth. Rank 3 Radius State. When Su Yan reached out his hand, his eyes suddenly shrank, and a look of horror bloomed in his eyes. With Su Yan's current strength, it was possible for him to defeat a circle boundary expert. However, if he were to face a second circle boundary expert, he would not have the slightest chance. Not to mention that Su Yan had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body. When Master Puppet reached out to grab Su Yan's shoulder, Su Yan could not move at all. He could not even make a sound. The strange aura coming from the old man suppressed the power in Su Yan's body. Su Yan did not have the slightest strength to resist. He could only watch as he was grabbed by him and slowly walked forward with him. The old man was not in a hurry. He grabbed Su Yan and walked slowly. After walking for a short distance, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. It was blood red, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. The ground was littered with white bones. This place was even more terrifying and gloomy than the place Su Yan was at. The moment he walked in, he could see corpses hanging on the blood-red walls. Some were dried up, and some were even dripping blood. It was extremely terrifying. Who is this person? Why did he bring me here? Su Yan had been traveling for such a long time and had never felt fear. However, when he saw this scene, he could not help but feel shocked. Especially when he did not see a single person along the way. Su Yan was even more terrified. Su Yan. When he took a few steps forward, he finally heard a voice. When the person saw Su Yan, his eyes suddenly turned and a look of surprise surged in his eyes. This person was none other than Hey Mogul from the Black Demon Cave. Who would have thought that Su Yan was actually still alive? Hey Mogul said and looked at Master Puppet with a smile. Master Puppet, it seems like your plan did not fail this time. Yes. Master Puppet nodded and said with a smile, Su Yan, this brat, not only has he mastered the illusion art, but he also has a purple spirit seed. If he can cultivate it into a puppet, it will definitely be the most perfect work of mine. Puppet. When Su Yan heard Master Puppet's words, his body couldn't help but tremble. This old man wants to refine me into a puppet. Ha ha ha, congratulations Master Puppet, congratulations Master Puppet. Hey Mogul was probably afraid that Master Puppet would refine him into a puppet. When he heard Master Puppet's words, he immediately flattered him. Master Puppet was obviously not interested in Hey Mogul's flattery. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and said, Hey Mogul, even so, Su Yan is still considered a top figure in the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that he has been captured and brought here, it's hard to guarantee that those people won't come and cause trouble. I will need 49 days to refine this puppet. So, I can't let anyone disturb me here. Master Puppet said with a gloomy expression. Yes, yes. Hey Mogul saw his expression and hurriedly said, that won't happen. Master Puppet, you should study your work properly. Apart from Yunhee, those people won't be able to help at all. Moreover, once Yunhee makes a move, I'm sure that person from Taixing's sect will also make a move. And, you go and do this. After you do it well, you will definitely be rewarded in the future. Master Puppet waved his hand and brought Su Yan inside. Hey Mogul repeatedly expressed his gratitude and left. At this point, Su Yan still couldn't make a sound. He could only let Master Puppet torment him. He was brought into a secret room. If the outside was considered terrifying, then compared to this secret room, it paled in comparison. The walls around the secret room were actually made of human flesh. Blood was constantly dripping from them, and there were streams of blood on the ground. Master Puppet pulled Su Yan and walked on top of it. Patter, patter, patter sounds were constantly heard. *arg, Su Yan couldn't help but vomit. Ha, kid, why haven't you gotten used to it yet? It's okay. You will get used to it in 2 days. Master Puppet saw Su Yan vomit and smiled. He even reached out and touched the wall. When he touched some blood, he directly put it into his mouth and ate it. Ah. Chapter 396. *arg, Su Yan looked at the disgusting Master Puppet and vomited again. If not for the fact that Su Yan was being controlled, he would have already screamed out loud. If he were not controlled by Master Puppet, he would definitely shout crazily. He would definitely attack Master Puppet at the first moment. Freak, this was too freakish. Su Yan was a martial artist. He had experienced life and death several times. He had wandered around the gates of hell countless times. It could be said that he had never seen such a scene before. However, in this secret chamber, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. He was really going crazy. However, compared to Su Yan, Master Puppet had a calm expression. Instead, he was enjoying this world filled with blood. A faint smile appeared on his ugly face. Su Yan, I believe that you will become Master Puppet's greatest creation. Master Puppet tossed Su Yan to the side and walked to the side, washing his hands in a basin of blood. Looking at his hands covered in blood, Master Puppet smiled faintly. He slowly walked to Su Yan and touched Su Yan's body. Looking at the frightened Su Yan, he smiled and said, Su Yan, don't worry. You are the perfect body that I found after searching for so long. I will not let you suffer. As Master Puppet slowly touched Su Yan's face, Su Yan could not help but feel disgusted and angry. I swear. I swear. If I can still live, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Su Yan roared in grief and indignation in his heart. As Master Puppet was covered in blood, his eyes became heavier and heavier. Slowly, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Perhaps to the current Su Yan, losing consciousness was not a bad thing. Reverend Heaven's Sword and the rest quickly chased after Su Yan. Unfortunately, they were still one step too slow. When they reached Whitebone Forest, Su Yan had already been taken away. Seeing that Reverend Heaven's Sword was still searching, someone advised Reverend Heaven's Sword, Reverend Heaven's Sword, stop searching. Perhaps that person is impersonating Su Yan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Taoist Heaven's Sword looked at the battle scars above the Whitebone Forest and shook his head. I can feel Su Yan's aura. He definitely came here before. Then, have you seen Su Yan now? When a circumference realm expert heard Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, a disdainful smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Reverend Heaven's Sword, don't forget that Su Yan is only a human and not a god. Plus, he's only in the spiritual sea realm. Now, he's even more useless. What did you say? When Reverend Heaven's Sword heard this person's words, anger immediately surged up on his face. Am I wrong? That Su Yan's spiritual sea is broken, and he's just a piece of trash now. Do you really think he can still bring you a miracle? That circumference realm expert was also in the second stage of the spiritual sea realm. He looked at Reverend Heaven's Sword without fear. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? At that time, after Su Yan was taken away, Reverend Heaven's Sword had always placed his hopes on Yunhe. And when he came to the Heaven and Earth organization, he was told that Su Yan had become a piece of trash. Not only had he become a piece of trash, but he had also left. During this year, although Reverend Heaven's Sword had been busy with the matters of the Alliance, he had been thinking about Su Yan all the time, thinking about Su Yan's return. Now that he finally had news of Su Yan, how could Reverend Heaven's Sword not be angry? A year ago, during that calamity, Su Yan had become a famous person in the world. This allowed Su Yan to become a famous person in the 5 counties continent. Many experts saw Su Yan's shocking performance and saw his strong willpower. However, there were also many people who had not seen Su Yan. They had only heard rumors about Su Yan. When they heard the rumors about Su Yan, most of them had an attitude of disbelief. During the Alliance, many people mentioned Su Yan's name, which made many experts feel a little unhappy about Su Yan. They even felt that Su Yan was a disgrace to them. After all, many people were saying that Su Yan was stronger than circumference realm experts. This was a disgrace to a circumference realm expert. Therefore, even during the alliance, everyone was unhappy with Su Yan. In addition, in recent days, many people had pretended to be Su Yan, which made some people feel even more resentful. Now, Reverend Heaven's Sword had brought people here to look for Su Yan. This made many people even more unhappy. This Circumference Realm expert was one of them. When he heard Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, he did not hold back. Reverend Heaven's Sword, do you really think that my Skyblaze sect is afraid of your hidden sword tomb? You can try if you dare to make a move. Reverend Heaven's Sword and Reverend Skyblaze looked at each other. For a moment, swords were drawn, and a fight could break out at any moment. When Yun Tian saw this, he hurriedly stopped them. Alright, stop arguing. We're allies now. Don't talk. When Reverend Heaven's Sword heard Yun Tian's words, he bellowed, Yun Tian, if it weren't for your spirit communication skill a year ago, would Su Yan have become a cripple? If it weren't for your spirit communication skill, I'm afraid that Su Yan would have become a Circumference Realm expert by now. Yun Tian had wanted to mediate the fight. How could he have known that Reverend Heaven's Sword would say something like this? For a moment, he did not know how to reply. After all, he had been blaming himself for the past year. No matter what, the reason why Su Yan had become a cripple was because Yun Tian had misused his spirit communication skill, causing Su Yan to become a cripple. Reverend Heaven's Sword, what do you mean by that? When Yun Tian did not say anything, a Circumference Realm expert from the Heaven and Earth organization could not take it anymore. He pointed at Reverend Heaven's Sword and said, Reverend Heaven's Sword, are you trying to start an internal conflict? So what if it's an internal conflict? When Reverend Heaven's Sword heard this, a sneer appeared on his face. Although my sword catacomb cannot be compared to big sects like yours, Reverend Heaven's Sword, I'm not afraid of you. Alright. Reverend Heaven's Sword, since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. This alliance was initiated by the Heaven and Earth organization, and Yun He was the leader of the alliance. As an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun too naturally had a sense of superiority over other experts. When he heard Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, anger immediately surged on his face. Then, the spiritual energy in his body surged. Alright, stop messing around. When Yun Tian saw this scene, he immediately shouted angrily, don't forget that we are now in an alliance. Don't forget that the Black Fiend Alliance is now under our control, yet you guys still have the time to fight here. Look here again. Yun Tian said agitatedly. He angrily pointed at the surroundings and said, look at your current location. Although Yun Tian's position in the alliance was the same as everyone else's, he was still a spirit realm expert. However, Yun Tian was a stage 4 spiritual sea realm warrior after all, and his strength was above everyone else. Now that everyone saw that he was angry, they all quieted down. Especially when they saw the surrounding area. This was already the territory of the Black Fiend Alliance. The Circumference Realm experts could not help but frown. When Yun Tian saw that everyone had calmed down, he still felt unsatisfied. He continued, tell me, why did we form an alliance this time? Isn't it to prevent the invasion of those people from the 9 provinces continent? Right now, the Black Fiend Alliance's power has yet to be suppressed, and we're already having an internal conflict. Yun Tian said. Then, he changed the topic and looked at Reverend Heaven's Sword. Reverend Heaven's Sword, I know that you're worried. But have you thought about the feelings of others? Reverend Heaven's Sword was just worried about Su Yan. He was so angry that he became muddled. When he heard Yun Tian's words, he came to his senses and sighed helplessly. When Yun Tian saw this, the anger on his face lessened. He looked around and said, since we're here today, let's look around. Perhaps there might really be news of Su Yan. If it wasn't for the matter of Su Yan, we would have come here too. Alright. When the Circumference Realm experts heard Yun Tian's words, they did not have any objections. An internal strife was suppressed under Yun Tian's might. Under Yun Tian's lead, they continued forward. However, no one saw the cold smile on Reverend Fire God's face. Everyone, be careful. If the information is correct, there should be a base of the Black Fiend Alliance here. Yun Tian walked to the front and said to the crowd. Ha ha ha. You guys are pretty fast, aren't you? At this moment, a laughter rang out. The one who appeared was the Black Fiend Ghost. When the experts saw the Black Fiend Ghost, they frowned. Black Fiend Ghost, you escaped the previous time. Do you think you'll be so lucky this time? On the other hand, Yun Tian was straightforward. He leaped into the air and looked at the Black Fiend Demon with a cold smile. Escape. Ha ha ha. When the Black Fiend Ghost heard Yun Tian's words, he laughed out loud. Yun Tian, oh, Yun Tian. I don't want to argue with you. Alright, then your life shall end here today. Yun Tian roared. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Black Fiend Ghost. Bang, however, before the Black Fiend Ghost could make his move, a figure leaped out and slammed his palm against Yun Tian. Yun Tian's body trembled as he retreated a few steps back. This is... Yun Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him, he frowned. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, his frown deepened. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The person did not answer Yun Tian's question. In fact, he did not even care about Yun Tian. His eyes were lifeless like a corpse. Ha ha ha. How can we let you know the strength of the Black Fiend Alliance? The Black Fiend beside him laughed out loud. At the same time, he waved his hand and a few more figures leaped out. There were a total of 6 Circumference Realm experts. They were on par with Yun Tian and the others. Chapter 397. Everyone, be careful. At that moment, Yun Tian hurriedly shouted. Following that, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body and attacked one person. Sensing that person's strength, he was only at the first stage of the spiritual sea realm. Only then did Yun Tian feel relieved. Otherwise, if the people who appeared were all experts on the same level as him, then all of them would definitely die here today. 6 Area Sphere Realm experts against 6 Area Sphere Realm experts. In an instant, a battle broke out. Yun Tian was indeed worthy of being a 4th stage Heaven Realm expert. Although he was careless in the first move and made some mistakes, at this moment, he suddenly burst out with terrifying strength. Every move was ruthless and coupled with the cloud technique. The Area Sphere Realm expert was beaten to the point that he couldn't fight back. He even had the time to help the other Area Sphere Realm experts. Black Demon, I will definitely not let you off this time. When Yun Tian gained the upper hand, he coldly snorted while looking at the Black Demon. Is that so? The Black Demon's expression was still indifferent. Hearing Yun Tian's words, he coldly smiled and said, Yun Tian, do you really think that you will win? Bang! Right at this moment, a sphere boundary expert who was originally fighting Reverend Fire God suddenly changed sides and directly attacked Reverend Heaven Sword who was beside him. How could Reverend Heaven Sword have expected such a sudden change? He couldn't dodge in time and was directly sent flying. When Yun Tian saw this scene, he was also shocked. He looked at Reverend Fire God and roared, Fire God, are you crazy? Crazy. When Reverend Fire God heard Yun Tian's words, he coldly smiled and said, the one who's crazy isn't me, but you guys. Originally, I was prepared to make a move against you guys in the White Bone Forest, but I didn't expect the White Bone Forest formation to be destroyed. This is something I really didn't expect. As Reverend Fire God spoke, he glanced at Reverend Heaven Sword and said, actually, all of this is thanks to Reverend Heaven Sword, right? If it wasn't for Reverend Heaven Sword urgently looking for Su Yen, how would you guys come here? Reverend Heaven Sword. When Reverend Fire God said this, the area sphere realm experts who were injured by the sudden change of sides looked at Reverend Heaven Sword with hatred. However, Yun Tian maintained his rationality and shouted, "Don't let your imagination run wild. This Reverend Fire God is clearly from the Black Fiend Alliance." "That's right, I'm from the Black Fiend Alliance." The Fire God Venerable did not avoid the topic. He smiled and said, "The reason why I stayed in the Qian Cloud Alliance was to find a chance to break your net. More importantly, I wanted to capture Su Yan. And now, it seems that Su Yan has been captured, so there is no need for me to hide in the Qian Cloud Alliance." "What?" When Reverend Heaven Sword heard Reverend Fire God's words, a vicious aura surged in his eyes. He shouted, "Reverend Fire God, so you already knew about Su Yan?" "Of course I do." Venerable Fire God smiled. "Not only do I know, but I also know about the people who are sent to impersonate Su Yan every day. So when someone said that there were two Su Yan, I knew that the real Su Yan had appeared. Initially, I was still thinking about how to lure you guys here. However, I have underestimated how much you, Sage Heavenly Sword, value Su Yan. This saved me quite a bit of effort and allowed him to lure you all here." When Reverend Heaven Sword heard Reverend Fire God's words, his face twitched. He looked at Reverend Fire God and asked, "Then why did you quarrel with me in the Whitebone Forest?" "Because I know your character. The more someone provokes you, the more agitated you will be." Reverend Fire God smiled and looked at Yun Tian. "And you? You have always felt guilty about Su Yan becoming a cripple. So, the reason why I quarreled with you guys was to trigger the greatest guilt in your heart. It was to lure you here." When Yun Tian heard Reverend Fire God's words, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. They really did not think of this. Reverend Fire God looked at the two's reaction and nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at the others and said, "Actually, I feel that the funniest ones here are these few people. They actually want to have an internal conflict. Actually, if there really was an internal conflict, I would be quite willing to see it. After all, we don't have to do anything." "That's right, that's right." When the Black Demon heard Reverend Fire God's words, he clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Actually, we really have to thank that trash Su Yan." "He's not trash." Reverend Heaven Sword roared. "Isn't trash." The Black Demon laughed coldly. "He's indeed not trash. However, he's about to become a puppet. A corpse that's even worse than trash." "What did you say? What did you guys do to Su Yan?" Reverend Heaven Sword leaped up in excitement. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate. However, just as he leaped up, 3 area radius experts came forward to stop him. Originally, it was 6 area radius experts against 6 area radius experts. The strength of both sides were evenly matched. Unfortunately, Reverend Fire God had changed sides. All of a sudden, it became 7 area radius experts against 5 area radius experts. No matter how strong Yun Tian was, he couldn't reverse the situation. Although Yun Tian and the others were furious, they were still no match for the Black Demon and the others. They were captured. "Black Demon, kill me if you can." Yun Tian looked at the Black Demon and roared. "I can't bear to kill you. How can we bear to kill 5 area radius experts like you?" The Black Demon laughed coldly. "What?" When Yun Tian heard the Black Demon's words, he was stunned. Then, he understood something and sneered, "Black Demon, you want me to betray the Heaven and Earth organization? Do you think that's possible?" "Impossible." The Black Demon didn't care about Yun Tian's anger. He laughed coldly. "I'm afraid it's not up to you guys." As he spoke, the Black Demon ignored Yun Tian and the others and pushed them to the place from before. When they entered this gloomy place, even though they were experts who had seen a lot, they couldn't help but tremble when they saw the shocking scene around them. "Master Puppet, I've got a few area radius experts for you," the black demon shouted as soon as he entered. Then, a hunchbacked old man walked out. Looking at Yuntian and the others, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. Good specimens. Good specimens. I was just worrying about how to find some area radius experts to increase the strength of my works. Now that I have these people, it's enough. Bring them in." Master Puppet smiled and waved his hand, allowing the black demon to bring them into the secret room. Su Yen, when they were brought into the secret room, Reverend Heaven's Sword and Yuntian didn't care about the shocking scene around them. Instead, they saw the figure in the middle of the blood pool. Their faces were filled with excitement. Unfortunately, although the person in the middle had his eyes open, he couldn't move. "What did you guys do to Su Yen?" Reverend Heaven's Sword's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Master Puppet and roared. "What? You'll know very soon. This will be my, Master Puppet's, most perfect work." Master Puppet looked at Su Yen in the middle of the blood pool and sneered. He no longer cared about Reverend Heaven's Sword and the others. Instead, he walked to the side of the blood pool and kept adding something into it. He was also continuously pouring in spiritual energy. Reverend Heaven's Sword and the others were placed to the side. "Black Demon, what the hell is this place?" Only then did Yuntian notice the ghastly scene and shouted at the Black Demon. "Yuntian, enjoy Master Puppet's methods." The Black Demon smiled sinisterly and left the secret room, completely ignoring Yuntian's roar. Yuntian and the others shouted for a while. Seeing that no one was paying attention, they were also tired. At the same time, they calmed down and began to observe the situation around them, trying to find an opportunity to leave. Perfect. Too perfect. Master Puppet didn't pay attention to them. He just looked at Su Yen in the blood pool and muttered to himself. He kept adding something into the pool and arranged it. Runes flowed into the blood pool one after another. After 3 days like this, Grandpa Puppet finally stood up and walked towards an area boundary expert. "You. What are you doing?" When the Radius Realm expert saw Master Puppet's blood-stained hands reaching out, he was frightened and shouted. Yuntian and the others narrowed their eyes and shouted, "What are you doing?" Unfortunately, Master Puppet seemed to be possessed by fire. He didn't care about the shouts of Yuntian and the others. He grabbed the Radius Realm expert and threw him into the blood pool. The moment that person entered the blood pool, he immediately let out a scream. Then, his entire body was submerged in it. Asterisk bang, asterisk at the same time, a force erupted from the blood pool. Master Puppet immediately took a step forward and leaped over. He sat on a high platform beside the blood pool and a wave of spiritual energy faintly fluctuated. Yuntian and the others were experienced and knowledgeable. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. Elder Yun, what exactly is going on?" A square circle realm expert asked, his face turning pale with fright. "I don't know what is going on either." Yuntian also didn't know what Master Puppet was doing. When Reverend Heaven's Sword saw this scene, he frowned. He closed his eyes and observed Master Puppet from time to time. He seemed to be thinking about something. After thinking for a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Elder Yun, have you heard of puppets?" Puppets. When Yuntian heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his eyes widened and he said, "You are talking about the ancient puppet race's puppet art?" "Yes." Sage Heaven's Sword nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, this person is probably trying to refine Su Yen into a puppet. Moreover, he wants to refine a cultivation puppet that can complement him." Chapter 398. Cultivate him into a puppet. At the thought of this, Sage Heaven's Sword could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Su Yan was a disciple who had walked out from the sword vault. He knew all too well about the conditions that Su Yan possessed. If Su Yan were to be refined into this person's cultivation puppet, then, how strong would this person's cultivation path be in the future? After all, if one could obtain a good cultivation puppet, not only would the puppet master benefit greatly in cultivation, but the puppet master himself would also be able to cultivate. This would increase his cultivation speed in the future. Sage Heaven Sword did not dare to imagine all of this. Stop. He had to stop all of this from happening. This was not only for the sake of saving Su Yan, but also for the sake of the entire 5 regions. This was the thought of both Sage Heaven Sword and Yun Tian. Unfortunately, the two of them could not even save themselves. How could they save Su Yan? Right now, they could only place their hopes on Yun He and the Qian Cloud Alliance. However, could Yun He really find this place? Even if she could the people of the Black Fiend Alliance allow Yun He to save them so easily? Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. They were originally 5 Radius Realm experts, but now, only Reverend Heavenly Sword and Yun Tian were left. The other 3 Radius State experts, including Yun Tu, had been thrown into the blood pool to help the puppet master refine the puppet. Elder Yun, is there really no other way? Sage Heaven Sword watched as the days went by and the worry in his heart grew. Putting aside the fact that he would be facing the fate of death, if Su Yan were to be refined into a puppet, he would be a walking corpse. Sage Heaven Sword knew Su Yan well. Su Yan was an arrogant and unyielding person. He would rather die than become someone else's puppet. When Yun Tian heard Sage Heaven Sword's words, he smiled bitterly. Heaven Sword, now that both of us are prisoners, how can we stop this? Is there really no other way? Sage Heavenly Sword roared furiously in his heart. His mind spun rapidly in an attempt to find a way to deal with Su Yan. After a long time, Sage Heavenly Sword's eyes suddenly lit up. He revealed an excited expression as he approached Yun Tian and said, Elder Yun, I got it. The process of refining the puppet is not without danger. If we can awaken Su Yan, it is very likely that Su Yan will be able to control the person refining the puppet. Yes. When Yun Tian heard Daoist Sky Sword's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his head and said, That's right. Why didn't we think of this? Although he knew this was the case, it was easier said than done to awaken a person who had been refined into a puppet. Sai, Tianjian, although what you said makes sense, how can it be so easy to awaken a person who has been refined into a puppet? Now, so many days have passed. Su Yan is even more like a puppet now, Yun Tian said with a dejected expression. No. However, Sage Heavenly Sword was different from Yun Tian. He shook his head and smiled. No, he definitely can. I believe that Su Yan will definitely be able to do it. He has brought us so many miracles. I believe that he will not disappoint us this time around. Reverend Heaven Sword looked at Su Yan as a resplendent light surged in his eyes. When Yun Tian heard Sage Heavenly Sword's words, he could not help but be stunned. Immediately after, he looked at Sage Heavenly Sword's rolling eyes and clenched his fists secretly. At least, he had made some sort of decision. Just like that, a few more days passed unknowingly. Master Puppet came down from the high platform once more and was about to capture Sage Heavenly Sword. Sage Heavenly Sword looked at Master Puppet without the slightest bit of fear. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Looking at Su Yan in the middle of the blood pool, he clenched his fists and said, Su Yan, I believe that you will definitely be able to do it. Definitely. Asterisk plop, asterisk however, before Master Puppet could capture Sage Heavenly Sword, he heard a surge of energy in the middle of the blood pool. Sage Heavenly Sword could not help but be stunned. When he saw Yun Tian floating on the surface of the blood pool, his face was filled with astonishment. He roared furiously, Yun Tian, what are you doing? Heavenly Sword, Su Yan is facing this calamity because of me. Now, I should be the one to wake him up. Yun Tian smiled faintly. Immediately after, his body sank into the blood pool. Damn it! Damn it! Sage Heavenly Sword clenched his teeth in hatred. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Yun Tian, the two of them only got to know each other because of the alliance this time around. However, the two of them had been imprisoned here for such a long time. Every day, they would discuss the same matter. Unknowingly, they had already established a friendship. Now that he saw his good friend lose his life, how could he not be sad? Wake him up. During this period of time, Master Puppet had been in a muddle-headed state. When he heard Yun Tian's words, his eyes flickered with a trace of radiance. He laughed in disdain. Almost a month has passed. This person has long turned into a puppet. I can still wake him up. Since you want to die first, I won't stand on ceremony then. Master Puppet sneered coldly. He put down Sage Heavenly Sword and walked back to the high platform. Under the circulation of Master Puppet's cultivation technique, countless runes were born from his high platform and flew into the blood pool. Arg! Yun Tian, who had entered the blood pool, suddenly let out a sorrowful howl. No, no. I must endure it. I must wake Su Yan up. Although Yun Tian did not think that it would be that easy, when he saw how confident Sage Heavenly Sword was, his lost mind became resolute. I can definitely do it. I definitely can. Yun Tian muttered in his heart. He circulated his cultivation technique to prevent the corrosion of the blood pool. He leaned towards Su Yan continuously and shouted, Su Yan, wake up. Wake up. What is that sound? What is that sound? On the first day he entered the blood pool, Su Yan's heart was constantly struggling. Although he did not know what Master Puppet wanted to do to him, Su Yan could feel that Master Puppet was controlling him. Su Yan wanted to resist and struggle. However, there was no trace of power in his body. He could not resist at all. Instead, he slowly lost his mind. Slowly, he lost his willpower. Even so, Su Yan did not give up struggling. He kept telling himself that he could not be controlled. He absolutely could not be controlled. Who was he? He was Su Yan. He was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. He was a pinnacle sword saint. How could he be controlled by others? He kept persevering, but he still could not resist the corrosion of that power. He slowly lost himself and gradually fell into a deep sleep. His consciousness gradually became blurred and was about to disappear. Hearing this sudden sound, Li Yundong was stunned. Su Yan's heart immediately trembled. What is that sound? What is that sound? Su Yan had already forgotten whose voice it was. Then, Su Yan felt a power coming over. What a familiar power, what a familiar feeling. Where am I? Who am I? What is that sound? What is that power? Yun Tian, who was in the blood pool, was suffering. He could feel that his legs were being devoured. His hands were being devoured. Even his face was being devoured. However, he was still persevering. Su Yan, wake up. Wake up. Cloudy Mist Skill. Yes, Cloudy Mist Skill. Yun Tian did not know if this was possible. He could only rely on his last bit of willpower to persevere. He was now like Sage Heaven Sword. He believed that Su Yan would definitely bring about a miracle. He would definitely bring about a miracle. Yun Tian thought. His pupils constricted and he activated his cultivation technique. Suddenly, the cloudy mist skill surged towards Su Yan's body. Then, the blood water engulfed his body. Only one thought was left in Yun Tian's mind. Su Yan. He will definitely bring about a miracle. What a familiar power. This. What is this power? Cloudy mist skill. That's right. Cloudy mist skill. Heaven and Earth organization. Who am I? I am Su Yan. Under the influence of this power, Su Yan slowly regained consciousness. Memories started to appear in his mind one after another. Bang! At this moment, Master Puppet, who was sitting on the high platform, trembled. His face was immediately filled with astonishment. No, how is this possible? How can this Su Yan recover his memories? No, this is impossible. Master Puppet mumbled. The cultivation technique in his body circulated rapidly. Countless runes surged into the blood pool. Su. Just as he was recalling his name, Su Yan was invaded by the power of the runes. He immediately felt a sense of blur and his memories slowly dissipated. No. No, I can't be controlled. I can't. Just as his memories were about to dissipate, a strong willpower surged in Su Yan's heart. Memories surged in. At this moment, Su Yan was secretly fighting with Master Puppet. Humph, Su Yan, you still want to escape from my control? That's impossible. Master Puppet felt Su Yan's resistance and roared. Then, his body floated up and added something into the blood pool. Su Yan's body stiffened again. However, Su Yan's memories were constantly recovering. He was Su Yan. He was a sword saint at the pinnacle of his generation. How could he be controlled by others? No, definitely not. Su Yan suddenly let out a furious roar. Bang! Both of his eyes suddenly opened, and a ray of resplendent light gushed out from within. Su Yan. When Daoist Heaven Sword saw Su Yan open his eyes, tears immediately flowed down his aged face. He shouted emotionally, "You did it! Su Yan, you did it! I knew you would definitely be able to do it. Humph, it's still too early to escape from my control." Master Puppet no longer looked calm. He looked at Su Yan, who was in the pool of blood, and a trace of viciousness surged in his eyes. He continued to control the array core beside the pool of blood. Runes surged into the pool of blood. Awe. Chapter 399. The moment those runes surged in, Su Yan could feel a strong force corroding his body. From his flesh, to his willpower, to the depths of his soul. He was controlling himself continuously. Su Yan wanted to shout, wanted to moan, wanted to use his skills. However, under the power of the runes, he couldn't resist at all. Those runes were like ants that kept drilling into Su Yan's body. Moreover, Su Yan could feel that his flesh was becoming stiff continuously. There was no pain, no feeling. There was only a gradual stiffening and loss. It was as though everything was going to enter a hole. He was luring him. He was luring him into a canyon. The canyon was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. There wasn't a single trace of light, just like the dark region. Su Yan wanted to resist. However, his entire body and willpower seemed to be out of his control as he slowly walked into the canyon. Humph. A mere spiritual sea realm wants to escape from my control. When Master Puppet felt the power from Su Yan's body, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. What's going on? Looking at the closed eyes, Sage Heaven Sword's heart couldn't help but tremble. He then shouted, "Su Yan, wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" When Master Puppet heard Sage Heaven Sword's words, he laughed again. How naive. Su Yan is only at the spiritual sea realm. He has long been controlled by me. You want to wake up? What a joke. Another day passed by. Sage Heaven Sword's voice was about to go hoarse. However, it was a pity that Su Yan's eyes had never opened since the moment they closed. Sage Heaven Sword was on the verge of despair. Initially, he wanted to enter the blood pool to help Su Yan. However, because of the incident with Yun Tian, Master Puppet controlled him again. The current Sage Heaven Sword couldn't even use a single bit of strength. He couldn't even leave, let alone enter the blood pool. He could only rely on himself for everything. However, Su Yan had already fallen into a coma. Could he really wake up? Reverend Heaven Sword looked at Su Yan, who was in the blood pool. Even though he had great confidence in Su Yan, as time passed, this confidence began to waver. On the other hand, Master Puppet looked at Su Yan, who was sleeping in the blood pool. The smile on his face grew wider and wider. He was even a little excited. 7 days. In just 7 days, Master Puppet's greatest work, will appear. Master Puppet looked at Su Yan with deep affection in his eyes. It was like a man looking at his beloved woman. My love, come. Master Puppet had truly regarded Su Yan as the person he loved the most. He let out a low cry and instantly circulated his cultivation method. Several runes flowed out from his feet and rushed towards Su Yan's body. My lover. Upon hearing this command, Su Yan's body couldn't help but tremble. The last strand of consciousness in his heart suddenly trembled, and the beautiful figures of the young girls slid past his eyes. Lin Hualu, Chu Linger, Lu Lan, Yun Wanqi, Tidal Palace Master. Looking at these graceful figures, Yi Zichen was stunned. Su Yan's body suddenly froze. No, I can't die. I definitely can't die. Senior Sister Lin is still waiting for me. Ling Er is waiting for me. Lu Lan is still waiting for me. As Su Yan thought of this, a surge of energy surged from the bottom of his heart and he slammed it against those runes. Bang! A loud sound rang out from the blood pool. What? He can still resist. When Master Puppet sensed Su Yan's movement, he was startled at first. Then, excitement surged in his eyes. The stronger Su Yan was, the more powerful the puppet he would refine would be. This way, he would be even stronger. Therefore, when he saw that Su Yan was still able to resist, he wasn't angry. Instead, he became even more excited. Su Yan, you're truly my lover. Come, enjoy my last caress. Master Puppet shouted. He opened his arms wide and countless black runes were emitted from his body. Those black runes were like chains that flew towards Su Yan. The moment those black runes flew towards him, Su Yan's body trembled. He could feel a powerful force pulling him towards himself. What is this? What is this? Su Yan had completely lost his memories. Looking at the runes flying towards him, he could only feel a powerful force pulling him towards the runes. He couldn't help but follow the runes slowly. Su Yan, wake up. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the depths of Su Yan's soul. Su Yan's body suddenly froze. Su Yan. Who am I? Su Yan suddenly woke up. I'm a sword saint at the pinnacle of my generation. I'm a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. I'm the successor of the Buddha sword sect. Memories flooded into Su Yan's mind. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly opened. Although they were dim, there was an unswerving determination on his cold face. What? Seeing this, Master Puppet couldn't help but frown. He then snorted and said, I didn't expect you to be able to resist. Let's see how you're going to resist. Master Puppet roared and waved his hands. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power surged out. No, it wasn't the power of spiritual power. It was soul power. That's right. It was the power of the soul that directly invaded Su Yan's body. Who are you? When Su Yan saw the figure that appeared in his mind, he frowned. Who am I? I'm your master. Master Puppet's soul poured into Su Yan's mind and constantly emitted a bewitching power to lead Su Yan. My master. Su Yan was stunned for a moment, and he gradually lost himself. His entire body slowly leaned towards Master Puppet. When Master Puppet saw Su Yan leaning towards him, he sneered. Su Yan, my lover, you can't escape from my hands. No. No, I'm Su Yan. I'm a pinnacle sword saint. Who dares to be my master? However, before Master Puppet's happiness could fade, Su Yan's body suddenly exuded a majestic aura. He looked at Master Puppet's soul and instantly erupted with a powerful force. He shouted, "Who are you?" As he spoke, Su Yan didn't give Master Puppet a chance to speak. With a cold shout, his entire body suddenly pounced on Master Puppet. Master Puppet was stunned. However, he reacted quickly and quickly regained his senses. He leaped and dodged Su Yan's attack. At the same time, Su Yan looked at Master Puppet and the memories in his mind were restored. I know who you are. Su Yan looked at Master Puppet. Immediately, a strong killing intent was emitted from his eyes. Master Puppet was stunned when he saw this. Then, he looked at Su Yan's feet and couldn't help but laugh. Su Yan, you're really strong. If I hadn't refined you for so many days, I would have been devoured by you. However, it's useless now. What's useless? When Su Yan heard Master Puppet's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was about to use his strength, he suddenly felt that his entire body was restrained. What's going on? Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he looked at his feet and saw that they were restrained by countless chains. Su Yan's heart suddenly surged with anger and he shouted, "What have you done to me?" What have I done? Su Yan, accept my baptism obediently. You will become my greatest creation. Master Puppet looked at Su Yan and laughed. Creation. During this period of time, Su Yan had resisted. However, due to Master Puppet's countless soul-devouring, Su Yan didn't have any memories of the past few days at all. Su Yan didn't know how much time had passed. Similarly, he didn't know that Master Puppet wanted to refine him into his puppet. However, all of this wasn't important anymore. Su Yan was now awake. Su Yan only wanted to find a way to break through all of this. Looking at the chains that were slowly wrapping around his feet, Su Yan stopped talking nonsense with Master Puppet. His mind was spinning rapidly. What exactly was this? How could he break this shackle? How could Master Puppet not know what Su Yan was thinking? He looked at his expression and laughed. It's useless, Su Yan. You and I have already established a bond. Other than accepting my baptism obediently, you won't be able to escape. Impossible. There must be a way. Su Yan didn't listen to Master Puppet at all. Instead, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the chains that were about to swallow him up and tried to think of a way. At the same time, Su Yan also tried to calm himself down. This was because Su Yan knew very well that he could only find a way if he calmed down. However, it was a pity that the speed of the chain's entanglement grew faster and faster. Very soon, it had reached Su Yan's waist. Su Yan's entire body was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. At this moment, he simply did not have the slightest ability to resist. Master Puppet's face became increasingly excited as he watched this scene. Just a little more. Just a little more. My greatest work is about to be born. At this moment, Master Puppet could feel Su Yan's consciousness. Su Yan's soul was trembling. What exactly is the way? What exactly is the way? Su Yan could also feel his body being swallowed up continuously. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Even though Su Yan had been keeping himself calm, Su Yan couldn't help but fall into a panic at this moment. At this moment, the cultivation technique in Su Yan's body suddenly changed. Su Yan was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. I understand now. I understand now. So that's how it is. As he spoke, the cultivation technique in Su Yan's body suddenly revolved. He didn't absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Instead, he absorbed it directly from the rune chains. There was a loud and clear sound. The chains that were wrapped around Su Yan's body actually turned into streams of energy and entered Su Yan's body. What's going on? Chapter 400. Su Yan, how could you absorb my rune energy? Master Puppet looked at Su Yan. At this moment, he no longer had the calmness and excitement from before. Instead, his face was filled with astonishment and panic. Because I am Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Master Puppet's astonished face and smirked coldly. Then, a murderous intent surged in his eyes. The sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to revolve rapidly. The rune energy surged into Su Yan's body instantly. At this moment, Su Yan was completely awake. As the power of the runes surged in, Su Yan's will became clearer and clearer. However, Master Puppet's consciousness became more and more blurry. He looked at Su Yan and shook his head continuously. How could this be? Su Yan, how could you break free from my control? How could you absorb my rune energy? Su Yan knew what was going on. However, Su Yan didn't tell Master Puppet what was going on. He wanted Master Puppet to die with hatred. Humph, you want to control me? Go and die. Su Yan looked at Master Puppet and a bright radiance surged in his eyes. He roared and the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to revolve rapidly. All of a sudden, there was a loud explosion from the blood pool. What's going on? Sage Heaven's sword had been anticipating and hoping for so many days. However, it was a pity that he had been disappointed time and time again. He had long lost his confidence. Now that he saw the explosion from the blood pool, he couldn't help but be stunned. All of a sudden, at this moment, Su Yan, who was in the blood pool, suddenly opened his eyes and leaped up. Su Yan. When Reverend Heaven's sword saw this scene, a glint suddenly surged in his eyes. His entire body trembled in excitement. Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint me. You really didn't disappoint me. Su Yan, I knew you could do it. You can do it. Sage Heaven's sword shouted excitedly. And at this moment, Lord Puppet, who was sitting on the high platform, coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell into a daze. Sect leader. At this moment, Su Yan, who had just emerged from the blood pool, also noticed Sage Heavenly Sword. Seeing his weak appearance, Su Yan's brows furrowed slightly. He hastily stepped forward to check on Sage Heavenly Sword's injuries. Seeing that there were no major problems, Su Yan relaxed. Su Yan, you really did it. You really did it. At this moment, Reverend Heaven's sword did not care about himself at all. Instead, he hugged Su Yan emotionally. Immediately, tears flowed down his old face. Su Yan had already recovered. But after all, he had been in a muddle-headed state for a period of time. There were many things that he was not clear about. Seeing Reverend Heavenly Sword's appearance, he couldn't help but frown and ask, Sect Master, why are you here? Sigh, it's a long story. Sage Heavenly Sword sighed helplessly. He told Su Yan about what had happened that day. Of course, he also told him about how Yun Tian had awakened Su Yan. What? Elder Yun Tian fell for me. Hearing this, killing intent surged in Su Yan's eyes. Looking at Lord Puppet who was on the high platform, he furiously shouted, Lord Puppet, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Ah! Su Yan furiously roared and immediately leaped towards Lord Puppet. Seeing Su Yan rushing over in such a hurry, Sage Heavenly Sword was afraid that something might happen to him. He hurriedly reminded, Su Yan, be careful. Be careful. This guy is just my puppet now. Su Yan coldly snorted. All of a sudden, the spiritual energy in his body surged. With a bang, he struck his palm towards Lord Puppet. Lord Puppet, who was still insufferably arrogant a moment ago, was instantly sent flying. Seeing this scene, Sage Heavenly Sword was stunned. After all, even if Su Yan had recovered, Lord Puppet would still have the strength of Square Sphere Realm. However, why was Lord Puppet unable to resist Su Yan's attack? Die! Die for me! Su Yan furiously roared and directly tore Lord Puppet into pieces. In the end, the heavenly flame surged out and incinerated Lord Puppet. After a long time, he still couldn't vent his anger. With the fall of Lord Puppet, the control on Sage Heavenly Sword's body weakened. He slowly recovered his strength and walked towards Su Yan, asking, Su Yan, why was Lord Puppet unable to resist at all in your hands? Because he's my puppet. Su Yan disdainfully looked at Lord Puppet, who had already turned into ashes. Puppet. Sage Heavenly Sword was stunned. Clearly, he didn't understand the meaning of Su Yan's words. Yes. Su Yan nodded and didn't hide anything from Heaven Sword Sage. He slowly said, this master puppet originally wanted to refine me into his puppet, but he never thought that my great sun-colored glazed sword scripture could actually absorb his runic iron chains. So in the end, he became my puppet. Not only that, but I also accepted his memories. I received his memories. When Reverend Heaven Sword heard this, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. He was all too clear about Master Puppet's position in the Black Fiend Alliance. Obtaining his memories meant obtaining many of the Black Fiend Alliance's decisions. This was definitely a fatal piece of information for the war between the two alliances. Yes. When Su Yan saw the astonished look on Reverend Heaven Sword's face, he knew what Reverend Heaven Sword was thinking. He nodded slightly and said, Reverend Heaven Sword, let's leave this place first. Although Daoist Heavenly Sword was the sect master of the Sword Burial Mound, and Su Yan was just a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. But right now, Reverend Heaven Sword was standing before Su Yan as though he was the true sect master. When he heard Su Yan's words, he nodded his head slightly and felt that it was a pity when he looked at Master Puppet that had turned into ashes. After all, this was a puppet of the Perimeter State. When Su Yan saw the expression on Reverend Heaven Sword's face, he knew what the latter was thinking. He smiled gently and said, Sect Master, there's nothing to feel pity about. He's not fit to be my puppet. Not fit. When Reverend Heaven Sword heard Su Yan's words, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. At the same time, there was an additional look of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan. He knew clearly that Su Yan's growth was something that he wouldn't be able to reach in the future. Immediately after, Reverend Heaven Sword didn't say anything more and followed Su Yan to leave. However, just as the two of them took a few steps, the Black Demon came in with a few Perimeter State powerhouses. Looking at Su Yan, who was still standing, the Black Demon was stunned at first. Then, he shook his head and said, No, how can this be? Su Yan, how can you still be alive? Even if you die, I won't die. Su Yan sneered and immediately gripped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand. At the same time, he leaped up and attacked the Black Demon with his sword. The Black Demon was startled. However, his reaction was fast. He took a step back and dodged the attack. He looked at Su Yan in astonishment and said, You actually dare to attack me? Why wouldn't I dare? Su Yan didn't care about the Black Demon's words at all. With a cold bellow, he charged forward once more. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand was like a long dragon as it leaped forward. The strength of a rank 8 spirit sea state gushed out instantly. That's right. This time, Master Puppet's attempt to control Su Yen failed. Not only did Su Yen obtain his memories, but Su Yen, who had absorbed the power of the rune, also broke through to the rank 8 spirit sea state at this moment. However, this time, Su Yen didn't trigger the lightning calamity for some reason. Su Yen, you're courting death. The black demon was enraged upon hearing Su Yan's words. With a stern shout, it leaped forward and charged towards Su Yen. At this moment, Reverend Heaven's sword also attacked. Unfortunately, there were more perimeter state powerhouses on the black demon's side, and Su Yen was only at the rank 8 spirit sea state. Even if he could be on par with a perimeter state powerhouse, there were only 2 of them including Reverend Heaven's sword. For a moment, Su Yen and Reverend Heaven's sword couldn't find any advantage in the hands of the black demon's group. Having gained the upper hand in one move, the black demon sneered and said, Su Yen, although I don't know how you escaped from Master Puppet's control, if you want to leave this place, you'll have to ask if I can agree to it. Is that so? Hearing the black demon's words, Su Yen couldn't help but sneer. Then, he waved his hands and a strange power surged out. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the radius boundary powerhouses standing next to the Black Fiend immediately attacked the Black Fiend. What's going on? The Black Fiend was startled by the sudden attack. He retreated and shouted, what the hell is going on? Are you crazy? Then, when the Black Demon saw the sneer on Su Yan's face, he seemed to have understood something. He looked at Su Yen in surprise and said, Su Yen, you can control these puppets. Not bad, not bad. You actually guessed that I can control these puppets. But it's a pity that you found out too late. Su Yan's eyes flickered and a scarlet light surged in them. He waved his hand at the perimeter state puppets and shouted, kill them. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with a majestic domineering aura. He was furious. All along, Su Yen felt that everyone had the right to live. But this time, the Black Demon Alliance actually used such a despicable method to refine him into a puppet. Su Yen was really angry. Kill. Kill everyone here for me. Su Yen roared. Then, he raised the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and leaped up. With a sweep of his sword, he directly cut off the head of the traitor, Reverend Fire God. Then, he brought along the 3 perimeter state puppets and killed his way out with Reverend Heaven's sword. Most of the disciples guarding here were in the spirit sea state. The Black Demon mainly relied on these perimeter state puppets. Now that these puppets were controlled by Su Yen, the situation changed. Although there were many people who came out to stop them along the way. But no one was a match for Su Yen. Along the way, they cut through the thorns and directly left the bloody hole that made Su Yen angry. Chapter 401. Su Yen, do you want to return to the Heaven and Earth organization now? Spiritual Master Heaven's sword looked at the burning bloody hole and asked Su Yen. No. Su Yen shook his head and said, I still have things to take care of. Sect Master, you should return to the Heaven and Earth organization first. I still have things to do. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword didn't know what Su Yen was still busy with. He frowned slightly and said, Su Yen, what else do you have to do? Take back the monster palace, Su Yen said. His eyes suddenly turned and surged with a wisp of light. What do you mean take back the monster palace? Spiritual Master Heaven's sword was stunned when he heard Su Yan's words. He asked, Su Yen, what's going on? Sect Master, I'll explain these things to you in the future. I'll go to the monster palace first. Su Yen said. Then, he led the 3 radius realm puppets and flew directly in the direction of the monster palace. Okay. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword knew that Su Yen was no longer the young man from the hidden sword tomb. He had many things to do and didn't want to ask too much. However, just as he was about to ask Su Yan if he needed help, he saw that Su Yan had already left. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword suddenly panicked and shouted, "Su Yan, the Monster Palace isn't to be trifled with. Do you need help?" After all, the Monster Palace was one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. Su Yan actually wanted to challenge the Monster Palace alone. How could Spiritual Master Heaven Sword not be worried? However, at this moment, Su Yan's loud voice came from the horizon, "Sect Master, the Monster Palace is mine, Su Yan. I, Su Yan, will take it back by myself." His voice was extremely loud and clear, and it faintly emitted a dignified aura. Even with Reverend Heaven Sword strength, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. He then looked at Su Yan's departing figure and stroked his little beard. "You've grown up. You've truly grown up." At the same time, Sage Heaven Sword also knew that Su Yan would have an immeasurable future. The Monster Palace was located on the East Sea Reef. It was also a territory that belonged to the 5 counties continent. However, the 2 great alliances in the 5 counties continent were locked in a fierce battle. Only the Monster Palace remained as peaceful as before. Even the Monster Palace controlled the Hidden Devil region was peaceful. The Monster Palace was one of the most powerful forces in the 5 counties. However, since the Monster Palace was in an awkward position, they did not participate in the affairs of the 5 counties, and no one would ask about it. Of course, even if the Monster Palace did not participate in the affairs of the 5 counties, it did not mean that the Monster Palace was peaceful. All along, the Monster Palace had been divided into the North, South, East, and West palaces. Over the years, the competition between the 4 palaces had caused the Monster Palace's power to stagnate. Ever since the Princess of Chu had used swift and decisive methods to unify the Monster Palace, the Monster Palace had become prosperous. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu had fallen because of this. Su Yan, who had accepted the position of Monster Palace Master, was forced by Murong Fu to leave the Monster Palace. Although Murong Fu's methods were despicable, he had some ability. In the past year, the Monster Palace under Murong Fu's control had become prosperous. At least the Monster Palace had settled down. Of course, all of this was not all due to Murong Fu's efforts. It was because of the Princess of Chu's prestige. As the Palace Master of the Monster Palace, Murong Fu was even more careful. Especially since he had returned from the mortal village, he had become even more worried. Although Su Yan's strength was only at the Spirit Sea realm, he did not know why he had a faint worry in his heart. "Palace Master, this month's time has passed. I think that Su Yan will definitely not come." Beside Murong Fu, one of Murong Fu's capable subordinates said. "He better not come. If he dares to come, I will definitely tear him to pieces." Murong Fu said disdainfully, but he did not know why he was still somewhat worried in his heart. Especially today, Murong Fu kept feeling his eyelids twitching. He always felt uneasy in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Murong Fu said, "Although Su Yan does not dare to come, Su Yan is still alive. That kid still has some strength. We still have to be careful. Go and ask everyone to strengthen the guards. By the way, inform the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng." "Yes." When the subordinate heard Murong Fu's words, he did not know that Murong Fu had made this decision because he was worried. He only thought that Murong Fu wanted to capture Su Yan. He smiled and said, "Palace Master, Su Yan must still think that the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng have already belonged to you. He probably does not know that the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng's strength have reached the perimeter realm. If he rashly enters, he will definitely not return." When Murong Fu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "That's right. Now, not only have I stepped into the perimeter realm, but the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng have also stepped into the perimeter realm. Now, my monster palace has 3 perimeter realm powerhouses. Even if the Heaven and Earth organization want to step into my monster palace, they will have to think twice. Do you think I will be afraid of a little Su Yan? Thinking of this, Murong Fu's mind calmed down. He patted the subordinate's shoulder and laughed. Good, good. You are right. After we capture Su Yan this time, I will make you an elder. Thank you, Palace Master. The subordinate was overjoyed. After all, with just one sentence, he could obtain the position of an elder. This flattery was definitely at the right time. Another day passed. Murong Fu, the celestial pig demon king, and Luo Yaofeng sat outside the East Palace of the Monster Palace drinking tea and chatting. This was because now, the celestial pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng completely belonged to him. Murong Fu did not hide anything about Su Yan from the two of them. Looking at the time, the celestial pig demon king smiled and said, Palace Master, this 1-month agreement has passed. I think that Su Yan will definitely not dare to come. After all, the entire monster palace is now under our control. That's right. The elder who helped Su Yan in the past was also eliminated by us. Even if Su Yan returns to the monster palace now, at most, he will bring Macario Ice and a few other children with him. What's the use of that? Luo Yaofeng said from the side. Yes. When Murong Fu heard the two of them, he was in a good mood. He raised a glass of wine and drank it. Looking at the passage into the monster palace, he smiled and said, Su Yan, you were very arrogant, weren't you? You said you would kill your way into the monster palace in 1 month. Where are you now? At this moment, in the outer palace of the monster palace, several monster palace guards who were waiting for the teleportation formation yawned. Do you think that traitor Su Yan will come back? Who cares if he comes back or not? He can't stir up trouble if he comes back alone. That's true. I actually hope that he can come. That way, we won't have to be on tenterhooks every day. Come back. Do you think it's possible? Do you really think that Su Yan is a fool to break into our monster palace alone? The guards chatted casually. There were different opinions. Although there were all kinds of opinions, most of them did not take Su Yan seriously. After all, they did not think that Su Yan could stir up any trouble by himself. And just as everyone was talking with disdain, from the teleportation formation, a figure in white slowly walked out. Su Yan. When a guard saw him, he was shocked. He pulled a nearby guard who was about to doze off and stuttered as he shouted. What? Su Yan. It would be strange if he dared to come back. That person was about to fall asleep. After being disturbed, he shouted angrily. However, when his gaze fell on the white-clothed figure who walked out of the teleportation formation, he suddenly panicked. Su Yan, you really dare to come back? The guard shouted in surprise, and all the guards turned their attention to him. A level 4 spiritual sea realm expert, who was obviously the captain of these guards, heard the shout and walked out from the pavilion. Looking at Su Yan, the corner of his mouth immediately rose into a cold smile. Su Yan, you traitor, you actually have the guts to come back. Su Yan looked at these guards who were disheveled and roguish. Anger suddenly surged in his chest. A good sect was actually turned into this by that brat Murong Fu. While coldly snorting, Su Yan grasped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand and said, You are all disciples of the Monster Palace. Today, I came back to take back my position as the Palace Master. If you don't want to die, quickly retreat. What? When the level 4 spiritual sea realm expert heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but pull his ears and said, You. What did you say? Take back your position as the Palace Master? Did I hear wrong? You, Su Yan, a traitor, actually want to take my position as the Monster Palace's Palace Master? Do you want to die? Su Yan sneered and didn't say anything. Only the ghost howl sword in his hand faintly trembled. When the captain saw this, he waved his hand disdainfully and said, "Catch him for me. I want to see how capable he is to want to take my position as the Monster Palace's palace master. Since you want to die, don't blame me." Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. His body suddenly jumped up and the ghost howl sword in his hand burst out. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out. Peng, the level 4 spiritual sea realm expert couldn't help but be directly sent flying. Level 8 spiritual sea realm. Now, the level 4 spiritual sea realm expert finally knew fear. His whole body trembled and he ran back, shouting, "Su Yan, come back, Su Yan, come back. That brat definitely doesn't dare to come. This month has been so long, let's all disperse." Murong Fu said to the Pig Sky Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. However, just as his voice fell, the guard's shout was heard. "Su Yan is back, Su Yan is back." What? When Murong Fu and the other two heard this shout, their whole body couldn't help but tremble. Murong Fu's heart trembled. He pulled the guard and asked, "How many people did he bring?" "Just one." The guard panted and said, "Just one." When Murong Fu heard that Su Yan was alone, he was relieved. After all, he was really afraid that Su Yan would find some helpers. If that happened, things would become troublesome. With just one person, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, there were 3 realms on their side. Chapter 402. Sorry, I'm late. Su Yan's voice was not loud, and there was even some regret in it. However, at the end of his tone, there was a majestic aura hovering around him. When Murong Fu heard this, he felt a sense of mockery in his eyes. Before Su Yan appeared, he, Murong Fu, was the pride of the Monster Palace's Nangong. At that time, Su Yan was just an ant. If Su Yan had not been favored by the Princess of Chu, he was afraid that he would not even be able to leave the Monster Palace. In addition, Murong Fu could still clearly remember the helpless expression on Su Yan's face when he snatched the position of Monster Palace Master from Su Yan. However, such a person dared to humiliate him now. Murong Fu was immediately furious. "Su Yan, are you here to die?" Murong Fu looked at Su Yan with a fierce look in his eyes. He was originally a little worried that Su Yan would find some helpers. After all, when he went to find Su Yan, he had heard a lot about Su Yan's connections in the 5 commanderies continents. Now that he saw Su Yan alone, and there were 2 powerhouses, the Demon King of Pig Sky and Luo Yaofeng, behind him, Murong Fu was naturally full of confidence when he said this. He did not put Su Yan in his eyes at all. Compared to Murong Fu's anger, Su Yan was still calm. There was not a trace of emotion on his cold face. His white clothes fluttered, and he said slightly lazily, "Murong Fu, although I missed the 1-month agreement, I will definitely take the position of Palace Master of the Monster Palace today." Arrogant person. These words were not said by Murong Fu, but by the Demon King of Pig Sky. He leaped up and hovered in front of Su Yan. He looked at Su Yan and shouted angrily, "Su Yan, you are only a traitor of the Monster Palace. You don't know shame, and you dare to be arrogant in the Monster Palace." Arrogant. Hearing the Demon King of Pig Sky's words, Su Yan could not help but sneer. Then, his eyes opened, and a ray of light suddenly surged in them. At the same time, a wave of power surged between his eyebrows. This was the aura of a king, and it directly approached the Demon King of Pig Sky. Demon King of Pig Sky, you are just an exiled person. How would you know about the Monster Palace? If you don't guard the palace, why are you here to meddle in our affairs? Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful, conveying a domineering aura. It was even more overbearing. Coincidentally, the Demon King of Pig Sky's biggest taboo was to have the Princess of Chu exiled them. Now that Su Yan had mentioned it. Suddenly, the Demon King of Pig Sky's chest surged with anger. Su Yan, I could have spared your life since you came here to surrender. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite. As the Demon King of Pig Sky spoke, the Demon King of Pig Sky's cultivation technique surged. He leaped up and threw a punch directly at Su Yan. As Su Yan smiled slightly, his blood dragon pupils suddenly shrank. His body moved slightly to the side, dodging the Demon King of Pig Sky's attack. The Demon King of Pig Sky's attack was just a test. He didn't feel anything when he didn't hit. He smiled coldly and said, "Kid, I didn't expect you to improve so much after leaving the Monster Palace for a while. It's a pity that even so, you're only at the 8th stage of the spiritual sea. You haven't even entered the perimeter realm. How dare you be so arrogant? Die!" As the Demon King of Pig Sky spoke, his spiritual power surged. His body surged out in an instant. The Demon King of Pig Sky was originally a Hall Master of the Monster Palace. He had entered the peak of the spiritual sea realm long ago. He had even entered the perimeter realm a year ago. His strength was naturally not to be underestimated. As soon as he made his move, a whistling sound was instantly heard. Its speed was strange. When the disciples who had gathered around saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel envious. This was the world of the strong. Everyone longed and envied themselves to become a strong person. When they were envious of the strong, they naturally had no sympathy for the weak. Seeing the Demon King of Pig Sky's attack, many people immediately had a mocking look on their faces. "Humph, this traitor is so arrogant. I'll see how he dies. That's right. I think even Elder Pig won't be able to block this move." Whoosh! Just when everyone wanted to see Su Yan being punched by the Demon King of Pig Sky, a figure flashed in the air. Above the void, a figure flashed and moved. Su Yan had already leaped a few hundred meters away. Zhu Tian Demon King's punch missed its target. What? How is that possible? The crowd below immediately went into an uproar. They saw it clearly just now and were very clear about the speed of that punch. Moreover, they clearly saw that Su Yan was one step slower. That punch would definitely have smashed into Su Yan's body, but why did it miss? Because their attention was on the Demon King of Pig Sky, they didn't see Su Yan's movements clearly. Lucky. This kid is definitely lucky. Everyone said one after another. However, the Demon King of Pig Sky knew very well how fast Su Yan was just now. How can this kid be so fast? The Demon King of Pig Sky was shocked and didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out his weapon, a meteor hammer, which was in line with his personality. The Demon King of Pig Sky had seen it clearly just now. Now that he took out his weapon, he didn't waste time talking nonsense with Su Yan. He waved his meteor hammer and shouted, "Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this." With the addition of his weapon, the Demon King of Pig Sky's speed wasn't affected at all. Instead, he took a step forward and waved his hand. The meteor hammer flew away with a whistling sound. Its speed was even more terrifying. Everyone was surprised to see this scene. They looked at Su Yan, who was still standing there, and couldn't help but sneer. Let's see how this kid dodges this time. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. However, just as everyone was gloating, Su Yan, who was floating in the air, flashed again and dodged the Demon King of Pig Sky's attack. The Demon King of Pig Sky was furious. "Su Yan, do you only know how to dodge? Don't you dare to fight me. I'll fight you." Su Yan couldn't help but sneer when he heard the Demon King of Pig Sky's words. "Demon King of Pig Sky, do you think you're qualified to fight me?" What? Everyone was shocked to hear Su Yan's words. They knew that Su Yan was only a rank 8 spirit sea realm cultivator, while the demon king of Pig Sky was in the circumference realm. How could a rank 8 spirit sea realm cultivator say that a circumference realm cultivator wasn't qualified to be his opponent? Mockery, this was definitely a blatant mockery. For the demon king of Pig Sky, it was an insult. Die! Su Yan, you must die. The heavenly boar demon king was enraged. With a roar, the cultivation method in his body began to revolve, and a powerful force surged out. At the same time, he swung the meteor hammer in his hand. As the meteor hammer glided through the air, it caused the air to emit a loud bang. Su Yan, I'd like to see how you're going to dodge this. The demon king of Pig Sky roared. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Although Su Yan said that the demon king of Pig Sky wasn't qualified to fight him, Su Yan had to admit that the demon king of Pig Sky was a circumference realm cultivator. He was only a rank 8 spirit sea realm cultivator. If it wasn't for his blood dragon pupil, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge the demon king of Pig Sky's attack. Now that he saw the demon king of Pig Sky's powerful attack, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. He moved to the side and swung the Ghost Hall sword to block the meteor hammer. When the demon king of Pig Sky saw that Su Yan wasn't dodging, a smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, didn't you say that I'm not qualified to fight you? Why, are you qualified now? No. Su Yan's expression was still cold. I'm only here for Murong Fu, so I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to fight you. What an arrogant brat. Murong Fu jumped up and sneered at Su Yan. Su Yan, you're only a rank 8 spirit sea realm cultivator. Do you think you can escape from 3 circumference realm cultivators? The moment Murong Fu finished speaking, Luo Jiaofeng also jumped up and stood in front of Su Yan. When 3 circumference realm cultivators stood together, no one would dare to provoke them, even if they couldn't sweep through the 5 countries. However, Su Yan looked at them without any fear. A disdainful smile even appeared on his face. 3 great area realm cultivators are indeed powerful. However, you 3 great area realm cultivators are going against me, a spiritual ocean realm cultivator. Don't you feel ashamed? When Su Yan said this, the 3 of them couldn't help but blush. However, Murong Fu reacted quickly. He looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "Humph, you're a traitor. Everyone has the right to kill you. What's there to be ashamed of?" That's right. The celestial pig demon king had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Right now, he only wanted to fight Su Yan. When he heard Murong Fu's words, he immediately said, "Su Yan, since you think the 3 of us are bullying you, then I'll fight you alone." "I already said that you're not qualified," Su Yan said again when he heard the celestial pig demon king's words. "Su Yan, I'll definitely kill you." The celestial pig demon king was furious. He stood up and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Murong Fu. Murong Fu didn't know why, but when he saw how calm Su Yan was, he felt a little worried. He stopped the celestial pig demon king and said, "What's the point of talking about morality with a traitor like him? Let's attack together." Although the celestial pig demon king wasn't convinced, he didn't have any objections after hearing Murong Fu's words. He attacked Su Yan with the other 3. "You're really shameless." Su Yan sneered when he heard that Murong Fu wanted the 3 of them to attack together. He didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly retreated and dodged the 3's attacks. However, the 3 of them were extremely fast. Even with the help of the blood dragon pupil, he couldn't dodge their attacks. Su Yan was in a sorry state as he dodged. Murong Fu couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. "Su Yan, I advise you to surrender if you know what's good for you. You're not a match for the 3 of us." "Who told you that I came alone?" Chapter 403. What? When they heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Murong Fu's heart surged with worry. He looked at Su Yan and asked, Su Yan, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Su Yan smiled, especially when he saw the fear in Murong Fu's eyes. He smiled very happily. Then, he clapped his hands and said, Come out, all of you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Su Yan's voice fell, there was a sudden sound in the void. Then, 3 people in black clothes appeared in front of them. Their faces were like corpses, and their eyes were lifeless. However, the spiritual aura that was faintly pulsing from their bodies caused everyone to be startled. Perimeter Realm, they're all in the Perimeter Realm. Murong Fu looked at the 3 Perimeter Realm puppets with amazement and surprise. How is this possible? Su Yan, how can you summon 3 Perimeter Realm powerhouses? Su Yan smiled coldly and didn't answer Murong Fu's question. This time, Master Puppet had really helped him a lot. Not only did it help him break through to the 8th stage of the Spirit Sea Realm, but it also gave him 3 Perimeter Realm puppets. If it weren't for the 3 Perimeter Realm puppets, he wouldn't have succeeded. Su Yan didn't have much confidence in returning to the Monster Palace. After all, even if he could defeat Murong Fu, he wouldn't be a match for them, Zhu Tian Demon King, and Luo Yaofeng. Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were also shocked. Su Yan, how can you summon 3 Perimeter Realm powerhouses? The 2 looked at Su Yan with surprise in their eyes. Su Yan looked at their expressions and didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. He pointed at Murong Fu and said, Today, I just want to take back my position as the Palace Master of the Monster Palace. This Murong Fu is the one who took away my position as the Palace Master of the Monster Palace. So today, I only want to take his life. You are all disciples of the Monster Palace. Who said that you disrespected me? If you don't want to die today, I can spare your life. After Su Yan finished speaking, he looked at Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. The 2 of them immediately came back to their senses. Su Yan's words were actually directed at the 2 of them. Luo Jiaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon Monarch looked at each other and said, I'm willing to submit. Yes, we are willing to submit. As the 2 spoke, they directly threw Murong Fu aside and walked to Su Yan's side, Zhenrong. Su Yan looked at their expressions and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. After all, Su Yan was angry from the bottom of his heart towards such treacherous people. But no matter what, these 2 were from the Monster Palace. In addition, Su Yan was now very clear about the situation between the 2 alliances. These 2 were now in the Perimeter Realm and could more or less be of help. Seeing the 2 of them submit, he didn't have much to say. Murong Fu saw the 2 of them leave and flew into a rage. Good. Zhu Tian Demon King, Luo Yaofeng, you 2 traitors. Murong Fu, what are you talking about? You stole someone else's position as the Palace Master. Who are you calling a traitor? Zhu Tian Demon King had just changed sides and immediately flattered Murong Fu. He completely disregarded his old relationship with Murong Fu. Then, he said to Su Yan, No, Palace Master, I will kill this traitor now and return your position as the Palace Master. As he spoke, Zhu Tian Demon King stepped forward. Murong Fu's body trembled when he saw this. After all, he could clearly see the current situation. Su Yan's side had 5 powerhouses at area of circumference, while he was alone. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to defeat 5 powerhouses at area of circumference. However, the moment Zhu Tian Demon King took a step forward, he was stopped by Su Yan. Zhu Tian Demon King couldn't help but be stunned. Palace Master, Su Yan didn't look at Zhu Tian Demon King. Instead, he said coldly, the position of the Palace Master was stolen from me. I, Su Yan, will naturally take it back. I don't need your help. As he spoke, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a wisp of bright light. Zhu Tian Demon King didn't know why, but he felt a chill run down his spine. He had only surrendered because of the 3 perimeter realm experts behind Su Yan. He didn't want to submit to Su Yan at all. Now that Su Yan looked at him like this, he felt a surge of fear in his heart. Murong Fu, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Su Yan ignored him and took a step forward. He looked at Murong Fu and said coldly, in the past, when you took the position of palace master from me, Su Yan swore that I would get it back. And I would get it back with my own hands. Now is the time for me to get it back. Make your move. Don't worry, I won't let them get involved. Murong Fu suddenly saw a glimmer of hope when he heard Su Yan's words. Su Yan, you said it yourself, so don't blame me for being impolite. Murong Fu knew that this was his only chance. He only had this one chance, so the spirit energy in his body suddenly surged. His body leaped out, and the long sword in his hand directly slashed towards Su Yan's body. I didn't expect Murong Fu's strength to increase so much in just a month. When Su Yan saw Murong Fu's sharp attack, he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, his blood dragon pupil spun and he quickly took a step back. He dodged Murong Fu's attack. Su Yan, you are courting death. Murong Fu snorted when he saw Su Yan dodging. Once again, he slashed his sword at Su Yan. His speed was as fast as lightning. Su Yan frowned again. With such speed, even the blood dragon pupil might not be able to escape unscathed. He immediately grabbed the Ghost Hall sword and swung it. Clang! When the 2 swords clashed, sparks flew. At the same time, a powerful force swept out from the point of contact. Both of them couldn't help but take a step back. Although both of them took a step back, Murong Fu was in the radius realm. His spirit energy was much stronger than Su Yan's, so Su Yan still took a few more steps back and staggered a little before coming to a stop. It was clear that Murong Fu had won this round as well. When Murong Fu gained the upper hand, he was still a little worried that Heavenly Pig Demon King and the others would attack. Seeing that they didn't participate, he was relieved. Su Yan looked at Murong Fu's expression and naturally knew what he was worried about. He smiled and said, Murong Fu, I said that I won't let them participate, so I won't. Don't worry. I, Su Yan, will definitely take back the palace master's position from your hands. Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. This time, before Murong Fu could make the first move, Su Yan suddenly leaped out. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he swung the Ghost Hall sword in his hand. In an instant, countless rays of light burst out. The sword hummed loudly and directly slashed at Murong Fu. Murong Fu was startled. He hurriedly leaped up and activated his cultivation technique. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out and condensed into a massive amount of energy. It was followed by a horizontal slash. Break for me! Murong Fu shouted angrily. Immediately, a powerful force was transmitted from the sword. With a loud bang, Su Yan's entire body was directly sent flying. Bang! Su Yan's entire body fell to the ground. Luo Yaofeng and Heavenly Pig Demon King saw this scene and wanted to help. However, when they saw that the 3 area boundary experts had no intention of helping, they retreated. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times and stood up from the ground. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that it will be difficult for me to fight an area boundary expert alone. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, I really thought that you were capable. It turns out that you're just a so-so. Murong Fu suddenly laughed after gaining the upper hand. Is that so? Su Yan sneered. The Ghost Hall sword in his hand trembled faintly. A powerful force swept over and poured into the Ghost Hall sword. This is Murongfu saw this scene and frowned. Is this the 10,000 elephant divine skill? Seeing Su Yan's ghost howl sword trembling and condensing a powerful force, Murongfu did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly activated his cultivation method and condensed a force on his sword. 10,000 elephant divine skill, torrential storm of rose blossoms. 10,000 elephant divine skill, tiger descends the mountain. The moment the force condensed, the two murmured at the same time and slashed down with their swords. Suddenly, the countless blades of the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand shot out like a torrential downpour. Murongfu's sword was like a giant tiger that flew up and pounced directly on Su Yan. It collided with Su Yan's torrential pear blossom storm. Bang! With a loud bang, a light curtain suddenly exploded. Countless rays of light finally flew up. The waves of power swept out in an instant, and the terrifying power shook everyone around and forced them to take a few steps back. What a powerful force! Everyone on the ground was shocked when they saw this scene. Of course, under this shock, they were more concerned about the situation of the two. The moment the light receded, the bodies of the two people were slowly revealed. Murongfu looked at Su Yan and could not help but sneer. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate the torrential pear blossom storm of the Dongqing clan to such a level. I really underestimated you. But now you will definitely die, Murongfu said. His body flashed and directly appeared in front of Su Yan. What this is? Seeing this scene, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. Looking at the sword in Murongfu's hand flying toward him, he was suddenly shocked. Die! Murongfu shouted sternly as a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Clang! At this moment, a loud metallic sound suddenly burst out. What this is? Chapter 404. Murongfu looked at the long sword in his hand in astonishment. Looking at the swirling frost light on Su Yan's body, his eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. How is this possible? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Su Yan sneered as he started to circulate his cultivation technique. Bang! Immediately, Murongfu's whole body shook and his body was sent flying. Then Su Yan jumped and arrived in front of Su Yan. The ghost howl sword in his hand pointed at Murongfu and asked, Murongfu, what do you have to say now? Murongfu looked at the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand and was stunned for a moment. Looking at the power that was faintly surging in Su Yan's body, he knew that he had lost. Plop, he directly knelt on the ground and begged Su Yan, I beg you, please don't kill me. Su Yan was stunned by Murongfu's sudden begging. He never thought that the arrogant Murongfu would kneel and beg for mercy. Su Yan, don't kill me, don't kill me. Murongfu only wanted to live now and did not care about dignity. Looking at Murongfu's appearance, Su Yan's eyes surged with disdain. Murongfu, do you know? A man should live with dignity. Even if he dies, he should die with dignity. If you had begged like this in the past, maybe I would have spared you. Unfortunately, I, Su Yan, must take back the humiliation you gave me. So, you must die today. Su Yan said and immediately swung his sword. A blood mist surged. Murongfu, who used to be so arrogant in front of Su Yan, had fallen. The moment Murongfu fell, Su Yan flicked his sword and took the storage pouch on Murongfu's waist. Because of the fall of Murongfu, the imprint left on it had weakened a lot. With just a swipe, Su Yan had already erased the imprint on it. Opening the storage bag, Su Yan did not look at anything else. Instead, he took out the Monster Palace's palace master seal and raised it into the sky. Thump, kneeling on the ground, he shouted, Princess of Chu, I, Su Yan, have not let you down. I have taken back the Monster Palace. From today onwards, I will regain control of the Monster Palace. I will definitely revive the might of the Monster Palace. At this moment, all the disciples finally regained their senses from the battle. For them, they were completely stunned by what they had just seen. They did not see how the Murong Fu came in front of Su Yan at the end. They did not even see how Su Yan blocked the Murong Fu's attack. Everything was too strange for them. At this moment, they truly understood how powerful Su Yan was. At the same time, they also understood at this moment that Su Yan was their Monster Palace's palace master. Seeing Su Yan kneel, they also knelt on the ground and shouted, "The palace master is mighty, the palace master is mighty." Regain control of the Monster Palace. This was the thought that Su Yan had been suppressing in his heart since he left the Monster Palace. But now that he had truly regained control of the Monster Palace, Su Yan did not know how to manage the Monster Palace. Even looking at the many disciples kneeling on the ground in front of him, Su Yan did not know what to say for a moment and frowned. After all, for so many years, Su Yan had been pursuing strength and power. He really had not thought about becoming the sect master. Su Yan. At this moment, suddenly, a few familiar voices were heard. When Su Yan looked back, familiar faces appeared one by one. Dong Qinghao, Ratley, Macario Ice, Lu Fei, But Face, and even the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Wanshi, had all come. Su Yan did not know how to deal with the Monster Palace. When he saw Macario Ice walking over, he was overjoyed and greeted him, "Senior Brother Mu, it's great that you're back. As an elder of the Monster Palace, you should deal with the current situation." Dong Qinghao and the others had heard about Su Yan's return to the Monster Palace from the Heaven Sword spiritual master. When they heard that Su Yan was not dead and had recovered his strength, they were all overjoyed. Now that they had rushed over and saw Su Yan, they were even more overjoyed. Who knew that Su Yan would tell them these words, which made them stunned? When they saw the Monster Palace disciples kneeling on the ground, cheering Su Yan's name and Murong Fu's corpse next to him, they immediately understood. He immediately understood everything. Others might not be able to sense it. However, Dong Qinghao, Ratley, and Macario Ice were all disciples of the Monster Palace, so they naturally knew what this meant. It meant that Su Yan had regained control of the Monster Palace. The three of them could not help but feel a wave of worship in their hearts. At the same time, they looked at Su Yan with a burst of light in their eyes. Macario Ice did not say anything and directly asked everyone to leave first. This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. It's that simple. Of course it's that simple. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Now that you've regained control of the Monster Palace, why are you in such a hurry to deal with the matters in the palace? Naturally, we should get together first. Macario Ice smiled and gave Su Yan a punch. They had not seen each other for a long time. Now that they had reunited after such a long time, Su Yan was naturally happy in his heart. He nodded heavily and did not say much. He directly returned to the place where Su Yan used to live, the Spirit Palace. Although Su Yan had been gone for a long time, the Spirit Palace had not been ruined by Murong Fu. It was still the same as before. Even Dong Qinghao's mansion had not changed. They took the delicacies from Dong Qinghao's mansion and drank directly in the Spirit Palace. Reuniting after such a long time, even 1,000 cups would be too little. Throughout the night, the few of them drank a lot of wine. Everyone was drunk, except for Su Yan. He had a good alcohol tolerance, to begin with. In addition to the daily drinking in the mortal village, his alcohol tolerance was even better than others. He watched as everyone went to sleep. Su Yan sat alone on the roof, looking at the stars in the sky. His mood for drinking just now had slowly faded. If Su Yan had not accepted Master Puppet's memories this time, he would have been in a good mood. Perhaps this reunion with an old friend would have brought Su Yan a good mood for many nights. In addition, he had regained control of the Monster Palace, which was even more joyous. However, with Master Puppet's memories, Su Yan could not feel happy when he thought about what had happened in the 5 counties in the past year. He even thought about what the Black Fiend Alliance had done. Su Yan was a little angry. Of course, Su Yan was more concerned about the Tyrant. Now that he had Master Puppet's memories, Su Yan also knew that the reason why the two alliances interacted was because Master Puppet and other people from the Jojo continent had come here. The Heaven and Earth organization had gathered their allies. In fact, they did not know what this was about at all. They just wanted to snatch the Heart of Territory. However, the Heaven and Earth organization did not know that the Heart of Territory was used to activate the Tyrant. The Black Fiend Alliance's goal was this Tyrant. The Heart of Territory and the Tyrant. As Su Yan thought about it, he could not help but frown. He still tried hard to recall Master Puppet's memories. Unfortunately, Master Puppet was a pervert. Apart from refining puppets, he did not ask about the specific matters of the Black Fiend Alliance at all. As a result, there was not much useful information in his mind. He only knew that the Black Fiend Alliance had formed an alliance because of the Tyrant. As for the Heart of Territory, it was just a fog that they had released in order to cause a war in the 5 counties. War. Su Yan wanted to know why these people wanted to cause a war. Unfortunately, Master Puppet's mind was filled with puppets. Su Yan could not help but feel a little angry. Of course, in his anger, Su Yan still felt a little comforted when he thought about the puppets. This puppet technique is worthy of being an ancient secret technique. If I can master it, it will be helpful for my future cultivation. Su Yan thought about Master Puppet's memories and took advantage of his free time to study the puppet technique. He wouldn't have known if he didn't see it, but when he saw it, Su Yan was shocked. How difficult was it to master the puppet technique? If a person wanted to become a puppet master, not only did they have to have a very deep understanding of the meridians of the human body, but they also had to cultivate diligently. Only when they reached the perimeter state could they cultivate their own life puppet. Furthermore, they had to cultivate the puppet technique to level 5. Not to mention the fact that reaching the perimeter state was already an extremely difficult task. Even cultivating the 10,000 elephant divine skill to tier 5 was extremely difficult, let alone the art of puppetry. Su Yan could not help but admire Master Puppet. Only a lunatic like him would become a puppet master. If it were an ordinary person, not many people would be able to do it. However, all of Master Puppet's efforts were in vain. It was all for Su Yan. No one could be blamed for this. Master Puppet could only blame himself. He should not have wanted to cultivate Su Yan into his life puppet. After all, Su Yan was a peak sword saint. Su Yan was Su Yan. How could he become someone else's puppet? Thinking about the puppet master, Su Yan opened Murong Fu's storage pouch. In addition to some spirit stones, there were some elixirs in Murong Fu's storage pouch. Su Yan did not hesitate to put them into his storage pouch. After all, spirit stones and elixirs were good things. Of course, what made Su Yan even more excited was the profound level 10,000 mammoth divine skill, the ferocious tiger divine skill. The value of this 10,000 mammoth divine skill was immeasurable. Many people would risk their lives for this 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Of course, Su Yan did not plan to cultivate this 10,000 mammoth divine skill. After all, Su Yan felt that the ferocious tiger divine skill was not suitable for him. The choice of the 10,000 mammoth divine skill was not only difficult to cultivate, but also suitable for himself. Otherwise, it would cause his cultivation to stagnate. He took out the 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Su Yan touched the storage pouch. There was nothing left. Just as he was about to put it away, the greedy Su Yan searched the storage pouch again. Suddenly, he saw something at the bottom of the storage pouch. Su Yan took it out with a thought. Looking at this strange thing, a bright light suddenly surged in his eyes. Chapter 405. Su Yan did not expect that Murongfu would have the milky tortoise shell. The ancient spring autumn wood, the black ice cold iron, the Buddha golden silkworm, and the milky tortoise shell were all necessary items to open the 10,000 devil ancient tree. Without these 4 items, it was impossible to open the 10,000 devil ancient tree. The 10,000 devil ancient tree was a place that Su Yan had to go. After leaving the monster palace, Su Yan did not feel the pull of the 10,000 devil ancient tree. However, as soon as he entered the monster palace, Su Yan could feel a familiar aura from the 10,000 devil ancient tree calling out to Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but feel a surge of impulse in his heart due to this mysterious feeling. Of course, Su Yan knew that he was not in a hurry. After all, to open the 10,000 devil ancient tree, he had to obtain the 4 items. In addition, Su Yan was now in charge of the monster palace, and the 4 treasures of the monster palace had always been with Su Yan. The Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, Supreme Demon Ancient Bell, and Supreme Demon Ancient Seal were all with Su Yan, so Su Yan was not worried. Now that Su Yan had taken out the 4 great treasures and placed them in his hands, he felt that it was funny. He was holding a lot of treasures in his hands, but Su Yan didn't dare to use them even once. After all, each of these treasures was a shocking treasure. Su Yan was really afraid that if he used them once, they would be taken away by others. For example, Su Yan now had the Red Parting Sword case, the Sky Destroyer sword, and the Scorching Sun Divine sword that had not been refined. Su Yan had not used them even once. It was not that Su Yan did not want to use them, but Su Yan knew very well that if Su Yan wanted to use these things with his strength, he would definitely attract some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, although Su Yan had so many treasures, he had not used them even once. He didn't even take it out. Now that Su Yan had regained control of the monster palace, even though he hadn't reached the realm of Radius, he could still deal with Tier 1 Radius elites. That was why Su Yan dared to take out these items and play with them. These items seemed to be necessary to activate the 10,000 Fey Ancient Tree. Su Yan's anticipation toward the 10,000 Fiends Ancient Tree grew even stronger. However, when he thought about how he had yet to find the Buddha Golden Silkworm and the Mystic Ice Cold Iron, he felt a little discouraged. Of course, this discouragement only lasted for a moment. Su Yan knew very well that even if he had these 4 treasures now, he would still have to wait until the matter of the alliance was resolved before he could enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Tree. About the alliance. Although it could be said that Su Yan was a lot less, Su Yan was not a lot more. However, this was a big matter after all. Although Su Yan didn't know what the Tai formation was, he could vaguely feel that this Tai formation was definitely related to a big matter. If it wasn't handled properly, he and the others would probably die. Therefore, this alliance was still the most important thing now. Thinking about how everyone who participated in the alliance was in the realm of Radius, Su Yan's desire for power surged in his heart once again. At the same time, the scene of him breaking through to the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm in Master Puppet's blood cave surfaced in his mind. At that time, Su Yan broke through to the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm without any warning. He just broke through directly. Originally, Su Yan would be able to trigger the Thunder Tribulation every time he broke through, but this time, it didn't. This also made Su Yan puzzled. Why didn't I trigger the Thunder Tribulation this time when I broke through? Although it was a blessing not to trigger the Thunder Tribulation, every time Su Yan broke through, he would trigger the Thunder Tribulation. Suddenly, there was no Thunder Tribulation. This strange phenomenon couldn't help but make people suspicious. Su Yan thought for a while, but he still couldn't figure out the reason. He simply stopped thinking about it. Looking at the night, it was still early. He wanted to cultivate, but thinking about the thin spiritual power in the monster palace, even if he cultivated, he probably wouldn't be able to increase his strength, so he didn't cultivate. And that day in the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan slept comfortably again. warriors didn't need much sleep to begin with. The current Su Yan couldn't be said to be sleepy at all. He simply didn't sleep. He began to sort out the situation of his cultivation. During his time in the mortal village, Su Yan felt that staying in the mortal village wasn't helpful to his cultivation at all. However, after recovering his strength, Su Yan realized that during the year in the mortal village, he hadn't gained nothing. However, he had understood many things. It meant that he had a better understanding of the various abilities he possessed. The blood dragon pupil was Su Yan's greatest discovery. Now, not only could he use the blood dragon pupil to slow down the enemy's speed in his eyes, but he could also burst out with an unexpected attack. Su Yan had already sensed this attack. It was at least 50% of his strength in this sword strike. Although it was only 50%, this unexpected attack could very likely allow him to reverse the situation. There was also the torrential storm pear blossom. This was the 10,000 elephants divine skill. The torrential storm pear blossom was a profound level 10,000 elephants divine skill. At most, it could break through the 7th level and reach the earth level divine effect. Now, Su Yan had only cultivated to the 4th level. It was never enough. However, Su Yan's current strength was only in the spiritual sea realm. If he wanted to continue cultivating, he had to break through the square sphere realm to be able to cultivate this 10,000 elephants divine skill. In countless battles, Su Yan knew the importance of this 10,000 elephants divine skill. The 10,000 elephants divine skill was like a martial artist's weapon. During an attack, a sudden burst of the 10,000 elephants divine skill could not only save one's life, but also kill the enemy. Let's take a simple example. A 6th level spiritual sea realm martial artist who cultivated the 10,000 elephants divine skill and a 6th level spiritual sea realm martial artist who didn't cultivate the 10,000 elephants divine skill. Under no special circumstances, the martial artist who cultivated the 10,000 elephants divine skill would definitely win. Su Yan's current ability was to burst out with the 4th level torrential pear blossom. Not only that, apart from the torrential pear blossom, Su Yan could also summon the black ice divine shield once. These two great skills could be said to be Su Yan's protective talismans. Of course, apart from these, Su Yan's strongest skill should be the transmogrification divine skill. After all, the moment Su Yan transmogrified into his dragon form, the transmogrification divine skill would allow Su Yan to directly enter the perimeter state. It was a pity that it was somewhat useless. This was because this transmogrification divine skill could only be used when all of Su Yan's spirit energy was used up. If he had abundant spirit energy, then no matter how hard Su Yan tried, it would be useless. Moreover, when his spirit energy was used up, the transmogrification time would be too short. If he encountered a slightly stronger enemy, it would be completely useless. At most, it would be able to save his life. This caused Su Yan to feel somewhat regretful. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to discover the profundities behind it. Thus, Su Yan had no choice but to give up on his research. With the special effect of the blood dragon pupil, if I encounter a 2nd level square sphere realm martial artist, I should be able to fight. Even if I can't beat him, I will definitely have the chance to escape. Su Yan thought about the various skills he had. His eyes narrowed slightly as a bright light surged in them. After all, being able to challenge a 2nd level square sphere realm martial artist as an 8th level spiritual sea realm martial artist was absolutely shocking. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between the spiritual sea realm and the square sphere realm. The difference between the two was even more unimaginable. The power contained in the square sphere realm martial artist's body was several times more than that of a peak spiritual sea realm martial artist. To put it simply, a square sphere realm martial artist could use 3 10,000 elephant divine skills, while a 9th level spiritual sea realm martial artist could only use 1. However, Su Yan, who was only at the 8th level spiritual sea realm, was able to challenge a 2nd level square sphere realm martial artist. This was definitely a miracle. A miracle. Su Yan was a miracle to begin with. As Su Yan sorted out the matters of cultivation, the bright moon in the sky slowly disappeared. The morning light poured out, and the sky slowly brightened. Dong Qinghao and the others also woke up one by one. Su Yan also went down from the roof. The others naturally sighed again. Then, they asked Su Yan, are we leaving the monster palace now? Yes. Su Yan nodded and said, the monster palace matter has been resolved, but the alliance matter has not been resolved. We have to leave. But what about the monster palace? Dong Qinghao asked. This. Su Yan didn't think much of it before. Now that he heard Dong Qinghao say this, he remembered. After all, he was now in charge of the monster palace. Moreover, he had just taken charge of the monster palace, and he still had a lot of things to do. If he left, there would inevitably be some trouble. Su Yan thought and looked at Makario Ice, who was hiding at the side. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he shouted, Great Elder Mu. When Makario Ice heard Su Yan's call, he sighed helplessly and walked up. I knew it. Sigh, forget it. Anyway, I also like to stay in the monster palace. You can rest assured and go. I will take care of the monster palace. Thank you, Senior Brother Mu. The reason why Su Yan chose Makario Ice was that he liked Mu Liubin's management ability. Su Yan believed that there would be no problems if he handed over the monster palace to him. Makario Ice shook his head and said, Why are you being so polite with me? Moreover, I am an elder of the monster palace. Taking care of the monster palace is something I should do. I am just worried that Luo Yaofeng and the Celestial Pig Monster King will cause trouble. These two. Hearing Makario Ice's words, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. These two are troublesome. After all, the Celestial Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng were both powerhouses of the area realm. On the other hand, Mu Lubing was only at the 8th level of the spiritual ocean realm, the same level as Su Yan. Adding on the fact that the two of them had always been sinister, if the two of them were in the palace, it would be hard to say what would happen. Su Yan was puzzled. Suddenly, he saw the 3 area realm puppets standing in the corner. He smiled and said, Senior Brother Mu, I will put these 3 area realm puppets in the palace. This way, we can deal with the Celestial Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng. Originally, Makario Ice was a little unwilling. After all, although the 3 area realm puppets, they were still powerhouses of the area realm. Having Su Yan by his side was definitely a big guarantee. Chapter 406. In fact, the 3 realms of radius could definitely be considered a great help. After all, in the war between the 2 alliances, even a Spirit Sea realm, Celestial realm, and Saint Bloodline realm were the key to victory, not to mention the 3 realms of radius. However, the reason why Su Yan placed the 3 puppets of Radius Realm in the Monster Palace, other than suppressing the Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. More importantly, Su Yan didn't know how to carry the 3 puppets. Su Yan didn't feel like having the 3 of them follow behind him all the time. Moreover, if he left them somewhere and they were destroyed, wouldn't he suffer a great loss? After all, these puppets required an operator to stand beside them. Therefore, Su Yan decided to place the 3 puppets of Radius Realm in the Monster Palace. After explaining to Makario Ice how to operate them, he left the Monster Palace with Dong Qinghao and the others. The weakest of them was in the Spirit Sea Realm. With the teleportation array, although the journey to the Heaven and Earth organization was long, they arrived in half a day. This time, they returned to the Monster Palace with Dong Qinghao and the others, who were familiar faces from the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan naturally wouldn't be stopped by the guards like a few days ago. Coincidentally, the guards guarding the mountain gate today were the same ones who stopped Su Yan that day. Looking at Su Yan, who was walking with Dong Qinghao, the guards were all surprised. One of them even quietly pulled Lu Fei and said, "Hey, fatty, who is this person?" This was because Lu Fei was only in the Spirit Sea realm. The guard was also in the Spirit Sea realm. There was no difference in status between the two. In addition, Lu Fei was a naturally friendly person. Lu Fei had been in the Heaven and Earth Organization for a period of time, so he knew many people from the Heaven and Earth Organization. That person didn't stand on ceremony with Lu Fei, so he dared to ask him. It was originally a quiet question. But what kind of person was Lu Fei? He was a person who didn't commit crimes and courted death. Lu Fei didn't say anything at first, but when he heard the guard's question, he immediately raised his voice and shouted, "What? You don't know who he is?" The guard was startled by Lu Fei's sudden outburst. He quickly pulled Lu Fei and said, "Lower your voice, lower your voice." Then, he looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him. The guard couldn't help but sweat. Lu Fei didn't care about this. He used his fat hand to pat that person's shoulder and said, "Humph, you brat really don't know what's good for you. Do you know who it is?" "Su Yan isn't, he is." "What? He's really Su Yan." The guard looked at Su Yan and jumped up. He looked at Su Yan with a terrified expression. He didn't know Su Yan, but he had heard of Su Yan's great name. Naturally, he knew about Su Yan's feats. Especially that one. Su Yan, who was only at the Spirit Sea realm, dared to challenge Fang Yuan, who was at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. Who in the world would dare to do that? Su Yan didn't think much of it. After all, Su Yan knew that these guards weren't deliberately making things difficult for him. Lu Fei, on the other hand, kept patting that person's shoulder and said, "You're dead, you're dead. Since you don't know who Su Yan is, you must have offended him. Let me tell you, Su Yan is my junior brother. If you obediently hand over some spirit stones, I might be able to help you." The guard really believed Lu Fei's words and handed over dozens of spirit stones. Lu Fei took the spirit stones and chased after Su Yan. Ni said, "Hee, these spirit stones are easy to earn." "Damn fatty." Su Yan looked at him and shook his head helplessly. However, thinking about his brothers together, Su Yan was in a good mood. Then, they followed him to the Heaven and Earth Organization's main hall. Because Yun Wanshi was with them, she had already informed the Heaven and Earth Organization that they would be arriving at the Heaven and Earth Organization today. Although they were lined up to welcome them, many experts were still waiting in the main hall. Dong Qinghao and the others were about to enter directly. However, Su Yan stopped. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Junior brother Su, what are you doing?" The others also looked at Su Yan with a puzzled expression. They didn't understand why he was doing this. Su Yan smiled but didn't say anything. He straightened his clothes and said to the guard next to him, "Junior brother, I hope you can inform them that the Monster Palace's palace master has come to visit." "What?" The guard didn't react. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan in astonishment. However, Dong Qinghao and Ratley were members of the Monster Palace after all. They soon knew that Su Yan was willing to do this. Su Yan did this for the Monster Palace. Lu Fei didn't understand. He looked at Su Yan and said rudely, "Junior brother Su, aren't you just a lousy palace master? What are you showing off for? You don't understand." If someone else said this, Su Yan would definitely slap them. However, it was Lu Fei who said this. After all, Su Yan had the deepest relationship with Lu Fei. After all, Lu Fei was Su Yan's first close friend when he walked into this world. "I don't understand." Lu Fei really didn't understand. He smiled disdainfully and said, Su Yan, you're just pretending. Let's see if anyone will come out to welcome you. In the next moment, Lu Fei was immediately dumbfounded. Yun He and the elders of the Heaven and Earth organization came out. They cupped their hands and said to Su Yan, Monster Palace's palace master has graced us with his presence. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. The reason why Su Yan used the identity of Monster Palace's palace master. He wanted Monster Palace to leave the East Sea and set foot on the continents of the 5 counties. He wanted everyone to truly accept Monster Palace. After all of this had always been Princess of Chu's wish. Su Yan did this to fulfill Princess of Chu's last wish. However, seeing the Heaven and Earth organization's sect master Yun He so courteous, Su Yan was really not used to it. After all, everyone was already very familiar with each other. It's okay, it's okay. Su Yan responded with a few words and followed into the hall. Yun He and the others also returned to their seats. Then, they asked Su Yan and the others to sit down. However, Su Yan hadn't sat down yet. Suddenly, someone stood up and said, Alliance Master Yun, this is a meeting of our Yunqian Alliance. What are these people from Monster Palace doing here? No one objected. Everyone was stunned by this sudden voice. Especially Su Yan. When he heard this, his eyes immediately surged with anger. He looked at the person. This person had red hair and a red beard. He didn't look amazing, but he was tall and strong. Su Yan knew at a glance that he didn't know him. However, Su Yan could see that this person was in the second stage of the boundary realm. This time, not only did Su Yan not die, but he also recovered his strength and returned to the Heaven and Earth organization. Yun He was happy for him in her heart. Although she didn't know why Su Yan became the Monster Palace's palace master, she was still happy for him. Now that she suddenly heard this person's voice, she couldn't help but frown. Looking at the person, she saw that it was the sect master of Lei Tang's sect, Lei Wanjun, who talked back to her that day. Her face became even uglier. I say, Sect Master Lei, this Monster Palace came from afar. Why are you here? They came from afar, and they came from afar. Lei Wanjun didn't give Yun He any face. He sneered and said, I think everyone knows what kind of existence the Monster Palace is. Everyone in the Monster Palace is a monster. It's fine if they are in the East Sea, but now they dare to come to our 5 counties. This is absolutely unacceptable. Lei Wanjun, what do you mean by this? This time, without waiting for Yun He to speak, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword jumped out and shouted. After all, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword recognized Su Yan. What do I mean by this? Lei Wanjun faced Spiritual Master Heaven Sword without a trace of fear. He sneered and said, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, you have always said that this Su Yan is a disciple of your sword collection tomb. How did he suddenly become the Monster Palace's palace master? When Reverend Tianjian heard Lei Wanjun's words, he did not know how to reply for a moment. Instead, he threw a pleading gaze towards Su Yan. After all, he was unaware of Su Yan's situation in the Supreme Demon Palace. However, before Su Yan could speak, Lei Wanjun sneered and said, Why can't you answer? Disciple of the Sword Collection Tomb. I think this person is also a monster. Now that he dares to come here, he must be expelled and returned to the East Sea. After all, everyone didn't have a good impression of the Monster Palace. Yun He also didn't know how Su Yan became the Monster Palace's palace master. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. For a moment, her anger became extremely embarrassing. Seeing this, Lei Wanjun sneered and said, Why doesn't anyone express their opinion? Then I will say it. Today, this Monster Palace must be expelled. Dong Qinghao and Ratley didn't say that they were from the Monster Palace when they came to the Heaven and Earth organization. They didn't expect these people to have such a strong opinion of the Monster Palace. It was only now that they truly understood why the Supreme Demon Palace still remained in the Eastern Sea when it was at its peak in the past. Seeing that Su Yan didn't say anything, the two of them couldn't help but become anxious. Everyone turned to look at him. Su Yan just stood there and looked at Lei Wanjun with a playful expression. When he didn't say anything, he asked, "Are you done?" When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned and couldn't help but say, "I'm done." "Okay, if you're done, then it's my turn." Su Yan smiled coldly and explained how he left the hidden sword tomb and joined the Monster Palace. Of course, he ignored some of the details. He just told everyone that Su Yan didn't betray the hidden sword tomb. Then, he announced the death of Queen Consort Chu, as well as how he inherited the position of Supreme Demon Palace's Palace Lord, lost the position of Supreme Demon Palace's Palace Lord, and regained the position of Supreme Demon Palace's Palace Lord. After that, Su Yan didn't rush to continue. Instead, he waited for everyone to recover and then continued, "I think everyone knows why I joined the Monster Palace." Everyone was surprised by Su Yan's experience. When they heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but nod. Seeing everyone nod, Su Yan's face suddenly sank. He looked at Lei Wanjun and shouted, "If I'm not wrong, you're the Thunder Sect Master Lei." "That's me." Lei Wanjun touched his beard and turned his head. He didn't put Su Yan in his eyes at all. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled disdainfully and said, "Sect Master Lei, you keep saying that the Monster Palace belongs to the Monster Clan. Have you ever seen the Monster Palace do anything for the Monster Clan?" When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's question, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. He just smiled coldly and said, "The Monster Palace belongs to the Monster Clan. This is something that everyone knows. What else do you need to know?" "Sect Master Lei, I'm just asking if you saw anything. Just answer me like that." Su Yan said with a gloomy face. "You." Lei Wanjun was about to get angry when he heard Yunhe cough. Because of Yunhe's strength, he obediently answered, "I didn't see anything, but, what nonsense are you talking about if you didn't see anything? You're the sect master of the Thunder Sect. How can you be so shameless and talk nonsense?" When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's answer, he didn't give him any chance to speak. He directly shouted, "Since we didn't do anything for the Monster Clan, why do you keep saying that the Monster Palace belongs to the Monster Clan?" Chapter 407. We are the Supreme Demon Clan. Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful. There was also a faint sense of majesty that was being emitted, causing everyone to be stunned. Everyone, whether they knew Su Yan or not, knew Su Yan. At this moment, they couldn't help but look at this young man in his early 20s with a whole new level of respect. The Leitang Sect Master, Lei Wanjun, looked at Su Yan with a gloomy expression. At the same time, there was a faint surge of anger in his chest. After all, regardless of the Monster Palace's matter. Or something else. In his eyes, Su Yan was only a junior. In other words, Su Yan was only an ant in Lei Wanjun's eyes. And such an ant actually dared to talk back to him in public. To Lei Wanjun, this was definitely a great humiliation. Good. What a Supreme Demon Clan. However, because there were other people in the hall, Lei Wanjun couldn't directly flare up. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and sneered, "Supreme Demon Clan. Fine, I admit that your Monster Palace is a Supreme Demon Clan, but," when Lei Wanjun spoke to this point, he suddenly paused. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of an evil smile. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "But even so, you, Su Yan, do not have the qualifications to participate in my Qian Yun Alliance's meeting." "Lei Wanjun, what do you mean by that?" Enlightened Master Heaven Sword jumped out when he heard Lei Wanjun's words. "What do I mean?" Lei Wanjun completely ignored enlightened Master Heaven Sword's anger and sneered, "Heaven Sword, I know this kid came from your hidden sword tomb, but even so, you can't protect him like this." After saying that, Lei Wanjun ignored enlightened Master Heaven Sword and slightly cupped his hands to Yunhe, "Sect Master Yun, we are the Qian Yun Alliance. When we first formed the alliance, we had an agreement that any sect that has a Radius Realm powerhouse who rebelled can join. However, does the Supreme Demon Palace have any experts at the origin boundary?" Lei Wanjun stared at Su Yan as a mocking smile appeared on his face. When Yunhe heard Lei Wanjun's words, she couldn't help but frown. After all, what Lei Wanjun said made sense. When the various sects formed an alliance, there was a rule that every sect must have at least one Yuan realm expert. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. "Who said?" Dong Qinghao was excited and wanted to say something. However, before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Su Yan. Dong Qinghao originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Su Yan shake his head and look into his deep eyes, he seemed to have understood something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into his signature smile. Su Yan took a step forward and looked at Lei Wanjun meaningfully. "Sect Master Lei, I would like to ask you a question. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't give me this." Lei Wanjun was publicly contradicted by Su Yan, so he was full of anger. If it weren't for the fact that there were still people here, Lei Wanjun would have already hit Su Yan. Su Yan didn't care about Lei Wanjun's expression. He nodded calmly and said, "Sect Master Lei, my question is actually very simple. If a spiritual sea realm cultivator defeats a circle state cultivator, does that mean he has the qualifications to join this alliance?" What? When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, Su Yan, are you joking? A spiritual sea realm cultivator defeating a circle state cultivator? Are you trying to make people laugh to death?" Su Yan didn't care about Lei Wanjun's words. He smiled coldly and said, "Sect Master Lei, you don't have to care if it's a joke or not. I'm just asking if it's okay." "Of course it's okay." When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he immediately looked at the confident expression on Su Yan's face and immediately understood. A mocking smile appeared on his face. "Su Yan, don't tell me you want to challenge the strong cultivators of the origin state." "That's right," Su Yan said, and a ray of light suddenly surged in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, what a joke." Lei Wanjun laughed loudly. He then looked at Yunhe and said, "Sect Master Yun, this kid wants to die. What do you think?" Yunhe looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but frown. After all, when Su Yan just came in, he already knew that Su Yan was only a spiritual sea realm cultivator of the 8th level. Although he had always thought that Su Yan was a rare talent, At the same time, many miracles had happened to Su Yan. But after all, it was a bit far-fetched for a spiritual sea realm cultivator of the 8th level to challenge a circle state cultivator. For a moment, Yunhe didn't know how to choose. Looking at Yunhe's troubled expression, Su Yan smiled and said, "Sect Master Yun, this concerns the honor of our monster palace. I hope Sect Master Yun can agree." Sigh. When Yunhe heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but sigh. He said helplessly, "Su Yan, since it's like this, then fine. Coincidentally, there is someone in the Heaven and Earth organization who just entered the circle state yesterday. He will be your challenger." As soon as Yunhe's voice fell, an area sphere realm powerhouse walked out. When Lei Wanjun saw that it was someone from the Heaven and Earth organization, his expression became a bit ugly. This was the first time he had met Su Yan. But as the sect master of the Leitang sect, he had naturally heard of some things about Su Yan. He also knew that Su Yan had some relationship with the Heaven and Earth organization. He was afraid that the Heaven and Earth organization people would be biased. But since Yunhe said so, he didn't say anything. Although he dared to talk back to Yunhee, he didn't say anything. However, that did not mean that he was not afraid of Yunhee. After all, Yunhee was in the Dragon Realm. Dragon Realm, even 10 Lei Wanjun wouldn't be a match for him. He just glanced at that person and snorted, "This concerns the strength of the alliance. You can't be biased." Of course, of course. That person smiled. His eyes flowed with an evil aura. He didn't think of being biased at all. Because after Su Yan said those words, he felt a wave of anger. He was a circle state cultivator who had just entered the circle state yesterday. He knew too well the difference between the spiritual sea state and the circle state. It was simply impossible for a spiritual sea state cultivator to defeat a circle state cultivator. So now, he wanted to teach Su Yan a lesson more than Lei Wanjun. Su Yan. However, just as he was about to ask Su Yan for advice, he didn't even take a step forward. However, Su Yan shouted, "Hold on." When everyone heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but feel confused. Lei Wanjun even mocked, "What, are you afraid?" "No." Su Yan shook his head and smiled evilly, "I'm not afraid. The person I want to challenge isn't him. It's you." "What?" Once Su Yan's words came out, the whole place immediately exploded. He wanted to challenge Lei Wanjun. Was Su Yan crazy? Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword had seen Su Yan's strength and had always believed in Su Yan. However, when Su Yan said this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He pulled Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you're crazy. Lei Wanjun is a rank 2 circle state cultivator. Moreover, he's the sect leader of Leitang sect and has been famous for a long time." Su Yan didn't wait for Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword to finish his words. He waved his hand and smiled, "Sect leader, why don't you believe in me?" When Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword heard Su Yan's words, he was speechless and didn't know how to persuade him. Looking at Su Yan's surging eyes, he shook his head helplessly and retreated to the side. When Yunhee saw this, she also persuaded, "Su Yan, you just need to prove that you're qualified to join our Qian Cloud Alliance. There's no need to challenge sect leader Lei." No. Su Yan shook his head and smiled, "Sect leader Yun, I'm confident." When Yunhee heard Su Yan's words, she didn't know how to persuade him. She sighed helplessly and looked at Lei Wanjun, "Sect leader Lei, this is a competition. You mustn't be ruthless." Of course. Lei Wanjun replied to Yunhee. When he looked at Su Yan, his eyes were surging with thick killing intent. He was still worried that he wouldn't have the chance to teach Su Yan a lesson. Now, Su Yan had come knocking on his door. Lei Wanjun was naturally happy. However, he was more furious than happy. He felt that Su Yan, who was only at the spiritual sea realm, wasn't qualified to challenge him. "Su Yan, since you're so confident in challenging me, then make your move. I, Lei Wanjun, will give you 3 moves." Lei Wanjun took a step forward and said to Su Yan with a strong sense of righteousness. Su Yan wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, "No, since it's a competition, it should be on the fighting stage. How can I fight here? There's no need for such trouble." Lei Wanjun waved his hand and said, "Su Yan, you're only at the spiritual sea realm of the 8th stage. I'll give you 3 moves. If I can defeat you in 1 move, then it's fine here. See you on the fighting stage." Su Yan waved his hand and directly walked out. When he reached the door, he even provoked Lei Wanjun, "Sect leader Lei, if you dare to come, then come. If you don't dare, then forget about it." "What?" When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he was furious and shouted, "Su Yan, you're courting death." As he spoke, Lei Wanjun also walked out of the main hall. After all, Su Yan had already said so. If he, Lei Wanjun, didn't go, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Seeing that the two of them had gone out, everyone followed them out. Su Yan had been waiting on the fighting stage for a long time. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably valiant. Yun Wanqi's heart couldn't help but tremble. When she saw Lei Wanjun on the fighting stage, she was even more worried. She knew Lei Wanjun's strength very well. In fact, it wasn't just her. Spiritual Master Sky Sword, Yun He, and the others were also worried. Their cultivation techniques were faintly activated, and they were ready to help at any time. Dong Qinghao, Ratley, and the others were also worried. After all, Lei Wanjun was at the spiritual sea realm of the second stage, and Su Yan was only at the spiritual sea realm of the eighth stage. A spiritual sea realm of the eighth stage against a spiritual sea realm of the second stage. If it were anyone else, they would have started to mock. However, when they saw that it was Su Yan, they didn't know why, but they felt that a miracle would happen. Of course, this was only for them. Most people were disdainful. Chapter 408. Not only did the crowd not believe it, but they also sighed. Looking at Su Yan, they were also a little angry. After all, most of the people present were at the area sphere realm, and a mere 8th-stage spiritual ocean realm warrior dared to challenge them. This was definitely a humiliation to them. Especially that area sphere realm warrior from the Heaven and Earth organization, he felt an unprecedented anger. Originally, he was the one who issued the challenge. However, Su Yan didn't accept the challenge. If Su Yan was afraid, then so be it. However, Su Yan challenged Lei Wanjun, which was definitely a great humiliation to him. If it wasn't for Yun He and the others, he would have already shouted for Lei Wanjun to kill this arrogant brat. Arrogant, in fact, Su Yan was very clear about what arrogance was. The reason why he was arrogant was because he was confident. Su Yan, it's not too late for you to regret now. Lei Wanjun really wanted to teach Su Yan a lesson, but now that he was standing on the martial stage, he became righteous. Seeing Lei Wanjun like this, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Sect leader Lei, just make your move. Don't pretend to be benevolent. Alright, brat. Since you want to die, don't blame me. Lei Wanjun originally wanted to teach Su Yan a lesson and let Su Yan back off. Who knew that Su Yan would still be like this? A surge of anger surged in his heart. Immediately, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body. Su Yan, make your move. I'll give you 3 moves to prevent others from saying that I'm bullying the weak. N. Su Yan nodded. He didn't reject this. Although Su Yan was confident, he was well aware of who he was facing. Lei Wanjun, the famous sect leader of the Thunder Sect in the 5 counties. Just like what Heaven Sword said, the Thunder Sect wasn't just a second-stage area sphere realm warrior, they were stronger than ordinary second-stage area sphere realm warriors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge Yun He. Because of this, he felt that he was indispensable in the Qian-Yun alliance. Therefore, he dared to challenge Yun He. Su Yan was well aware of this. Although he wanted to challenge Lei Wanjun, he did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he would capsize in the gutter. 3 moves. 3 moves was definitely an opportunity. Su Yan did not hesitate. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the Ghost Howl sword. As soon as the Ghost Howl sword appeared, a whistling sound immediately rang out, and a burst of black light surged. Sect leader Lei, you've admitted it. Su Yan shouted in a low voice as his pupils contracted. The great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body started to circulate rapidly. Like a ghost, his body leapt out, and his sword slashed down like a mad dragon bursting out of the sea. At this moment, the absent-minded crowd below couldn't help but tremble. So fast. How can a spiritual Sea Realm warrior of the 8th level be so fast? Is this still a spiritual Sea Realm warrior of the 8th level? Those Area Sphere Realm warriors who were disdainful of Su Yan earlier were all dumbfounded when they saw Su Yan make his move. Lei Wanjun, who was standing on the stage, saw Su Yan's move and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with astonishment. How is this possible? How can he be so fast? Lei Wanjun didn't dare to be careless. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate rapidly. His figure quickly flew back, barely avoiding Su Yan's move. However, at this moment, suddenly, 2 crimson rays of light flew out from Su Yan's eyes. The speed of the 2 rays of light was even faster than Su Yan's speed. Like a flash of lightning, it was even more unexpected. Swoosh! It was already in front of Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun couldn't help but stare blankly. His previous fear of Su Yan had completely disappeared at this moment. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate rapidly. His body didn't dare to stop at all as he hurriedly moved back. Unfortunately, the speed of Su Yan's 2 attacks was too fast, plus it was really unexpected. Lei Wanjun's figure was still a bit slower. Swoosh! A crisp sound was heard. A corner of Lei Wanjun's clothes was cut off. Although it was just a corner of his clothes, it was enough. A spiritual Sea Realm warrior of the 8th level actually had his clothes cut off by a spiritual Sea Realm warrior of the 2nd level. This was absolutely humiliating. However, Su Yan's body still didn't stop. Suddenly, a move swept out. A powerful spirit chi swept down, stirring up the air and creating a huge sound. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Su Yan was of the 8th level of the spiritual Sea Realm. How could a spiritual Sea Realm warrior of the 8th level make such a fast attack? How could a spiritual Sea Realm warrior of the 8th level have such a fast speed? Everyone was astonished. Some of the spiritual Sea Realm warriors who thought Su Yan was arrogant just now couldn't help but blush. Those spiritual Sea Realm warriors were even more astonished. Lei Wanjun was also greatly shocked. He never thought that Su Yan's 3 moves would be so fierce and fast. It was done in one breath without any pause. Even though he was of the 2nd level of the spiritual Sea Realm, he couldn't help but be shocked in these 3 moves. He was very clear that if he could make a move now, he would definitely be able to block Su Yan's attack. However, he just had to agree to let Su Yan have 3 moves first. Moreover, this was something that everyone heard. Lei Wanjun gritted his teeth and rolled on the ground. Although he was in a sorry state, he still avoided Su Yan's attack. 3 moves have passed. Lei Wanjun avoided Su Yan's attack and didn't dare to be careless. He flipped over and got up. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate. A powerful force surged up. Suddenly, he waved his hand towards Su Yan. Su Yan already knew that after these 3 moves, Lei Wanjun would definitely attack first. He circulated the cultivation technique in his body and a powerful spiritual power shook the ground. His whole body suddenly jumped up and avoided Lei Wanjun's attack. Su Yan, you really have the right to be arrogant. Lei Wanjun also jumped up and stood in front of Su Yan as he circulated the cultivation technique in his body. Sect Master Lei just admitted it. The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled into a slight smile. However, he was extremely vexed in his heart. After all, within 3 moves, Su Yan had only cut off the corner of Lei Wanjun's clothes. He did not do anything to Lei Wanjun. In this way, Su Yan would not be able to find any advantage in the following battle. This made Su Yan reevaluate Lei Wanjun. Strong, really strong. At least, he was stronger than the average stage 2. No wonder Lei Wanjun had the right to be arrogant. Su Yan, I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but after seeing your 3 moves, I decided to give you a chance. Surrender. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan and said calmly. Surrender. Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words and couldn't help but laugh. Yes, surrender. Lei Wanjun said, Su Yan, surrendering now will greatly benefit you. After all, in everyone's eyes, you've embarrassed me so much. You've already won, haven't you? And I, Lei Wanjun, admit that if I want to defeat you, I will have to use all my strength. Swords have no eyes, let alone spiritual power. So, I don't want to hurt you. If you surrender, I won't make things difficult for you in Monster Palace. Lei Wanjun didn't deliberately hide his words. When the people below heard his words, they were all surprised. A second-order boundary master, and a second-order boundary master like Lei Wanjun at that. He actually needed to use his full strength to deal with an 8th-stage spiritual ocean realm warrior. Just as Lei Wanjun had said, even if Su Yan surrendered now, he had already won. Su Yan originally hated Lei Wanjun, but after hearing Lei Wanjun's words, he felt that this person was pretty good. At least he dared to admit to himself. Su Yan knew this as well. Just as Lei Wanjun had said, if he were to surrender now, he would have already won. But surrender. In Su Yan's knowledge, it did not exist. Sect Master Lei, thank you for your kind intentions. However, Su Yan, have never surrendered. Please make your move, Su Yan said as he looked at Lei Wanjun. All right. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he didn't think that Su Yan was being arrogant. Instead, he admired him even more. Because this was what a real man should be like. This was the pride a king should have. Lei Wanjun didn't try to persuade Su Yan anymore. Instead, he turned his eyes and said, Su Yan, then I won't be polite. After he finished speaking, Lei Wanjun's body suddenly emitted a dark green spiritual energy light as a powerful force surged out. At the same time, Lei Wanjun's body leaped out and directly sent a palm strike towards Su Yan. Su Yan didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. After all, this was a second-order boundary master. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated, and his body quickly dodged. Under the powerful spiritual power, his whole body couldn't help but tilt to one side. However, at this moment, when Lei Wanjun's palm was pushed away, a weapon suddenly appeared. This weapon was a huge hammer. The moment it appeared, it directly swung towards Su Yan. The huge hammer glided through the air, causing a loud explosion. Su Yan didn't expect that Lei Wanjun's move was just a feint, and this was the real attack. Seeing the huge hammer quickly swinging towards him, he was shocked. The blood dragon pupil turned and hurriedly raised the ghost howl sword in front of him to block. Clang! The huge hammer hit the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand, causing a burst of fire. At the same time, with a loud bang, Su Yan's whole body was sent flying. The second-order boundary master is really powerful. Su Yan was instantly sent flying several meters away, and he felt his hand go numb. He couldn't help but admire Lei Wanjun's strength. If he didn't have the blood dragon pupil, he probably wouldn't have been able to block Lei Wanjun's move. Su Yan frowned as he stared at the boundless spiritual energy surging from Lei Wanjun's body. He watched as Lei Wanjun leapt up. He waved the giant hammer in his hand, causing light to shine in all directions, causing the air to tremble. Su Yan didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The blood dragon pupil spun, and his body jumped away. Lei Wanjun's huge hammer missed, but he didn't stop. Instead, he swung it up and directly hit Su Yan. Bang! The huge hammer hit the ghost howl sword, and Su Yan's whole body was sent flying. Chapter 409. Not only that, but Lei Wanjun's attack didn't stop. He leaped up, and the huge hammer in his hand directly chopped towards Su Yan's waist. As the huge hammer danced, countless spiritual lights erupted. The entire air seemed to tremble at this moment. Su Yan, be careful. Everyone looked at this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Dong Qinghao and the others anxiously shouted at Su Yan. However, Lei Wanjuan's hammer was too fast. Even if Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, he couldn't avoid it. Bang! The hammer smashed directly at Su Yan's waist. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. A cold smile appeared on Lei Wanjuan's face. Su Yan, you've lost. Pudong, just as he said this, a frosty light suddenly surged from Su Yan's body and wrapped around him, blocking Lei Wanjuan's hammer. What? Lei Wanjun couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. Mysterious ice-cold shield. When Su Yan saw the astonished expression on Lei Wanjuan's face, he smiled faintly. A bright light immediately surged in his eyes. Immediately after, the ghost howl sword struck out, directly piercing towards Lei Wanjuan's shoulder. Lei Wanjun was shocked and hurriedly raised the giant hammer in his hand to block. Clang! The ghost howl sword collided with Lei Wanjuan's giant hammer. The powerful spiritual power burst out, and Lei Wanjun couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. Just as Lei Wanjun retreated, Su Yan's pupils shrank and the frosty light on his body receded. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power light trembled. He waved the ghost howl sword in his hand and countless blades condensed at that moment. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Su Yan bellowed. At the same time, he waved his ghost howl sword. Countless sword blades rained down like a downpour. Bang! Bang! They hit the ground and made a trembling sound. Lei Wanjun hurriedly raised the giant hammer in his hand to block. Bang! Bang! Although Lei Wanjun was wielding his giant hammer and possessed boundless strength, under the barrage of pear blossom storm swords, Lei Wanjun was not having an easy time. He brandished his giant hammer as his body involuntarily retreated. Under the strong attack of the torrential rain of pear blossoms, Lei Wanjun didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Lei Wanjun didn't have a chance to retaliate. Su Yan knew that this was his chance. Gripping the ghost howl sword in his hand, Su Yan took a step forward and directly pierced towards Lei Wanjun. The speed of the ghost howl sword was as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Lei Wanjun was shocked. He quickly circulated his cultivation technique and raised the giant hammer in his hand. 10,000 thunderbolts. Lei Wanjun let out a furious roar. Immediately, countless bolts of lightning coiled around the giant hammer. Like silver snakes, they directly blasted towards Su Yan. What? Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. With a bang, his body was directly hit by the lightning. His body flew back dozens of steps. Puchi! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Then, Lei Wanjun waved the giant hammer in his hand and blocked Su Yan's torrential rain of pear blossoms attack. His body moved and directly swept towards Su Yan. Looking at Su Yan, a ray of light surged in his eyes. He swung his hammer at Su Yan and said, "You lost." Su Yan saw that the hammer was so fast. His eyes suddenly flashed and the spiritual power in his body suddenly leaped out. Black Ice Divine Shield. With Su Yan's angry shout, the frost light that had disappeared from Su Yan's body surged again. Bang! Lei Wanjuan's hammer hit Su Yan's body, causing a loud bang. At the same time, a strong rebounding force shook Lei Wanjuan's body and forced him to retreat a few steps. What? How is this possible? Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan with a face of surprise. Just now, Su Yan used the Black Ice Divine Shield to block his hammer. Lei Wanjun was already shocked enough. How could he expect that Su Yan actually had such a strong defense? Moreover, this strong defense caused the blood in his body to surge. After several powerful attacks, Su Yan didn't feel much better. He was gasping for breath. Su Yan, you are really strong. If I wasn't the sect leader of the Leitang sect, I really wouldn't be your opponent. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan and said. The giant hammer in his hand slowly leaped up. In an instant, a ray of lightning flashed on the giant hammer. Su Yan, you are strong, very strong. But in the end, you still lost to me. Thunder's fury. Lei Wanjun waved his hands. Suddenly, he roared and raised the giant hammer in his hand. Bang! Immediately, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly exploded on Su Yan's head. What? Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He wanted to resist, but the lightning came too suddenly. In addition, Su Yan's spiritual power was too exhausted. Even with the blood dragon pupil, it was difficult to dodge. Bang! The bolt of lightning directly exploded on Su Yan's body. With a loud bang, the whole ground was blown into a deep pit. The powerful force swept out in an instant. Some of the warriors standing around couldn't help but take a few steps back. Did he lose? Su Yan, did he lose? Everyone looked at the stage in astonishment. Su Yan. While they were surprised, Dong Qinghao and the others came to their senses. They cried and wanted to rush up the stage. After all, Lei Wanjun's move was too powerful. They were really afraid that Su Yan would have an accident. Lei Wanjun didn't care about this. His body went soft and he knelt on the ground with a bang. Looking at Su Yan in the deep pit, a smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, you lost. Roar! However, at this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the deep pit. Then, a ray of light rushed up. The huge dragon's body rushed up and flew directly toward Lei Wanjun. This is... Lei Wanjun was shocked. He wanted to raise the giant hammer to resist, but the dragon's speed was too fast. Lei Wanjun couldn't react at all. The huge dragon's claw directly hit Lei Wanjun's head. Seeing this scene, Lei Wanjun's pupils shrank. Ah! He let out a scream. However, the moment the dragon's claw was about to hit him, it suddenly stopped and spat out a sentence from the dragon's mouth. Sect Master Lei, you lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zichen nodded. The dragon's body disappeared and turned into Su Yan's appearance. Bang! Then, Su Yan fell to the ground and fainted. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. Only now did everyone realize that the dragon's body was Su Yan's. Thinking of that powerful strength, everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Especially Lei Wanjun. Looking at Su Yan who fell in front of him, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He looked at Su Yan and said, I lost, I really lost. Lei Wanjun was very clear that if Su Yan didn't show mercy, he would have been smashed to pieces. I lost, I lost. Lei Wanjun stood up and shouted, I, Lei Wanjun, lost to Su Yan. Hearing Lei Wanjun's shout, Zhang Wuji's eyes widened. Everyone woke up from their astonishment and the whole place was in an uproar. Su Yan, a level 8 Spirit Sea Realm warrior, defeated a level 2 Circumference Realm warrior. How is this possible? How is this possible? Everyone didn't believe it, but the truth was in front of them and they had to believe it. Although Su Yan had fainted at this moment, everyone looked at Su Yan and could not help but feel respect. There was no longer any ridicule in their hearts. Especially the Circumference Realm warrior who wanted to challenge Su Yan. Now, he understood that Su Yan wasn't arrogant, but true strength. Although Su Yan won, he was badly injured. Fortunately, this was the Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. The fog technique was the best healing technique. Yunhe personally treated Su Yan. In a few breaths, Su Yan had recovered. Although he hadn't fully recovered, at least he was awake. Su Yan, you won, I lost. Lei Wanjun saw that Su Yan had woken up and walked to him. Su Yan was not modest. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he asked, Sect Master Lei, then does my Supreme Demon Palace have the qualifications to join this alliance? Yes, you are definitely qualified. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he hurriedly nodded and said, Su Yan, not only is your monster palace qualified to join this alliance, but you're also a true supreme monster clan. After speaking, Lei Wanjun immediately walked to the front of the crowd and said loudly, I, Lei Wanjun, swear in the name of the Leitang Sect's master that from now on, Monster Palace is my Leitang Sect's ally. Whoever offends Monster Palace is my Leitang Sect's enemy. Su Yan chose to challenge Lei Wanjun not only to join the Yunqian alliance, but also to prove Monster Palace's name and let him know the existence of the Supreme Monster Clan. But it was just to let everyone know. He never expected Lei Wanjun to directly announce an alliance with Monster Palace. This was something that Su Yan never expected. At the same time, Sky Sword Spiritual Master also took a step forward and walked to the front of the crowd and said, Sky Sword Spiritual Master, swear in the name of the Sword Catacombs Master that from now on, Monster Palace is my Sword Catacombs ally. If anyone wants to challenge Monster Palace, it's equivalent to challenging my Sword Catacomb. Although everyone was from the Yunqian Alliance at this moment. However, the establishment of the Qian Cloud Alliance this time was more to deal with the Black Fiend Alliance. It could be said that this alliance only tied everyone together for the sake of benefits. After this matter was over, which sect should belong to which sect would still belong to which sect. But the alliance between the Sword Catacomb, Leitang Sect, and Monster Palace was a true alliance. The meaning was not because of benefits. When Su Yan heard that the Sword Catacomb, Leitang Sect, and Monster Palace had formed an alliance, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Dong Qinghao and Ratley, who were also disciples of Monster Palace, were even more excited. In fact, Su Yan was not a true Supreme Monster Clan. They were the true Supreme Monster Clan. They knew too well how difficult it was for the Supreme Monster Clan to establish a foothold in the 5 counties mainland. But today, he, Su Yan, did it. He made the Supreme Monster Clan establish a foothold in the 5 counties mainland. Chapter 410. Only the people of Monster Palace could understand the hardships that the Supreme Monster Clan had to go through to gain a foothold in the 5 counties. Dong Qinghao and Ratley couldn't help but tear up. They looked at Su Yan with eyes full of gratitude. They were the Supreme Monster Clan, and they knew the pain of having to stay in the East Sea because of Monster Palace. They couldn't even lift their backs up in the 5 counties. But at this moment, they could. They could truly stand in the 5 counties. They could loudly tell everyone that they were the Supreme Monster Clan, and not monsters. Su Yan, no, Palace Master, I. Ratley hugged Su Yan emotionally and kept sobbing. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief and said, Palace Master, I'll go back to Monster Palace and report to everyone in Monster Palace. Ratley turned around and left after he finished speaking. Su Yan wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by Dong Qinghao. Su Yan, let him go. We have to let the entire Monster Palace know about this happy thing immediately. Okay. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao say so, he nodded and didn't say anything else. After all, this was indeed a big matter for Monster Palace, and Ratley was now in the 5th stage spiritual sea realm. He was also an expert of his generation in the 5 counties, so there was no need to worry about him. Watching him leave, Su Yan also let out a sigh of relief. After all, when he took over the position of Monster Palace Master, he had already made up his mind to make Monster Palace stand above the 5 counties. For so long, Su Yan had been carrying this burden. Now, it had finally been realized. Su Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Although Lei Wanjun and the others couldn't understand the feelings of Su Yan and the others at the moment, they could see the significance of this matter to Monster Palace from the expressions of Su Yan and the others. Until Su Yan and the others calmed down. Lei Wanjun stepped forward and said to Su Yan, "Palace Master Su, I, Lei Wanjun, have never admired anyone in my life, but I admire you." "You win." Lei Wanjun had lost to Su Yan, but he didn't show any signs of unwillingness. His words were even more heroic, and when he said, "I submit to you," it was even more magnanimous. Su Yan looked at him and smiled. "Sect Master Lei, you're too polite, too polite." Ha ha ha. The more Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan, the more he liked him. When he heard Su Yan's words, he laughed loudly. He took out an item from his bag of holding and handed it to Su Yan. "This is..." Su Yan looked at the item that Lei Wanjun suddenly gave him and couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what it was. When he took it and looked at it, Su Yan's body suddenly froze, and he hurriedly refused. "Sect Master Lei, this item is too precious. I, Su Yan, can't accept it." Precious. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but laugh. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, "Su Yan, I dare to call you nephew. Nephew, this is the world of warriors, and the strong are respected. My Sound of Thunder sect is a noble sect. The 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Thunder's Secret Art, is a rare divine skill. Unfortunately, because of the decline of talents in my Sound of Thunder sect, we can't display the true power of Thunder's secret art. Only you." Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. His tone became heavier as he said, "Only you, Su Yan, can display the true power of Thunder's secret art. Therefore, this Thunder's secret art, even if you, Su Yan, don't accept it, I, Lei Wanjun, am begging you." Lei Wanjun was about to kneel down after saying that. This made Su Yan jump in fright, and he hurriedly supported Lei Wanjun. "Sect Master Lei, you're too polite. I, Su Yan, will accept." N. Lei Wanjun nodded when he saw Su Yan put away the Thunder's secret art. A smile returned to his face, and he patted Su Yan's shoulder. "Ah, that's more like it, right?" The conversation between the two of them and the gift was not hidden from anyone. At first, no one knew what Lei Wanjun had given to Su Yan. But after hearing Lei Wanjun's explanation, everyone understood. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. The 10,000 Elephants divine skill was something many people dreamed of. Not to mention the Thunder's secret art, a profound grade 10,000 Elephants divine skill, was a rare treasure. At the same time, the Thunder's secret art was the Sound of Thunder sect's most precious treasure. And now, Lei Wanjun had actually given the Thunder's secret art to Su Yan. How much courage did this require? Amidst the shock, everyone looked at Su Yan with envy in their eyes. However, amidst the envy, the Sword Burial Mound sect master, Enlightened Heaven Sword, took a step forward and said, "Su Yan, you were originally a member of my Sword Burial Mound, but when you left, your cultivation was not strong enough, so I did not give you the Sword Burial Mound's 10,000 Elephants divine skill. Now that your cultivation is strong enough, as the Sword Burial Mound sect master, I naturally can't keep it to myself." As Enlightened Heaven Sword spoke, he patted his storage pouch and took out a book, handing it to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the 10,000 Elephants divine skill, Immortal sword technique that Daoist Heavenly Sword handed over to him, and his eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. He did not stand on ceremony with Enlightened Heaven Sword. In fact, he was a little excited, and his hands were trembling as he received the 10,000 Elephants divine skill, Immortal sword technique from Enlightened Heaven Sword. "Thank you, Sect Master." When he received the Immortal sword technique, Su Yan knelt down on the ground. The reason why he did not stand on ceremony with Enlightened Heaven Sword was because he had always regarded the Sword Burial Mound as his home. This 10,000 elephants' divine skill in the sword burial mound was naturally something that Su Yan should have. Good, good. Enlightened Heaven Sword looked at Su Yan, stroked his little goatee, and helped Su Yan up with a gratified look. Looking at the 10,000 elephants' divine skills in his hands, Su Yan's heart was surging. It was already rare for a martial artist to be able to master a single 10,000 elephants' divine skill in his lifetime. But now, Su Yan actually possessed 10,000 elephants' divine skills. Dongqing Family's Violent Rain Pear Blossom. Thunder's Secret Art of Thunder Sect. In addition, he now had the Immortal sword technique in the sword burial mound. Which one of these 10,000 elephants' divine skills was not a profound level 10,000 elephants' divine skill? Which one of them was not a rare treasure? But now, all of them were gathered in Su Yan's hands. Everyone looked at Su Yan with envy in their eyes. At this moment, both those who knew and those who did not know came up to congratulate Su Yan. For a moment, all the focus in the training field was on Su Yan. In the end, it was Yunhe who spoke. "All right, now that we have confirmed Palace Master Su's identity, let's talk about the alliance." Hearing Yunhe's words, everyone came to their senses one after another. The Qian Cloud Alliance and the Black Fiend Alliance were currently in a heated battle. After Yunhe's words, everyone left the training field and headed to the inner hall of the main hall. Su Yan also put away the excitement in his heart and followed them into the main hall. At this moment, no one dared to stop him. The moment Su Yan walked in, some people consciously gave up their seats in the front row to Su Yan. Su Yan did not stand on ceremony. After all, it was just a seat. Moreover, the main reason he came today was not only about the Qian Cloud Alliance. He also wanted to sit in the front row and discuss with Yunhe and the others. "Su Yan, I've already heard about this matter from Reverend Heaven Sword. He said that this time around, it's the matter of the Black Fiend Alliance. However, as for the specifics, it's only after Reverend Heaven Sword said that you've understood. What do you think?" Yunhe asked Su Yan directly after he sat down. Su Yan did not stand on ceremony. He stood up and told everyone about the day he had obtained Master Puppet's memory. Reporting to Sect Master Yun, "I obtained Master Puppet's memory and found out that the Heaven and Earth organization is only after the Heart of Hell. However, from Master Puppet's memory, I found out that the Black Fiend Alliance is after the Tai Formation." Tai Formation. When Su Yan mentioned the formation, the few radius boundary experts present stood up immediately. Lei Wanjun directly walked in front of Su Yan and looked at him excitedly. "Su Yan, you said that the Black Fiend Alliance is after the Tai Formation." "Yes." Su Yan didn't know much about the Tai Formation. Similarly, he didn't know why Lei Wanjun was so agitated. He nodded slightly and asked, "According to the memories of Grandpa Puppet, this is indeed the case. Sect Master Lei, is there anything strange about this Tai Formation?" "It's more than strange." "Humph." Lei Wanjun said, anger surging in his eyes. He coldly snorted and said slowly, "The Tai Formation is an ancient formation in the legends. Yes, it was created by Tai Zhenren. Unfortunately, Tai Zhenren only created half of the Tai Formation. After that, Tai Zhenren died for some unknown reason. Since then, the Tai Formation has become an invalid formation. And because the formation was invalid, its power changed completely and became one of the legendary 10 Great Ferocious Formations." 10 Great Ferocious Formations. When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words, his eyes widened. Many others had the same expression as Su Yan. They looked at Lei Wanjun in a daze. Obviously, they did not understand the formation. Lei Wanjun looked at everyone's stunned expression and smiled proudly. "Actually, I only saw the 10 Great Ferocious Formations in the records of the Sound of Thunder sect by chance. After all, it has been too long. When I saw it, I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect the Tai formation to really exist. Lei Wanjun said with shock in his eyes. Obviously, he was afraid of the 10 great ferocious formations. After calming himself down, he looked at Yun He and said, Sect Master Yun, you are the sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. I believe you should know about the existence of the Tai formation. Yes, I know a little about it. Yun He nodded slightly and said, at first, I also thought the Tai formation was a legend. Therefore, I never thought that the Black Fiend Alliance was here for the Tai formation. If that's the case, then these people want to. As Yun He spoke, a worried look immediately appeared in his eyes. Chapter 411. How powerful is it? When Yun He and Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's question, their facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Their eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, they still had lingering fears about the Tai formation, one of the 10 great ominous formations. The more they acted like this, the more anxious everyone became. Without waiting for Su Yan to reply, Sage Heaven's Sword could not help but ask, Sect Master Yun, Sect Master Lei, if the Black Fiend Alliance is really here for this formation, the two of you should stop keeping us in suspense. Why don't you tell us what this Tai formation is all about? When Yun He and Lei Wanjun heard Enlightened Master Heaven's Sword's words, they exchanged glances. Then, Lei Wanjun slowly opened his mouth and said, the Tai array formation that Enlightened Master Tai created was originally created to predict the fate of the sect. Tai formation is divided into the Heavenly Dipper and Earthly Fiend. There are 108 formation eyes. The Heavenly Dipper is the main formation while the Earthly Fiend is the auxiliary formation. It absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, sets up the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, activates the formation, and devises strategies to predict fate. This is the original form of the Tai formation. What a pity, when Lei Wanjun said this, he could not help but sigh. After his sigh, Yun He continued, it's a pity that Tai Zhenren had already fallen when the Earthly Fiend was just formed. As a result, the Tai formation became an incomplete formation. Due to the formation's own power, this incomplete formation became one of the 10 great ominous formations. Sect Master Yun, what's the use of this incomplete formation? When Su Yan heard the two of them talking about the effects of the Tai array formation, he couldn't help but ask again. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, Yun He and Lei Wanjun spoke at the same time, absorbs the essence of the sun and moon to forge a blood demon's body. Absorbs the essence of the sun and moon to forge a blood demon's body. When everyone heard what the two of them said, they couldn't help but look surprised. Some of them even wanted to ask more questions. But before they could ask, Yun He waved her sleeves and said, well, it's hard for me to explain the Tai formation in such a short time. I can only say that if the Tai formation is really controlled by the Black Fiend sect, then I'm afraid the entire 5 counties will be controlled by the Black Fiend Alliance. When Yun He spoke until here, her eyes suddenly shrunk and a wisp of bright light surged out. A dignified aura suddenly surged out from between her brows. She waved her hand and said, everyone, listen up. Now that we already know that the Black Fiend Alliance wants to seize the Tai formation, we will stop them. Right now, as the leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, I appoint Lei Wanjun as the vanguard of this alliance. His main task is to investigate the Tai formation. All the other sects must listen to the orders of the sect leader of the Thunder sect, Lei Wanjun. Yun He's voice was as loud as thunder. At this moment, the power of the leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance bloomed from Yun He's body. Lei Wanjun never expected that Yun He would appoint him as the vanguard of the alliance. He was stunned at first, then he cupped his hands and said, thank you for your trust, sect leader Yun He. Yun He nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Instead, she looked at Su Yan and said, Su Yan, in view of your outstanding performance, I, as the leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, appoint you as the deputy leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance. When I'm not around, you will be in charge of the entire Heavenly Cloud Alliance. What? As soon as Yunhee's words came out, the entire hall was in an uproar. Not to mention Su Yan's strength, Su Yan's age, which one of the people present wasn't Su Yan Sr. And now, Yunhee actually wanted to appoint Su Yan as the deputy leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance. No one dared to believe it. Even Su Yan was surprised by Yunhee's decision. When he regained his senses, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Su Yan thanks you for your trust, Alliance Leader Yun. However, how can Su Yan take on such a heavy responsibility? Although Yunhee was a supreme expert in the dragon realm, she had always been very easygoing. However, he had always given others the impression that he was very easygoing. However, at this moment, he was decisive and domineering. Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, he waved his hand and said, This is my decision. There is no need to discuss it further. The most important thing now is to find out if the Black Demon Alliance has found any clues to the Tai formation. After Yunhee finished speaking, she waved her hand and said, All right, today's meeting ends here. Now, the vanguard, Lei Wanjun, and the deputy leader, Su Yan, will decide how to find clues to the Tai formation. After Yunhee finished speaking, Yunhee's figure flashed and disappeared from the hall, leaving behind a group of astonished people. Especially Su Yan. Although Su Yan had only met Yunhee a few times, it was Yunhee who saved Su Yan the moment he was trapped in the spirit communication array. Su Yan had some understanding of Yunhee. In his impression. Although Yunhee was an expert of a generation, she was slightly indecisive in her actions. She was definitely not as swift and decisive as she was today. She did not even give people a chance to breathe and gave 2 big orders in a row. Strange. This Yunhee is definitely a little strange. Su Yan could not help but frown as he thought about it. Congratulations, Palace Master Su. Just as Su Yan was about to think carefully, Lei Wanjun stepped forward and congratulated Su Yan. Following that, the others also thanked Su Yan one after another. Some were sincere, and naturally, some were not. However, Su Yan did not care much about this. He dealt with it casually and then chatted with Lei Wanjun about some things before leaving the hall together. At this moment, 2 figures were standing in a dark corridor. In the darkness, it was impossible to see their faces clearly. However, amidst their heavy breathing, one could clearly hear the anger surging in one of their chests. The 2 of them stood there quietly for a long time. Humph! Finally, a cold snort broke the silence. Very good. I didn't expect Lei Wanjun to know about the existence of the Tai array. Not bad, not bad. Lord Demon Deity, this is indeed beyond my expectations. However, we can only blame that crazy master puppet from the Black Demon Alliance. If he did not fail to refine Su Yan as a puppet, this would not have happened, the other person said. Although it was dark, one could still feel the politeness in his words. Failed to refine a puppet? The black-robed man with a mysterious aura pondered for a while before a cold smile appeared on his face. He laughed out loud. This Su Yan is indeed quite capable. I did not expect him to grow to this extent in just a few short years after I failed to make him stay in the demon cave. Very good, very good. The mysterious person laughed and said, I was worried about finding a suitable body to prepare for my resurrection. Now, isn't this Su Yan the best body? The person standing in front of him was slightly stunned. Then, he frowned and said, Lord Demon Deity, this Su Yan is a peerless genius. However, his strength is only in the spiritual sea realm. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to accommodate Lord Demon Deity's powerful soul. So what? The person who was called the Demon Deity waved his hand and laughed. This Su Yan was able to step into the spiritual sea realm in just a few months. Isn't it just a matter of time for him to step into the spiritual sea realm? At that time, with the help of the Tai array, it will be the day of the great demon deity's rebirth. It will be the day of the great demon clan's, rebirth. Ha ha ha. The demon sovereign laughed heartily. After a long time, he landed. He looked at the person standing in front of him and said, "The most important thing for you now is to help Su Yen step into the realm of circumference. As for the matter of the Tai formation, I will let the Black Fiend Alliance do it." "Yes, Lord Demon Deity." Although a terrifying aura surged from the person standing there, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the demon deity. The moment the demon deity finished speaking, he hurriedly replied respectfully. "Good, then you can go now. Remember, keep an eye on Lei Wanjun. I have great use for the spiritual sea realm. Don't destroy it." "Yes, Lord Demon Deity." That person responded respectfully before retreating. At this moment, Su Yen was discussing the Tai array with Lei Wanjun and the others. However, they did not come to any conclusion. In the end, they could only send people to watch the Black Demon Alliance and see if they made any moves. Su Yen also returned to the room that the Heaven and Earth organization had specially arranged for him. After Yunhe's appointment, the entire Yunqian Alliance received the news that Su Yen was appointed as the Vice Alliance leader of the Yunqian Alliance. Along the way, the disciples greeted Su Yen when they saw him. Some people were even more shocked when they saw Su Yan's young appearance. However, due to Su Yan's identity, they did not dare to say anything. Tai array, 10 great ominous arrays, Vice Alliance leader. When Su Yen returned to his room, his mind was still thinking about the Tai array formation that Yunhe and Lei Wanjun had talked about. Although Yunhe had said that the Tai array formation was difficult to explain in a short period of time, Su Yen was still thinking about it. However, for some reason, Su Yen felt that there was something strange about the Tai array. "No, I have to ask the Thunder Sect Master clearly." Although he had just separated from Lei Wanjun, Su Yen still felt uneasy after thinking about it. In fact, Su Yen did not care much about the alliance. The reason why he came to the Heaven and Earth organization this time, in addition to informing everyone about the Tai array, was mainly about the Monster Palace. After joining the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yen only expressed the Monster Palace's position. Su Yen originally wanted to express his position and return to the Monster Palace. After all, the 4 major items of the Monster Palace's 10,000 Devil Ancient Tree had not been found. Su Yen still wanted to look for the other 2 major items. Who would have thought that Yunhe would let him take the position of Vice Alliance leader of the Qianyun Alliance? The Qianyun Alliance was a large alliance of forces in the 5 counties. Many people dreamed of sitting in the position of Vice Alliance leader. However, Su Yen was not happy. It was not because of anything else. It was just because he was called Su Yen. He knew very well that he either did not accept the task, or since he had accepted it, he had to fulfill it. This was a promise that a man had. Moreover, the more Su Yen thought about it, the more strange the Tai array was. Chapter 412. No, I have to find Lei Wanjun and ask him about this. The more Su Yen thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He was such a person. It would be fine if he didn't get involved in this matter. However, since he was already involved in this matter, and he was also the deputy leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, he had to investigate this matter to the end. Just as he was about to step out of the room, Lei Wanjun came over. Su Yen couldn't help but be stunned. "Sect Master Lei, why are you here?" Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan's actions and smiled. "If I didn't come, I'm afraid you would have come to find me." Su Yen was confused again. However, when Su Yen looked at Lei Wanjun's sharp eyes, he understood that Lei Wanjun was probably thinking the same thing as him. When Lei Wanjun saw Su Yan's expression, he chuckled and said, "Su Yen, why aren't you inviting me in?" At this moment, Su Yen suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly said, "Sect Leader Lei, it was my negligence. It was my negligence." Please see him quickly. Okay. Lei Wanjun didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded and walked into Su Yan's room. He found a place to talk. When Su Yan came in, Lei Wanjun said, "Su Yan, are you suspicious of the Tai E formation?" Indeed. Although Su Yan did not know how Lei Wanjun had found out, Su Yan was certain that Lei Wanjun had come here today for today's matter. Moreover, from the moment he had defeated Lei Wanjun, Su Yan knew that Lei Wanjun had come here today. Lei Wanjun's magnanimity allowed Su Yan to have a better understanding of Lei Wanjun as a person. Although Lei Wanjun's words were sharp and harsh, he was definitely a person with the demeanor of a general. Therefore, Su Yan did not hide anything from Lei Wanjun. He told Lei Wanjun about his doubts. After hearing Su Yan's explanation, Lei Wanjun nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. That's right. Today, Yunhee and I haven't finished talking about the Tai E formation. As expected. The doubt in Su Yan's heart was acknowledged, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He then asked Lei Wanjun, "Sect Master Lei, what is this Tai E formation? Why do those people from the Black Fiend Alliance want to obtain this Tai E formation?" "There's no rush." Seeing Su Yan's anxious expression, Lei Wanjun waved his hand and said, "Su Yan, let's avoid talking about the Tai E formation for now. Let me tell you a rumor." "Yes." Although Su Yan was anxious to solve the confusion in his heart, he was also a calm person. He nodded, got up and poured a cup of tea for Lei Wanjun, and sat opposite him to listen. Every expert had their own temperament. If Lei Wanjun was placed in the 5 counties, he would definitely be ranked among the top 10 experts. After all, he was a rank 2 boundary realm expert. Naturally, he had his own temper. His temper was that he would not spoil anyone he disliked. For example, Yunhee was in the Dragon Realm. She deserved to be the number 1 expert in the 5 counties. Moreover, she was the leader of the Qian Yun Alliance. However, Lei Wanjun did not spoil her at all. He would still stand up to her. As for those he didn't like, he definitely wouldn't spoil them. Those he liked would be pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at them. Before Su Yan defeated him, Lei Wanjun didn't like Su Yan no matter how he looked at him. After all, there were too many stories about Su Yan in the 5 counties. Moreover, most of those stories were miracles. This made the proud Lei Wanjun very unhappy. This was also why Lei Wanjun made things difficult for Su Yan the moment he saw Su Yan. However, the moment Su Yan defeated him, Lei Wanjun's thoughts changed. From that moment on, he truly acknowledged Su Yan. He even gave his Sound of Thunder sex treasure to Su Yan. From this, one could see how much Lei Wanjun valued Su Yan. Today, Lei Wanjun did not think of hiding anything from Su Yan. When Su Yan served him tea, he took a sip and said, "Su Yan, have you heard of the legend of the Buddha Sword Sect and the Devil Sect?" The Buddha Sword Sect and the Devil Sect. Su Yan was startled by Lei Wanjun's words. Naturally, Su Yan knew about the Buddha Sword Sect. After all, he was the only successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. However, Su Yan had never heard of the Devil Sect. Before Su Yan could say anything, Lei Wanjun continued, "Su Yan, it is not your fault that you have not heard of the legend of these 2 sections. After all, many people in the 5 counties have never heard of these 2 sections. The reason why I know about this is because I learned about the legends of these 2 sects by chance." Su Yan did not tell Lei Wanjun that he actually knew about the legend of the Buddha Sword Sect and that he was the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. It was not that Su Yan did not trust Lei Wanjun, but Su Yan knew too well what the Buddha Sword Sect represented in the Gan territory. This was also why Su Yan had not dared to use the Buddha sword ever since he left the Hidden Sword Tomb. He was afraid that people would know that he was the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. From the bottom of his heart, Lei Wanjun believed that Su Yan didn't know about the 2 sections. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to Su Yan and instead continued. This happened several tens of thousands of years ago, when the entire Gone territory was at its peak. At that time, every single martial artist had stepped into the legendary Venerable realm, and there were even some that surpassed life and death, their lifespans equal to the heavens. Su Yan was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. However, Su Yan only knew about the existence and power of the Buddha sword sect. He still had many doubts about the Buddha sword sect. He did not even know how powerful the Buddha sword sect was at its peak. Now that he heard Lei Wanjun talk about the golden age of the Gone territory, the legendary world of venerables, his heart could not help but tremble. It should be known that in the 5 counties, even the dragon realm could be broken through, let alone the world of venerables. Moreover, during the golden age, the venerables could run rampant everywhere. Then, just how powerful was the world at that time? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but recall the memories of the Tide tribe back in the mortal village. Back then, weren't they also full of experts? Every single one of them had the power to split the heavens and earth. This caused Su Yan to be puzzled once again. Why would such a powerful era fall into decline? In the past, Su Yan thought that he knew the world very well. However, now that he had encountered one thing after another, Su Yan couldn't help but be puzzled. Just how big is this world, and how many people do I know? Lei Wanjun did not find the surprise on Su Yan's face strange. Instead, he felt that it was normal. After all, when he found out about these things at that time, he was also surprised for a long time. However, Su Yan disappeared in a flash. This was enough to prove that Su Yan was indeed a dragon among men and made Lei Wanjun feel gratified. After waiting for a while, he continued, Su Yan, you must be very puzzled as to why such a powerful world would decline, right? Yes. Su Yan did not hide it and nodded. Sect Master Lei, I really find it hard to believe that such a powerful world would decline. There is not even a single venerables in the 5 counties. Because of the Devil sect. Devil sect. When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's answer, his eyes suddenly constricted and a red light surged in them. His face was filled with surprise. Devil sect. He really could not believe that such a powerful world would decline because of a sect. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan's astonished expression and said with a faint smile, Su Yan, I know this matter is very difficult for people to accept, but if the records are correct, the entire Qian realm was weakened because of the Devil sect. Sect Master Lei, what kind of place is this Devil sect? Su Yan asked Lei Wanjun once more in a state of shock. Unfortunately, Lei Wanjun disappointed him. Lei Wanjun shook his head and sighed helplessly. I don't know what kind of existence it is. You don't know. This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. Yes. Lei Wanjun nodded. Looking at Su Yan's disappointed expression, he smiled and said, although I don't know what kind of existence the Devil sect is, I know that the Tai formation is related to the Devil sect. The Tai formation is related to the Devil sect. Su Yan's eyes lit up when he heard Lei Wanjun's words. Yes. Lei Wanjun nodded and did not keep him in suspense. Tai Jinren created the Tai formation to deal with the Devil sect. However, before the formation was formed, the Devil sect beat him to it. This caused the Tai formation to change and become the Earth Terminus formation. Earth Terminus formation. Su Yan could not help but be startled. Lei Wanjun and Yun he did not mention that the Tai formation was now the Earth Terminus formation. Yes. Lei Wanjun nodded. It is the Earth Terminus formation. After all, this matter is too shocking. Although I knew about the Tai formation before, I did not know about what you said when you returned. I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought of this. Yes. Su Yan nodded. He was not greedy and continued to ask, Sect Master Lei, what is the use of this Earth Terminus formation? Why does the Black Demon Alliance want to get their hands on this Earth Terminus formation? To revive the Devil's Sect. What? Su Yan was stunned. He looked at Lei Wanjun in shock. Sect. Sect Master Lei, you said that the Earth Terminus Alliance wants to get their hands on this Earth Terminus formation to revive the legendary Devil Sect? If my guess is right, that must be the case. Lei Wanjun nodded slightly. Guess. Chapter 413. Yes. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan's stunned expression and nodded before continuing. Actually, I'm not sure if the Black Fiend Alliance wants to obtain the Earth Demon formation to revive the person behind the Devil Sect. But I'm sure that this matter is definitely related to the Devil Sect. Lei Wanjun said firmly. Fear immediately surged in his eyes as he turned to look out of the window. After a long time, he said, if the Devil Sect is allowed to reappear in the Jianghu, I don't know how many waves it will cause in the Gan territory. The Devil Sect. Although Su Yan couldn't imagine how powerful the Devil Sect was, the power of a sect that could shake the entire Gan territory was enough to shock everyone. Moreover, from Lei Wanjun's words, Su Yan knew that the Devil Sect was definitely not a good thing. Looking at the frowning Lei Wanjun, Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in his eyes as he stepped forward and asked Lei Wanjun, Sect Master Lei, is there any way to stop this Earth Demon formation? No. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he sighed helplessly and said, the strength of this Earth Terminus formation and the Devil Sect is beyond our imagination. What they are doing is not something we can understand. So I also don't know how to stop this Earth Demon formation. When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words, he frowned as well. His mind was spinning rapidly as he tried to find a way to break the Earth Terminus formation. Unfortunately, it was just as Lei Wanjun had said. What the Devil's Sect was doing was not something he could understand at the moment. He couldn't even figure out the Earth Demon formation, let alone stop it. This feeling of being at a loss pressed down on Su Yan's heart, causing him to instantly feel anxious. At the same time, a wave of anger surged in his chest. Earth Demon formation. The Black Fiend Alliance. Su Yan thought and immediately sneered. Bang! He smashed his fist onto the table beside him and shouted with a stern voice, since we don't know how to break this formation, then we'll destroy the Black Fiend Alliance. Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful, full of boldness. Lei Wanjun's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Looking at Su Yan's expression, Lei Wanjun, who was originally anxious, suddenly seemed to have found his backbone. Looking at Su Yan's determined appearance, he nodded and said, right, as long as we destroy the Black Fiend Alliance, everything will be fine. As he spoke, a trace of a smile involuntarily appeared on the corners of Lei Wanjun's mouth. He patted Su Yan on the shoulder and said, Su Yan, I knew that I, Lei Wanjun, didn't misjudge you. There's probably no one else in the entire Qian Cloud Alliance that has such courage as you. However, it won't be easy to destroy the Black Fiend Alliance. You should know that the Black Fiend Alliance also has a Dragon Realm expert. Lei Wanjun changed the topic and revealed the core of the Black Fiend Alliance. Dragon Realm. When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words, his eyebrows instantly furrowed. After all, the strength of the Dragon Realm was simply too strong. A single person was able to fight against dozens of square circle stage practitioners. The two were simply not on the same level. This once again put Su Yan in a difficult situation. Strength, everything could only be done by having more strength. However, Su Yan was only at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. He hadn't even stepped into the square circle realm yet. How could he challenge a Dragon Realm expert? Yun He. Su Yan immediately thought of Yun He and immediately said to Lei Wanjun, Sect Leader Lei, the Black Fiend Alliance has a Dragon Realm expert. Don't our Heaven and Earth organization also have a Dragon Realm expert? In the entire Qian Cloud Alliance, only Yunhee had stepped into the dragon realm. Lei Wanjun naturally knew who Su Yan was referring to. When he heard Su Yan's words, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. Su Yan, could it be that you can't tell that Yunhee is a little strange? A little strange. Hearing Lei Wanjun's words, Su Yan's body suddenly froze. Yes. Lei Wanjun nodded and said, Su Yan, you haven't been in the Qian Cloud Alliance for more than a year. There are many things that you don't know. However, you're a smart person. If I tell you a few things that have happened in the past year, you'll understand. After saying this, Lei Wanjun didn't wait for Su Yan's response and continued, in the past year, there have been hundreds of big and small battles between the Qian Cloud Alliance and the Black Fiend Alliance. There have been casualties on both sides. This is a normal thing. But the strange thing is that Yunhee is in the Dragon Realm. As the leader of the Qian Cloud Alliance, I haven't seen him fight even once. When the Black Fiend Alliance's Radius Realm experts were surrounded, the Dragon Realm experts from the Black Fiend Alliance were about to kill their way into the Heaven and Earth organization. Yunhee still didn't appear. Do you know what Yunhee said when I asked him about it? Speaking of this, Lei Wanjun couldn't help but sneer with disdain. Yunhee actually told everyone that he was in seclusion. Due to his identity as the leader of the Qian Cloud Alliance and the strength of the Dragon Realm, no one dared to say anything. But I, Lei Wanjun, am not afraid. That's why I've never been willing to talk to Yunhee. After hearing Lei Wanjun's words, Su Yan's heart was filled with emotions. He could also understand the meaning behind Lei Wanjun's words. However, this wasn't a small matter. Su Yan didn't dare to jump to conclusions. When Lei Wanjun saw Su Yan's expression, he knew that Su Yan was hesitating. He smiled faintly and said, Su Yan, I also know that this matter is hard to believe, and it is indeed so. At the beginning, even I didn't dare to believe that this matter was true. But Su Yan, have you ever thought that it was true? What if it's true? Su Yan's head buzzed. If this matter was true, it meant that the Qian Cloud Alliance and the Black Fiend Alliance didn't exist. There was only the Black Fiend Alliance. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan's expression and said again, Su Yan, whether you believe it or not, I have a feeling that the Black Fiend Alliance will definitely make a move after you mentioned the Tai Yi formation. Moreover, I have a feeling that if everything is true, you, Lei Wanjun deliberately stopped and looked at Su Yan with a serious expression. I'm afraid that you will become the target of that person from the Devil's Sex Resurrection. Me? Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words and his entire body shook. Yes, that's right. It's you. Because you are the most outstanding among us, I believe that if the Devil's Sect wants to find you, they will definitely look for you. Moreover, if my guess is correct, there is only one person in the Dragon Realm. Then, Yunhee will definitely give you a huge benefit and let you enter the Origin Realm. Enter the Origin Realm. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He couldn't understand what Lei Wanjun meant. Lei Wanjun chuckled softly and said, Su Yan, you will understand this matter once you step into the circumference state. However, since we have reached this point today, I will talk to you a little more. As he spoke, Lei Wanjun picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. He then said, the Origin Realm and the Spiritual Sea Realm are two completely different kinds of thoughts. Why are many people stuck at the peak of the Spiritual Sea Realm but unable to enter the Origin Realm? It is because they are unable to comprehend the power of the Origin Realm. Once you enter the Sky Realm, you will be able to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. Once you enter the Spiritual Sea Realm, you will be able to transform the power of heaven and earth into the sea. You will be able to condense the power into the Dan Sea, which is the Spiritual Sea. As for the Origin Realm, you will be able to transform all the power in the Spiritual Sea into your entire body, creating your own Origin Realm. You will be able to gather the power of heaven and earth into your body, allowing your entire body to reach a new level of transformation and reach a new realm. Not only your physical body, but your soul will also become stronger. At the same time, once you enter the origin realm, you will be able to cultivate the power of the soul. You will be able to condense the power of the soul and prepare to enter the dragon realm in the future. When Lei Wanjun saw that Su Yan was confused, he smiled and said, "To put it simply, the physical body of the origin realm is strong enough. If the devil's sect really needs a physical body to revive, then you will have to enter the origin realm to be able to carry it." When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words, he suddenly understood. The moment he understood, he was filled with gratitude towards Lei Wanjun. After all, every stage was a new step. With every step, there would be new insights. If he did not enter a sect and find a good teacher to guide him, who knew how many crooked paths he would have taken? Su Yan was like this. Because Su Yan had left the hidden sword tomb long ago, although he had entered the monster palace, he still lacked guidance. Along the way, Su Yan had been constantly exploring the path of cultivation. No one had ever given him any guidance. Now, although Lei Wanjun did not say how Su Yan should break through the origin realm, at least he pointed out the difference between the origin realm and the spiritual sea realm. This would be of great help to Su Yan in comprehending the power of the origin realm. Su Yan was naturally grateful. Of course, apart from being grateful, Su Yan was more concerned about whether Lei Wanjun's guess was correct or not. Lei Wanjun also knew that this matter was of great importance, so he did not say much about it. He only told Su Yan to be careful. After Lei Wanjun left, Su Yan's mind could not calm down for a long time. After all, this matter was of great importance to both him and the 5 counties. He, Su Yan, was not a righteous person. After all, if the devil's sect was revived, it would have a great impact on Su Yan's development. Moreover, Su Yan had a feeling that the Buddha Sword sect had something to do with the devil's sect. The Buddha Sword sect, this was Su Yan's earliest mission, and he had never forgotten about it. Su Yan had also been searching for information about the Buddha Sword sect for a long time. Now that the devil's sect was related to the Buddha Sword sect, Su Yan knew that the Buddha Sword sect and the devil's sect were related. Su Yan naturally could not back down. Originally, he did not have the heart to fight between the Yunqian Alliance and the Black Demon Alliance. At this moment, Su Yan truly shouldered the Yunqian Alliance's mission. This was not for the 5 counties. He, Su Yan, was not a saint. He was just an indomitable man. Chapter 4:14. The night passed in silence. The next day, just as the sun was about to rise, Su Yan had yet to step out of his room when a servant from the Qianyun Alliance shouted, "Vice Alliance Leader Yun is looking for you. She wants you to head to the main hall." "Yun he is looking for me." Su Yan hadn't slept the previous night. He was merely taking a nap. When he heard the servant's shout, he immediately jumped out of bed. His eyes shone brightly as he thought, could it be that Lei Wanjun's guess is true? Su Yan immediately packed up and walked out of the door. He followed the servant to Yunhe's residence. He had already thought about it the previous night. Whether or not this matter was as Lei Wanjun had said, he would accept it. It didn't matter if it was true or not. At the very least, Su Yan knew that he was absolutely safe before he advanced to the Fengyuan realm. When he arrived at Yunhe's residence, Su Yan realized that he wasn't the only person Yunhe was looking for. There were also Yun Wanshi, Dong Qinghao, and Lu Fei. Alliance Leader Yun. Su Yan walked forward and cupped his hands toward Yunhe, who was sitting in the center. "Su Yan, since you're here, there's no need for us to understand each other. Take a seat." Yunhe looked at Su Yan and said kindly, "Okay." Su Yan didn't feel that anything was wrong. He nodded slightly and found a place to sit. He looked at Yunhe and asked, "Alliance Leader Yun, I wonder what you've called me here to discuss." "Indeed, it is important." Yunhe looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you're the alliance leader of the Qianyun Alliance. Although you have the same strength as the Fengyuan realm, you're still a little weak, so, Yunhe paused for a moment and looked meaningfully at the four people before continuing, therefore, I want the four of you to enter the Divine Dragon Abyss. Divine Dragon Abyss. When Su Yan, Dong Qinghao, and Lu Fei heard Yunhe's words, they all looked at him in surprise. At this moment, Yun Wanshi said, the three of you are not from the Heaven and Earth organization. Naturally, you don't know what kind of place this Divine Dragon Abyss is. This Divine Dragon Abyss is the Holy Land of the Heaven and Earth organization. Only the sect leaders of each generation have the right to enter and cultivate. Only the past sect masters have entered to cultivate. When Lu Fei heard this, he immediately rose to his feet in excitement. The fat on his body jiggled as he stared at Yunhe in astonishment. Sect Master Yun, you mean that you want the four of us to enter the Divine Dragon Abyss to cultivate together? That's right. Yunhe nodded his head in satisfaction and said, although this Divine Dragon Abyss was once the Holy Land of the Heaven and Earth organization, with so many things happening in the 5 regions, I, Yunhe, as the leader of the Qianyun Alliance, cannot hide anything. So I want the four of you to enter the Divine Dragon Abyss to cultivate for a period of time. This will help your cultivation and strengthen the strength of the Qianyun Alliance. After that, Yunhe did not ask Su Yan and the others if they would agree. He immediately began to explain the Divine Dragon Abyss. After he finished speaking, Yunhe directly brought the four of them to the entrance of the Divine Dragon Abyss. This was because the Divine Dragon Abyss was the Holy Land of the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan and the others had never heard of it before. After arriving at the Divine Dragon Abyss, they looked at the inconspicuous entrance. They could not imagine that this was the Holy Land of the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, the entrance was not very impressive. There were overgrown weeds everywhere. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to discover any secrets. Lu Fei had always been straightforward and did not understand taboos. When he saw the entrance, he cursed, damn, this entrance of the Divine Dragon Abyss is too ugly. Is this it? When Yunhe heard Lu Fei's words, he did not get angry. Instead, he smiled slightly and waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out and flew in front of him. Bang! Under the force of this force, a loud explosion sounded in front of the four of them. A screen of light appeared in front of them. The image from before completely changed. A long corridor of the abyss appeared. Everyone was shocked, except for Su Yan, who was still expressionless. Instead, his face was grave and stern. This was because he felt that the thing that he did not want to happen the most was probably going to happen, just like what Lei Wanjun said. This was definitely not a good thing for the entire 5 counties continent and for him. Su Yan, you guys can go without worry. Because I have already entered the Divine Dragon Abyss once, I cannot accompany you. Also, the Qianyun Alliance cannot do without me, so you guys need to help each other. After 1 month, the entrance will automatically open. After Yunhe finished speaking, she did not give them a chance to react. She waved her hand and left the Divine Dragon Abyss, leaving them behind. Damn, she left just like that. Lu Fei had always been a big mouth. As soon as Yunhe left, he cursed. Then, he looked at Su Yan with a smile and said, Junior brother Su, let's go. I want to see if this Divine Dragon Abyss is as magical as Yunhe said. Just now, Yunhe had introduced the Divine Dragon Abyss to everyone. According to legend, the Divine Dragon Abyss was the tomb of a generation of experts. There were countless treasures in it. Of course, while there were treasures, there were also many hidden dangers. Yunhe's introduction of the Divine Dragon Abyss was very simple. The one who had the opportunity would win. If the opportunity was lost, then only one person would be left. Su Yan did not have much doubt about this. After all, there was danger behind every opportunity. More importantly, Yun Wanshi was still here. Su Yan did not believe that his daughter would be harmed. With this thought, the doubts in Su Yan's heart were resolved. Of course, Su Yan did not intend to tell them about this matter now. He cleared his heavy heart and said to them, "Let's go. This divine dragon abyss is definitely not that simple. So, everyone should be careful." The other two nodded. Only Lu Fei said indifferently, "I want to see what dangers there are." Su Yan and the others understood Lu Fei, so they did not pay attention to him. As the few of them slowly walked forward, they immediately smelled a trace of coolness in the air. It was refreshing and like the fragrance of flowers. It was very intoxicating. The few of them could not help but feel refreshed. Lu Fei said disdainfully, "There will be dangers in such an environment." However, when he said that, Yun Wanshi immediately said seriously, "No, don't think of this place as so simple. I once heard my father say that there is danger at every step. And now, this intoxicating fragrance means that we have already stepped into the divine dragon abyss." When Lu Fei heard Yun Wanshi's stern expression, he did not dare to talk back and put away his contempt. After all, the divine dragon abyss was a mysterious place. When the few of them heard that Yun Wanshi had already stepped into the divine dragon abyss, they did not dare to be careless and carefully walked forward. Bang! At that moment, there was a loud explosion in front of them and a surge of energy surged. What is this? Everyone was shocked. Su Yan's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, back off." When Su Yan said that, the few of them simultaneously retreated. After all, they were not weak and dodged in time. Bang! Bang! As they retreated, they saw a few flying swords land in front of them. The swords sank 3 feet into the ground. From this, one could see the power of the swords. Everyone looked at each other and felt a lingering fear in their hearts. After recovering, Dong Qinghao showed his signature smile, patted Lu Fei's shoulder and said, "Fatty, now you know how to be afraid." Lu Fei was the one who was the most frightened. That was because the flying sword was the closest to him. If Su Yan had not pulled him back, the sword would have pierced through his body. If he said that he was not afraid, it would be a lie. This time, he did not dare to be as careless as he was when he entered. Su Yan also became serious and said, "Although Sect Master Yun gave a rough understanding of the Divine Dragon Abyss, it did not affect the entire Divine Dragon Abyss. So, we must be careful here." Yes. The few of them gathered together. Su Yan was the leader and no one refuted Su Yan's words. Among the few of them, Su Yan was the strongest. Su Yan looked ahead and thought for a while, then said, "You all follow behind me." After speaking, Su Yan did not wait for their response and took the lead to walk forward. Even so, he did not dare to be careless. After all, the Divine Dragon Abyss was definitely a mysterious place. Yunhee said that the reason why he was able to break through to the Dragon Realm was because of the benefits he obtained from the Divine Dragon Abyss. In Su Yan's mind, opportunity and danger had always coexisted. So, Su Yan dared to conclude that the Divine Dragon Abyss was definitely not a good place. So, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. He did not want to die in the Divine Dragon Abyss before he figured out Yunhee's situation. Moreover, at this moment, there would not be any danger here. At least, there would not be before he broke through to the Circumference Realm. Since that was the case, what was he hesitating for? He would look for a new opportunity to break through to the Circumference Realm. After the few of them experienced the flying sword storm, the journey forward was calm. Lu Fei could not sit still and said, "Why is there no danger?" Bang! At this moment, there was another loud explosion and a ray of light flashed past. At the same time, they could feel a wave of energy. Crow's beak. Su Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Fei. The cultivation method in his body was instantly activated. He leaped forward, wanting to find out what was going on. After all, according to Yoonhee's words, there was nothing that was impossible. There were only things that you could not imagine. Because of this confusion, anything that happened here was enough to take the lives of a few people. Soo-yen did not dare to be careless and quickly went forward to find out. The moment he flew up, he instantly felt a strong wave of energy. Soo-yen immediately frowned. Just as he was about to block it, this wave of energy flowed into Soo-yen's body like water. This is Chapter 4:15. Fatty. Soo-yen looked at the place where Dong Qinghao and the others were standing and shouted. Unfortunately, his voice was directly swallowed by the fog in front of him and could not be transmitted. Instead, the fog entered Soo-yen's body. Soo-yen's entire body instantly became dry and hot. That familiar feeling just now had completely disappeared. What the hell is this? Soo-yen immediately activated the cultivation method in his body. A wisp of pure spiritual power surged out and protected his body. At the same time, his body swept forward, looking for Dong Qinghao and the others. Unfortunately, he walked for more than half a day. Dong Qinghao, Yun Wanshi, and Lu Fei were nowhere to be seen. Instead, the fog in front of him became thicker and thicker. Even with the protection of spiritual power and the mysterious ice shield, Soo-yen found it difficult to move forward. Where the hell is this? Soo-yen felt the power coming from the surroundings and stopped. He was no longer anxious to find Dong Qinghao and the others. Instead, he observed the changes in his surroundings. The moment Soo-yen stopped, the surrounding fog gradually became thicker and thicker, constantly pouncing on Soo-yen's body. If everything is as Lei Wanjun predicted, it means that Yoonhee will definitely not harm me. She probably wants me to enter the divine dragon abyss to cultivate here so that I can enter the state of circumference. Since that is the case, why don't I try to cultivate? Soo-yen thought. He immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body. Under the operation of the cultivation method in his body, the surrounding fog instantly turned into pure energy that entered Soo-yen's body. However, this energy was extremely strange. It carried a trace of heat that constantly burned Soo-yen's body. What the hell is going on? Soo-yen's heart couldn't help but tremble, and he hurriedly stopped cultivating. After it stopped, the mist instantly invaded Soo-yen's body like a raging fire, and the pure energy disappeared. This made Soo-yen even more astonished. According to Yoonhee, the Divine Dragon Abyss was the Holy Land of the Heaven and Earth Organization. The reason why the Heaven and Earth Organization could become the #1 sect in the 5 counties was because of the existence of the Divine Dragon Abyss. Soo-yen did not think that Yoonhee was lying to him. After all, Soo-yen was someone from the Hidden Sword Tomb. Soo-yen knew very well that the Hidden Sword Tomb had its current status because of the Sword Well. Then everything here must be mysterious. Thinking of this, Soo-yen's eyes instantly surged with a ray of light. All the confusion in his heart was suppressed, and he felt the heat of the surrounding fog that constantly attacked him. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. My purple spirit sea can contain all the power of heaven and earth. Do you think I'm afraid I can't deal with your mere fog? While speaking, Soo-yen immediately activated the cultivation method in his body again. Although the moment he absorbed this energy, it was still accompanied by the heat, but this time Soo-yen completely ignored it. As Soo-yen's cultivation method revolved faster, the scorching heat became more and more intense. In a moment, Soo-yen's entire body instantly became like a raging fire, and his whole body and mind suffered a great pain. However, Soo-yen had no intention of stopping. While enduring the great pain, Soo-yen's cultivation method in his body became faster and faster. The surrounding fog seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment Soo-yen accelerated the circulation of the cultivation technique in his body, it instantly became even more berserk. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. All of a sudden, the clouds of mist within a radius of several tens of miles were set ablaze, turning into raging flames that surrounded Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and wanted to escape from the fire. However, as soon as he jumped up, the fire seemed to have eyes and directly surrounded Su Yan. This made Su Yan's chest suddenly surge with anger. You want to stop me with just anger? Su Yan shouted angrily and immediately waved his hand. Bang! A powerful force erupted from his hand and blasted directly at the fire. Unfortunately, this force poured into the fire. Not only did it not extinguish the fire, but it also made it burn more fiercely. What? This also surprised Su Yan. He tried again and found that as long as he attacked the fire, it would immediately become more intense. Su Yan did not dare to attack rashly, but he was surrounded by the fire. The scorching heat attached to Su Yan's body like thousands of ants biting. Even if Su Yan's concentration was amazing, at this moment, he could not hold back. At the same time, Su Yan could also feel that in this fire, the power in his body was constantly flowing away. This was what shocked Su Yan the most. If this continues, when the spiritual power in my body is exhausted, I'm afraid I will be buried here today. Su Yan muttered to himself, and a cold light immediately surged in his eyes. No, I have to get out of here. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan attacked, the fire could not be extinguished at all. Instead, under the influence of the power in Su Yan's body, it became thicker and thicker, wrapping Su Yan's entire body in it. It was constantly roasting Su Yan. Even if Su Yan's concentration was amazing, he was sweating profusely. At the same time, Su Yan could feel that the bursts of stinging pain constantly penetrated his skin and surged into his heart meridian. This made Su Yan cautious. If it was just a stinging pain, he, who had experienced so many storms, was not afraid. After all, Su Yan's willpower and concentration were enough to endure this pain. However, Su Yan was very clear that if this pain penetrated his skin, that would be another matter altogether. No matter how strong Su Yan's concentration was, he could not endure it. What's more, Su Yan could feel that the power in his body was flowing away faster and faster. With the loss of power, coupled with the roasting of the fire, Su Yan's whole mind became a little absent-minded. At the same time, his whole body became a lot weaker. Even his voice was a little hoarse. Am I going to die here today? Su Yan smiled bitterly. Immediately, there was a flash of light in his eyes. He shouted coldly, I don't believe that I can't break it. As Su Yan spoke, he immediately operated the cultivation method in his body. Under the operation of this cultivation method, Su Yan suddenly found that his power was recovering, and he was suddenly stunned. Recalling the experience just now, Su Yan seemed to understand something. He hurriedly stopped the attack and operated the cultivation method to absorb these flames. With this attempt, the flames instantly penetrated Su Yan's body. Even with Su Yan's willpower, under this great pain, he could not help but scream. The cultivation method in his body also stopped. The moment the cultivation method stopped, Su Yan's power began to flow away again. Am I supposed to absorb all of these flames? Su Yan's eyes became absent-minded. Thinking of the great pain just now, Su Yan still had some lingering fear in his heart. But in his eyes, it seemed that except for this method, there was no other way to get out of this raging fire. Isn't it just pain? Su Yan thought. Immediately, there was a cold snort from his nose, and then the cultivation method in his body began to operate. The moment he operated the cultivation method, the raging fire instantly penetrated Su Yan's body. The burning pain felt like it was going to tear Su Yan's whole body apart. Su Yan's face suddenly became ferocious, and he kept roaring. But this time, Su Yan did not stop the operation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. I don't believe that I can't overcome you. Su Yan roared once again. Under this wave of intense pain, not only did the cultivation technique in his body not stop, but it also started to circulate even faster. The waves of intense pain were like countless needles piercing through Su Yan's body. Su Yan continued to let out low growls, but the cultivation method in his body did not stop circulating. At this time, Su Yan's face was ferocious, and beads of sweat kept appearing on his forehead. But before the beads of sweat could fall, they dried up in the raging fire. This pain lasted for half an hour. Su Yan was about to give up, when suddenly a familiar power surged in his mind. Su Yan's eyes lit up. This is, peak of the 8th order, I've touched the peak of the 8th order. Su Yan was overjoyed. Under the impact of this joy, the pain in Su Yan's body seemed to have lessened, and the cultivation method in his body began to operate quickly again. 9th order. Su Yan had completely adapted to the pain, and no longer cared. He focused on absorbing the power of the flames. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body was operating to the extreme. At the same time, his body was experiencing extreme pain. Su Yan once again let out a low roar, but he did not give up. 9th order, I must break through to the 9th order in one go. In the midst of the pain, Su Yan let out a cry, and followed the cultivation method in his body to the extreme. The faint barrier to the 9th order was about to appear. Su Yan roared, wanting to break through this barrier. However, at this moment, within the barrier, the pain disappeared, and the surrounding flames also disappeared. No matter how Su Yan's cultivation method revolved, there was not a trace of energy entering his body. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be stunned, opening his eyes to see that the surroundings had returned to normal, and was surprised. Why did the flames disappear? Why did they disappear? Could it be that I've absorbed all of them? Su Yan was puzzled, and he missed the pain just now. At this moment, he hoped that the pain would appear again, because as long as it appeared, he could use it to break through to the 9th order spirit sea realm. However, after Su Yan looked around, the flame that had appeared out of thin air just now disappeared into thin air again. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but feel vexed. I didn't expect that there would be someone who could withstand the heat of my sky origin raging fire. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 4:16. Su Yan was annoyed because he couldn't break through to the 9th stage of the spirit sea realm. When he heard this laughter, his chest immediately surged with anger. He coldly shouted, "Who is it? Get the hell out here." He had experienced countless life and death situations, and had entered the gates of hell by himself countless times. He had long been trained to be courageous. Moreover, Su Yan already knew that the divine dragon abyss was definitely not a good place, so he wasn't afraid. With a fierce shout, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly surged, and his eyes emitted a bright light that swept the surroundings. However, he didn't find anyone, which made Su Yan frown. Boy, I'm right in front of you. At this moment, that laughter rang out again. Su Yan was about to speak, but just as he opened his mouth, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Bang! A bright light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Su Yan. Even with Su Yan's courage, he involuntarily took a step back at the sudden appearance of this figure. After he calmed down and took a good look at the figure in front of him, he furrowed his eyebrows. This person appeared out of thin air. He had red hair and a white beard, and he wore a fiery red robe. On his aged face, there was a pair of bottomless eyes that emitted a faint light, making it impossible for others to see what he was thinking. As for the smile on his face, he was emitting a mysterious aura. With a glance, Su Yan glanced at him. With just a glance, Su Yan felt his heart involuntarily tremble. This made Su Yan greatly shocked. He had never felt this kind of feeling before. Even when facing Yun He, who was in the dragon realm, he didn't feel this way. However, the old man in front of him gave people a feeling of unease with just a glance. How could Su Yan not be shocked? The old man didn't pay attention to Su Yan's shocked expression. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and nodded in satisfaction. Boy, not bad. You were actually able to pass through my flame true chi. Who are you? As he spoke, Su Yan felt a strong aura. Su Yan didn't know how to describe this kind of aura. Just in front of him, Su Yan could not help but feel a strong sense of oppression. The moment he asked this question, Su Yan could not help but take a few steps back. When the old man saw Su Yan's action, he smiled again and said, "Kid, don't be afraid. If I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape." The old man said those words casually. However, there was a domineering aura in his tone. If the old man had not said this, it would have been better. Now that he had said this, Su Yan was a little unconvinced. He could not help but sneer, "Is that so?" when he saw the old man for the first time. Su Yan, on the other hand, felt a terrifying aura. At the same time, he knew that he was definitely not his opponent. However, Su Yan did not believe that he could not escape with the blood dragon pupil. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated. At the same time, he patted his storage bag and stepped onto the sword dragon. Without another word, he turned around and ran. When the old man saw Su Yan's actions, the smile on his face became wider. Looking at the speed at which Su Yan leaped away, he stroked his short beard and muttered to himself, "Interesting, interesting." When he finished speaking, Su Yan had already flown hundreds of meters away. Su Yan turned around and looked at the old man. When he saw that the old man was not moving, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. "Arrogant old man, I don't dare to say that I am your opponent, but don't tell me that I can't escape." As Su Yan spoke, he smiled proudly again. He ignored the strange old man and flew forward wholeheartedly. Although Su Yan was conceited, it did not mean that Su Yan was arrogant. The moment the old man appeared, Su Yan felt a strong aura. Although Su Yan could not describe what kind of aura it was because of this that Su Yan felt afraid. At that moment, Su Yan clearly knew that this old man was definitely a dangerous person. Originally, Su Yan wanted to ask who this old man was and why he was in the Divine Dragon Abyss. However, after the old man said those words, Su Yan didn't even care about it. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan realized that his decision was very wise. Thinking back to that terrifying aura, Su Yan still had some lingering fear. He could not help but turn around to take a look. He saw that the old man moved. With a single step, he was dozens of meters away. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble. At the same time, he felt that his decision was very wise. Looking at the old man's speed, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He quickly circulated his cultivation method and leaped forward. When Su Yan took a look, he was stunned. This speed. Su Yan looked at the old man leaping over in shock. He was completely dumbfounded. In just a moment, the old man had already appeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned. After a long time, he regained his senses. However, his eyes were still filled with incomparable shock. "Kid, I said that if I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to escape from my hands." The old man looked at the stunned Su Yan and said calmly. When Su Yan heard the old man's words, he regained his senses and said with a surprised face, "Shrinking. Shrinking earth into an inch." When the old man heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but laugh. "Oh, not bad. Kid, you have some knowledge. You should be convinced now." I'm convinced." Su Yan was really convinced. Shrinking earth into an inch was beyond the dragon realm and even the honorable realm. The honorable realm. When Su Yan thought about it, his body could not help but tremble. That was an existence that surpassed the legends. Who exactly was this old man? The old man looked at Su Yan's expression and thought that Su Yan was afraid of him. He said, "Kid, don't be afraid. I don't mean to hurt you." When Su Yan heard this, he regained his senses from the shock. When he looked at the old man, his eyes could not help but surge with a burning desire. This was a legendary figure. It was also the strength that Su Yan had always been chasing after. "Kid, what year is it now?" When the old man saw that Su Yan's expression had become gentler, he asked. "What year?" When Su Yan heard the old man's question, he could not help but be stunned. However, he still told the old man the current year. Looking at the old man, Su Yan also put away the skill that was originally jumping around. Because just like what the old man said, if he wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be able to escape. Therefore, all of Su Yan's resistance was powerless. If that was the case, what was there to resist for? Originally, when Su Yan stood in front of the old man, he was still a little afraid. However, now he was calm because he could not resist at all. Being afraid was useless. The old man did not care about Su Yan's expression. When he heard Su Yan mention the current year, he sighed, 8,000 years. A whole 8,000 years. When Su Yan heard the old man's sigh, he frowned. 8,000 years. This old man had actually lived for 8,000 years. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. This old man had lived for 8,000 years. How could he have stayed in the divine dragon abyss for so long? Based on his strength alone, in the 5 counties, then, Su Yan could not imagine what would happen if this old man appeared in the 5 counties. When he saw the old man stop sighing, Su Yan could not help but ask curiously, "Senior, have you been in the divine dragon abyss for the past 8,000 years?" When the old man heard Su Yan's question, he immediately understood the meaning of Su Yan's words. He smiled and said, "Kid, are you going to ask me why I am here after living for 8,000 years?" When Su Yan saw that his intention was seen through, he could not help but blush with shame. Then, he nodded his head. "I have not lived for 8,000 years. I have been dead for 8,000 years." "What? Dead?" When Su Yan heard the old man's words, he was stunned. A dead person actually had such powerful strength. This was the world of martial artists. The world was so big that there were all kinds of strange things. Many experts would leave behind their memories and remnant souls after death. Su Yan had long since become accustomed to such occurrences. After all, the Buddhist saint and sword sage that Su Yan met were remnant souls. It was also because of this that Su Yan was surprised. Because even if those people were remnant souls, the state that they presented was illusory, giving people a vague feeling. They would not be like the old man in front of him, who was a real existence. When the old man saw Su Yan's surprised expression, he smiled and said, "Kid, don't be surprised. This world is so big. There are too many things that you don't know. You should tell me about the situation of the entire Gone territory." "Oh." When Su Yan heard the old man's words, he nodded his head and told him everything that he knew. When he talked about something that was vague, the old man would ask. The things that the old man asked were things that everyone in the 5 counties knew. Su Yan did not hide anything and told him everything that he knew. In the end, he even told him that Yunhe asked him to enter the Divine Dragon Abyss. Divine Dragon Abyss. However, when the old man heard the Divine Dragon Abyss, he couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, interesting. I didn't expect that my burial place would have such a nice name. How desolate is the Gone territory." The old man sighed and said, "It's no wonder. Even the Buddha sword sect has declined. How could the Gone territory not be desolate?" When Su Yan heard the old man's sigh, he was surprised. In particular, When he heard the old man say that the divine dragon abyss was his burial place, he was even more shocked. At the same time, he was even more puzzled about the old man's identity. "Senior, can I ask you a question?" Although Su Yan's heart had relaxed, it did not mean that Su Yan was not afraid of this old man. After all, Su Yan did not want to die so early, so he was very careful when he asked.